Yeah, the third time everybody will be.
All right, we're live.
All right, I'll return the host powers back to you. Whoops, that's not the right button. All right, you're all set here. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me. Otherwise, I hope you have a good day of reviews.
All right, thanks.
All right, see you.
Morning, Michael.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So we're still waiting on a few folks, and then we'll kind of go over introduction to the studio and kind of introduce the reviewers. So we will tune back in probably in 2 or 3 minutes here. Hopefully we'll get some other folks.
Use my screen, Kevin. We're good.
Yep. All righty. Well, welcome. I think we've got maybe all of our reviewers in here. Suhash, maybe if you stop sharing for a second, we'll just go with the webcams for a second. So yeah, thanks y'all for joining. I think we'll start off maybe with just some brief introductions for our reviewers, and then Suhash and I will give kind of a brief overview of the studio. And today we have 6 students that'll be presenting today. But maybe before we launch into the studio overview, if we could ask the reviewers just to briefly introduce yourselves. I think for our outside guests, but then also for our UT faculty, these are 3rd semester students, so maybe they haven't met you yet also. So maybe Michael, would you mind leading off?
No, hi, I'm Mike McCall. I'm a licensed architect who's had my own firm since 1989, but the last 2 years I have pretty much wound the practice down to nothing. And I've been teaching the last 3 years here at UT. I've been teaching I did teach first year, second semester a little bit ago, so I had some of those students again this year, but primarily 3rd year and probably some second year starting soon too. I've been doing the integrative studio primarily. Let me see real quickly, anything exciting about my life? Nope. So, but anyway, it's really great to be here, and I really look forward to hearing your presentations and seeing your work.
Hi, I think, are there any students that don't know me? I'm curious.
That's a trick question, man. That is not fair. Okay, that's just there could be a transfer
Well,
student.
I don't know
sign here,
anything
okay?
about I don't know anything about Kevin or Suhash either. So you know.
I know a little bit. We almost worked together that semester.
I think all the students know me. I teach first year, first semester. I have 4 years. I also, well, I guess that's fairly recent. In the last 5 years, I guess I've taught that, maybe 4 years. I've taught, I think there's every studio in the school that I've taught over the years. So yeah, including the advanced level of what we called integrative studio, comprehensive studio, the old sound building, all those things as well. But I've also taught beginning graduate vertical studios, really every studio in between. So I'm pretty familiar with where you all are and where you're headed. And maybe that's something that I don't know when we talk about that. I don't know. I think it's important for students to understand exactly where they are in the curriculum and what this class is intended to be. And hopefully you already know that, but you know, this is the one sort of studio where there's an introduction to the let's just say the technical aspects, but it goes beyond that, as you have all found out, which is dealing with site, dealing with program, dealing with everything, you know, lightly touching upon everything that that an architect touches upon. You know, this is sort of that aspect of it, is to, you know, hopefully get you ready for the more exploratory studios that are an intermediate studio. And then, of course, after the portfolio reviews, then you proceed to your first studio will be comprehensive studio, which is a sort of full blown. This is kind of an introduction to that. And then after that, then it's advanced design studios, and you're really kind of on your own. So this is really about developing, you know, continue to develop your own sort of independence that we talked about last year. So my own background, just for your instructors, and I don't know what you guys know, because I know nothing about you guys. I'm sorry. It's not as though I haven't been curious. It's just that I think all of us we've been very busy with all kinds of things. So I have degrees in both structural engineering and architecture. Sort of bounce back between both of them. Architecture, I did work at Harvard and also at Princeton. Yeah, I think that's I've got my own practice. I manage, unlike Mike was very prolific with his work. I managed to squeak out a project, you know, every few years. But anyway, and the only thing I can say is that my projects take a range from everything to quite large, and let's just say formally exuberant, to quite small and very sort of I don't know what you would say, maybe towards a kind of minimalism, but everything in between. I also teach a theory class. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I teach construction 2 to graduate students, which is you guys have you know, you'll take structures 2 as well, but with maybe that was this semester. No, it's not. I think it's in the future. But dealing with lateral loads and long span. So.
Oh, you know, if Vince is going to throw out that Ivy League card, you know, Princeton, Harvard, I have a post-professional degree from Cambridge University. And
no, you went to Cambridge and got your switch.
I've taught at the University of California, Berkeley, and at Stanford, and at the California College of Arts. So, but mostly all I care about is your guys' work. I'm really looking forward to see it, and I'd like to meet our outside visitors.
Michael, you're on mute.
Oh, good.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, shoot.
Michael Deere. I know Vince as well. My degree comes from University of Texas, so I'm familiar with the program, and had Vince as a studio professor some years ago. I was also on y'all's mid review, so I have seen some of the work, I think 4 out of the 6 this morning. So might be able to give some insight there in terms of how you've progressed in the last few weeks. Have started recently, launched my own practice with my wife about a year or 2 ago here in Austin. And I'm also working with Rebel Architecture and Design out of San Francisco on their projects here.
Great.
Looking forward to seeing everyone's work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Vince brings up a good point that, maybe Suhash and I could introduce ourselves too, being, we haven't formally met. So Suhash and I have both kind of individually taught the operational studio, and then we co-taught last semester a speculation studio. My background, at least undergraduate, was actually in biochemistry, and then I got my MLA at UT. I work at a landscape and urban design studio in town, but focus on maybe sometimes more architectural elements within the landscape. My interest is in kind of introducing some elements of computational design and integrating kind of 3D spatial modeling. Yeah, so I think I bring maybe a slightly different kind of more landscape, sometimes perspective to the project, but I've worked with Suhash in these studios and then also professionally too.
Yep. Yeah, I'm Suhash Patel. My undergrad degree is from University of Houston. Grad school is from the AA, and moved to Austin 3 years ago. That's where I met Kevin, and we decided to, after 1 year teaching solo, to kind of group it together. We did together last semester speculation, and we have done individually operation, and this is the time we're doing integration. One thing to mention, the integration course that we're doing, it's 2nd year, 3rd semester. It's the new format.
Yeah, well, Mike and I are both, yeah, that's important, I think, for Michael to be aware of, but Mike McCall and I are teaching integration. We just wrapped up integration studio that was in the 5th semester. So we're very well aware of the shift. We're also well aware of the content to be covered. So whatever that's worth. And I think the new position is actually just genius, actually.
Yeah. All right, Suhash, well, maybe we'll share the screen. Yeah, we have a kind of brief introduction, but obviously, y'all are fairly familiar with the studio, being you're teaching a version of it. But as Suhash mentioned, Design 3 3rd semester students, the focus integration. And so this semester, if you want to advance the slide, we are kind of emphasizing architecture as a tectonic or stereoatomic expression responding to the unique needs of a user. So for these, for this studio, we're really interested in kind of layering, as Vince kind of alluded to, all of the kind of logics and systems and kind of complex considerations that an architect will need to think about with a project, kind of at a high level. Obviously, it's a 3rd semester studio, so we're not getting into kind of full resolution on a lot of those things, but at least acknowledging ideas of structure, circulation, site response, and then the focus that we pushed, at least in this studio, was the way that the architecture responds to kind of the programmatic needs of a defined user group. And Suhash is going to run through maybe how our studio was kind of sequenced schedule-wise.
Yeah, so we're also the studio that it's all Zoom. So we were all an online studio. We never met in person. So we had to be strategic of how we divide the studio. We divided in 3 different parts, 3 different assignments. The first assignment was a structure and program logic. They had a precedent that they abstracted the structural parameters, the minimum maximum, just understanding how a building it's put together based on the type of construction. But this analysis became a studio analysis. It was not just for the student. It didn't need to evolve to a final project. It was just understanding how structure works and composition of cantilevers, grids, if you're hanging your structure, or many other features that structures can do. For an assignment 2, they started with those ideas. They started looking at how to create a catalog to form a structural logic of sequence and at a scale. And then they started doing party models, but a lot of them evolved their party models to more like massing models. And that was the influence for assignment 3, which was the formal project that we will talk about more today. And the challenge for this final assignment was a artist residency. The idea for my artist residency, it's in town, it's in Austin, Texas. Kevin will talk a little bit more what part of town it is, but the idea was to create a residency for 10 to 15 artists, and they selected the type of art. And what we're interested in is like their type of selection of the art should respond to their organization, each art element. Some of them are doing sculpture, some of them are doing painting, and that should be the response in this final results. That's what we're looking for. I think, Kevin, we can talk a little bit more about the site location.
Yeah, so like Suhash mentioned, we're in the west side of Austin, just west of Mopac, kind of as you're heading in towards the Brackenridge track, just north of the graduate student housing on Lake Austin Boulevard. So we're west of Mopac and just north of the river. Again, the site itself is on the corner of Lake Austin Boulevard and a residential street called Hearn Street. And we wanted to kind of acknowledge, the adjacencies of Lake Austin Boulevard as a main thoroughfare, and then kind of the neighboring properties as a mixture of some additional commercial. There's kind of multifamily up to the northwest, and then kind of single family residence across the residential street of Hearn Street. So if you zoom into the kind of the final site scale, again, I think the students, in terms of kind of their response to the site, we kind of acknowledged the different kind of primary nature of Lake Austin Boulevard versus Hearn Street, and started to talk about some ideas of access and approach as it related to their internal program. The site itself does have some topography, but we chose to actually not focus on the topography for this site and more about the way that their kind of internal organization facilitated their program. So for all intents and purposes for this site, it's more or less a flat site. And then I think maybe just zooming out to kind of the, more housekeeping of how the students are organizing their projects. Each student has prepared kind of a slide deck. Those PDFs are accessible on the box link if y'all want to download them and be following along. But we've all been through a number of these reviews, so you can, once the students kind of present their slides, more than welcome to kind of go back and forth through the slide deck. Each student has about a 5 to 7 minute presentation prepared, and then we'll have a kind of a discussion after that. We have 6 students that we're going to go through this morning. So Suhash and I will be kind of managing time to make sure that we end up giving each student some great feedback. So with that, Ben, do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Kevin, I've got a question for you, which is, so you said a relatively flat site. I looked at, I was on a different review yesterday, same site. And it seemed to me as though it was like almost that it's actually a hill going, it's going up the hill towards the north. Seemed like it was a whole story. Is that not correct?
Oh yeah, no, sorry, maybe that was unclear. The site itself has topography, and there's probably a 6 to 8 foot retaining wall, but we just chose to kind of ignore the topography and consider the site as flat, because the focus was going to be more on kind of internal organization and circulation, and not necessarily dealing with the topography.
And we
kept
the zoning idea of like 60 feet. So that's a constraint. We kept the zoning idea of 60 feet. Yeah.
All right. So is there a retaining wall around, I guess, 2 of the sides? The street side, there's a retaining wall?
It's a back wall.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, there is, Vince, existing, there is a retaining wall, but also because of the nature of our studio being fully online and the students not being able to visit the site, we chose to basically ignore the topography of the site.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if we had been able to do some site visits, it maybe would have been, I guess, more appropriate to understand it.
No, that's completely fine. I just want to understand the parameters with which the students are, dealing with. So as far as I'm concerned, it could be an abstract site that could have things put into it. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So it's a flat site. The things that we're taking from the site are maybe the adjacencies of the program and not the topography. So it's kind of a hybridized abstract
And
site.
is there any concern for the surrounding buildings or not?
Yes, there is.
There is,
Okay.
the surrounding
Okay.
buildings, and then also, as Suhash mentioned, we did acknowledge the zoning cap there of a 60-foot kind of height limit. So they all are fitting within that kind of envelope.
Yeah, they do need
Okay.
to consider that this is a residential area right now and the respect of the height. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I think, Ben, you can take over.
Oh wait, okay, I can't screen share. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, good morning. My name is Ben Meyer. So like Suhash and Kevin said, the purpose of this project was to design a residency that would accommodate 10 artists of our choice. And the artists would live in this building as well as practice their art form and showcase their work to the public. So the art form I chose was sculpture, and specifically stone sculpture. So just a brief description of the intentions behind the architecture. This residency would provide stone sculptors of all skill level to come together in a community-based environment to produce work both individually and collaboratively, and to accommodate the art form's material characteristics, meaning the stone's large scale and weight. The communal workspace was designed to be large and open and located conveniently on the ground level. And just in general, the entire residency takes advantage of communal spaces and communal spaces to influence social interactions. And I felt like this was a super important quality because when you have people who share the same passion and put them into one room, they're instantly going to connect and make friendships. So by opening up all the spaces and making them shared spaces for all the residents, the architecture becomes kind of like a catalyst for a social environment. And then finally, the heart of the project is a central sculptural courtyard that is carved into the site, providing a space where the public is able to interact with the finished product as well as the sculptural process in a framed glass panoramic view. So basically, large open workspaces, open communal shared spaces, and a central courtyard for public interaction. So just open, open, open. That's basically the theme. So to explore this concept of openness, I experimented with different aggregations of planes with various levels of transparency and opacity and angular offsets. And through this, what I was trying to achieve was the generation of spaces that maintained an open quality, but still through their form defined specific spaces or like a flow of space. On top of that, I was looking for massing models that included terraces that could accommodate all the residents in order to allow for space for the sculptors to enjoy the outdoors of Austin and their leisure time. So
Ben, I got a question for you, which is that I'm
Yes.
sorry, I missed out. You said in like your first sentence, just those first 5 words. Could you repeat that?
The first 5 words of what I started off as?
Yeah, you said something about, something about for the investigation or experimentation or something in order to, and I missed what it was. Your first sentence.
About this?
With this sheet.
Oh, I was just explaining how I was exploring the concept of openness.
Okay, concept. Okay,
Aggregation
that's what I didn't
planes.
hear. I didn't hear the
Okay.
concept of it. I didn't hear the openness. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So with this catalog, I chose 6 and 7 and combined successful elements of each that fit my narrative moving forward. So for 6, I found that the way the first floor plan divided up spaces around a potential courtyard was successful, still maintaining that open quality. And for 7, I thought the more private spaces on both the plans, like branch off of the central main space, was successful. And I also saw potential in this dynamic terrace created if the gaps were filled in to create like one larger terrace that would flow out of this interior space. So after a lot of iterations and revisions, I finally reached the final development of the sculptor's residency, which you're seeing now in an aerial view. and this is looking northeast. So I first want to mention the context again of the site. It's located on the corner of Hearn Street, running here north to south, and Lake Austin Boulevard right here running east to west. And the surrounding site consists of both residential blocks, which you can see up at the top. And this includes like traditional homes and apartment units, as well as smaller commercial blocks southeast of the building. So back to the building, you can see that it's almost sculptural in a way. It combines the large stereotomic planes with moments of floor-to-ceiling glass, again, emphasizing that openness. You can also see the central courtyard down here, as well as that large terrace on the third level, all influenced by the massing model. In plan, you can better see the geometry and the flow of space. The entire first level is dedicated to the workspace for the sculptors. It's completely open, allowing for creative freedom within the space. This purple arrow right here marks the loading zone where the stone would be loaded into the studio off of Hearn Street through these large openings and garage doors. The entire space has 15-foot ceilings. However, this space notated by these dashed lines cuts through the second level, providing a space that's 27 feet tall, perfect for the accommodation of large equipment. Again, you see that central courtyard right here that is carved into the middle of the studio space. This entire perimeter is floor-to-ceiling glass with steel columns, allowing for the public to see both the finished sculptures displayed in the courtyard as well as the process through this panoramic view of the work being done inside. It also provides the sculptors with natural light and views of nature within the courtyard. So moving up these stairs right here, you would reach a group hangout spot for the residents. It's no longer a place for work, but rather socializing. And again, you can see that spatial and visual connection cut into the second floor in this double height area. There's 5 private rooms. Each one includes a bathroom, a closet, a bed, and a private balcony. And then there's 2 smaller terraces notated here in blue. Going up these stairs, you reach a third and final level. Again, you're brought into a shared communal space that includes the communal kitchen and eating area for the residents. Like the second level, there are 5 private bedrooms. And then finally, you have that large terrace that could accommodate group hangouts during times of leisure. And if you were on this terrace during the late evening, you would get a perfect view of the sun setting over Lake Austin. So it's a perfect spot. To better visualize the spaces, I have 2 sections. The first one cuts north to south and faces east. It showcases how the courtyard is dug into the site, providing an embracing environment. You can also see how the workspaces and all the action is happening down below, and all that hangout space up here, and again, the large terrace on the third level. This second section cuts from east to west and faces south. Again, you can see all the action that would happen in the large open studio throughout the day, as well as the courtyard in the back. What this section really highlights is this double height space right here, providing that essential height needed, as well as a spatial and visual connection between these 2 separate levels. In a more rendered form, this is what the studio space would look like. You can see, again, that double height space right here, allowing for large equipment and materials during the loading process. You can also see the courtyard that cuts into the space, providing views for those sculptors working within the studio. And the studio space is meant to get messy. It's meant to get dirty. And because of that, there's plenty of ventilation through the openings pictured here. I also envisioned a sort of a refinement process within the space defined by the architecture. So raw materials would be loaded into the loading zone here, and then slowly progress into more refined sculptures over here. So that's the studio space. And switching real quick, the view, if you were standing where these 2 people were looking down, this would be your view. So on the second floor, you would have a view down into the studio space and courtyard again, emphasizing that visual and spatial connection. And in the back, you can see that communal hangout space I was talking about in plan, again, emphasizing that communal feel. Moving into the courtyard, you can see how the public would interact with the space. Here, you would be immersed into a process of sculpting that would give you a panoramic view of the studio space. The finished sculptures could be displayed in the courtyard on these various terraces and filled with like vegetation shown here. Our site is located a block away from Juice Lands and Thundercloud Subs. So I would envision families going and like grabbing a smoothie or a sandwich and coming back and eating together in the space and just enjoying the nature and the sculptures and the process all hidden away from the busyness of Lake Austin Boulevard. And of course, the public interaction aspect of the residency would be an invite type style where once a week or twice a week, the public would be encouraged to come check out the sculptures and appreciate the work being done. And of course, the residents would be aware of this too. And finally, an exterior view that highlights the sculptural feel of the architecture, and again, showing how the public would interact with the building. This drawing also highlights the terraces, again, influencing the residents to be outdoors in a social setting. You can also see how the finished sculptures could be placed into the courtyard, integrated within the vegetation. So just in summary, this piece of architecture becomes an artistic anchor for the public within the surrounding Austin area, acting as a place where passionate sculptors can come together and generate work limitlessly in a space that promotes community. Thank you. And I'm happy to go back to any of the drawings to hear your feedback.
So I'll be glad to start, Ben, if since no one else did. Is one,
Mm-hmm.
I rather like your project. I really think it's very handsome. I think that I like the proportions. I like all. I think it has a lot of grace and beauty to it. I think the flow. I think it's well put together. I think your first attempts at like dealing with the issues of integration and really building a place that could be real and recognized and an achievable piece of architecture. It's all really admirable. Now, on the other hand, I think you've designed the gallery, not the studio, but that's like just kind of my first blush impression.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be very, and actually to get to that a little bit, I don't take that, don't take that for what it's worth, right? I think your project is really, really wonderful, but I don't really know if I feel like the impulse to carve stone and to have, air hammers and rock flying around is really the place to have it enclosed all in glass, for example, that kind of thing. It didn't look dirty enough. It looked like the people who were sitting there working were actually a sculpture kind of, right? And that's my concern. I think that one of the things you might have done more, and this is kind of an interesting question because I've had people, I don't know what your instructors think about precedent, but there's sort of a thing around the university, right around the school right now that maybe precedents are the problem. I think at least you should have looked more at, the process of sculpting and maybe incorporated that a little more. Your bedrooms, everything, else, I really like what you've done. So I'm just not sure that it's actually that real fit. And some of that has to do with materiality, which if you think about chopping up blocks of stone and, all the dust, the dirt, etc. That's the one thing I would, I'm concerned with your project in particular.
If I would have made these glass just like open air and allowed the studio space to just have like fans in it and just natural ventilation, do you think that would have been?
That's a possibility, right?
Okay.
Or concrete with punched windows or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know yet. Can't think. But
I agree though. Yeah.
And I think that what that gets at, or what that comes from, is it stems back to your concept of openness. Mm-hmm. And there is a little bit, it's a very broad concept. And looking at it in a little bit more nuanced way, there's openness in terms of circulation and moving through, and then there's visual openness. So the glass material that's maybe, again, not a little bit delicate for something with stone chips flying around and stuff like that. While that does allow for a visual openness, it actually creates a physical boundary. And so I think when you're developing this concept, you need to certainly push the idea of openness, but think about it against its foil. Whereas openness is only open in relation to other closed spaces. And so the boundaries that you've created with your geometry and with the materials you're using, while they are visually open, maybe depending on the glare of the glass and what's going on behind there, they are physically closed. So I think there is a relationship for you to explore there when you're starting to refine this concept from the starting point and as you're integrating that into the plan of the building.
Gotcha.
Oh, there we go. We got the mute off. Okay, Ben, let me talk about a few things. Maybe, first of all, I want to congratulate you on, the quality of your drawings, and actually allows us to understand. It actually allows me to be more pointed in what I'm going to talk about. And for the most part, you've done a really good job. I just want to point out some areas that you're going to want to be concerned about with regard to. So the other thing is, I also know that you're a very serious designer, and so while we appreciate the gentle critique, maybe some more pointed things might be helpful for you. So for me, the thing is, yes, I agree with Michael's point, which is that, as opposed to Mike's point, that it really is that the question of openness is not, it's not really even a concept, right? It's sort of like an idea that could be a concept, and I want you to be very clear about, like, a concept is something where all the other ideas hang from that, and I think you still need to sort of develop that. I think it's starting to emerge in the sense that the one thing I think your strongest idea is that there's this notion of community in which all the other, the rest of the parts of the building are arranged around that. And I think it makes perfect sense to put it in the center of the scheme. And so that's like one place to start. But then the other question is like, what are your rules that you're establishing? What are the things that you're developing through you're now able to. This might only be upon reflection of actually producing these drawings, but now that you've produced these drawings, what are the things that are working? What are the things that don't working? But the first thing is that you're starting to figure out what your own rules are, and it's unclear to me in terms of what that is, in terms of what is actually deviating from what. So as an example. Let's go to your plan. Let's go first of all the ground floor plan, and then the next plan up.
Okay.
Okay. So this one right here. So the thing that you see here is that there's a rule that you're starting to do here, which is that first of all, this is the ground floor plan, and it is, except for the elevator and the restrooms off to the side, it's one large void. So again, that's saying the base is essentially this void. And then it's gonna pull itself up through the center a little bit, like a volcano, like that's the void.
Yeah.
But the thing that you've done here is that every single wall that's attached to an outside wall is perpendicular to that wall, right? Except one place, right? Where's that?
Every
single wall, right? Look at every wall that you have.
Oh, this wall right here,
right? Well, that one, yes and no, because it's glass. Let's just say wherever you have a solid wall, for example. But
okay.
But in other words, there's an idea about like sort of what's inside and what's outside, from your project. So right here is the only exception. Right?
Okay.
This one does not come off of here perpendicular, right? So what I'm saying is that you started to see, like, this is the body, and for the most part, it's a solid wall that then essentially sets up a direction, this direction, and essentially is reacting as a sort of solid condition to the outside, right? So then one would say, so what I'm saying is that I think it's important for you to go through and recognize what rules you're starting to establish. And then when you break them, why you break them is, as you know from first semester, this becomes an exception. It's sort of like, why is all the heat here? Well, yeah, it probably shouldn't, for example, right? That's one example. Okay, the other thing is to pay attention here. And this is, again, to the thing that you're trying to reinforce what you're doing. So this is a stair going up, right? And so then you're cutting about 3 to 4 feet above the floor, which means you're cutting through about 6 to 8 risers is where you're going to cut this thing. Which means all of this over here, that's actually all going to be dashed, which actually means that you've actually got a much bigger space here than what you're representing. Again, it's so that you're able to make decisions about what it is that you're doing. And by the way, you are right about this sort of break here. Again, and you can see it in the facade, which is that it seems to be discordant from the rest of the design, right? You're very, very close so then the question would be, does one come over here and slice this off and then open that up? And then what's the relationship, as you saw the interior, between here and here? This becomes a very, very important space. And it's kind of strange in the sense that on one hand, it's very small and very kind of intimate, but it occupies the very sort of center. And so I think you want to, rethink that. But I also think the whole issue of the glass, that was in here was thinking about, where actually the sculptural area is located and what's the sort of, what's the protective armor that goes around that, because it is, as I put solid walls that I need to for structure, what parts of it are enclosed and looking inward and what parts of the project are outward, which is, of course, that's really the sort of crux of your openness. Can we go up one more floor, please?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the kind of thing of where, this thing here is like you're cutting through this terrace right here, okay? And so this, and I can't tell if that's poche or if the lines just got really, really close together, right?
That's a railing.
Yeah. So again, it's like you're producing the stuff, but what's happening here is that correctly so, is that space is going through here, but it looks as though it's contained here, when in fact it's actually flowing beyond that, right?
Yeah.
So, and the other thing, of course, this one's an exception to these, right? These things are located on the outside, and they both have the ability to sort of look outward. In this case, this one is a little bit of a different condition. So again, you're breaking the rule with this one, and one would want to know, okay, so why is this exceptional? So in other words, you could say, okay, wherever I have an arm, that's where I cap it with the rooms that then are, it's like basically the building is inward in the lower levels, and then as I go up, when you're in the is that this stays open. Because then these become the solid aspects, right? That sort of stop that. And then when you're into the views, when you're into the rooms, and again, wherever you have a room, that's where you're going to have these sort of long, sort of distant views. The other thing is like, as you've shown right here, the stair that's down below, you've got an opening right here. And then this cuts this stair. And again, it's sort of thinking about, as I'm walking up that stair, do I really want to have half of this over my head, or should this come all the way over and have this be all open? In other words, is that stair in the void, or is it closed down? So we could go through and look at different, sort of aspects of that. I think as you go up through, you have stairs that are disconnected. The elevator stops, at a certain point. And again, I'm able to do that because you've done what you should have done this semester. You actually represent where your project is and to represent its sort of general attitude. But now you're at a point of where you can really start to think about what rules am I establishing and where is there disharmony. Actually, let's go up one more level, please. Just one more. I'll just give you one more thing. So here, for example, you got a bump, right? You got a bump right here. This is not the case. So again, this is the question is, why is this different from that? So you're looking where you can have consistency and where you can still keep that sort of, you've got to sort of, for some reason, there's this sort of spatial fragmentation that you want to have. And I'm not against that at all. What I am interested in is having control, over it. So a little thing here, which is that this is showing with this diagram, it's like you see space flowing out this way. So this should be a sliding door that's open. And as you're reading, it's like, where does the space bleed out, and again, where is it contained? So anyway, and the other thing I would say is that at the ground level, where you have these spaces above it, you're going to want to have that dash down below. So again, at the ground level, this is in dialogue with all this stuff that's floating above you, right? So you want to understand how it is that you're actually occupying that space and what. So yeah, you're very, very close to having all that, but I'm very, very pleased with the representation that you have. Your sections are also drawn correctly, and here you can see the sort of where there's the disjunctions in the verticals, which may be fine, but again, it's sort of like at this point it doesn't seem as though it's really curated by you and controlled by you as much as you want, but you're you're well on your way, and I'm very excited to see the project.
Thank you for your feedback.
Great. Well, yeah, I appreciate the critiques. Thanks, Ben.
Thank
And
you.
then, maybe we'll move on. And then just as a reminder to the students, try to keep your discussion kind of concise so we do leave enough time for the reviewers, because we have a number of folks to get through today.
And the first one always goes a little bit long anyway.
Yeah.
Hello.
Alyssa.
My name's Alyssa, and I focused on creating a culinary learning residency for this semester. As it's cooking and baking and all those in that category of arts, it was really important for me to focus on collaborative learning and how open to the public it was, as it has a restaurant aspect. And due to the being open to the public, I had to really pay attention to what was public, versus what was private. And I also focused on the greenery in the space to help with growing things for the restaurant, as well as just green space to help with like shade and other things like that. This was my original party models. I focused on creating kind of a courtyard space and shaded area for eating outside. And shade was fairly important, as you want something shaded to sit under, especially in the Austin heat. And I chose this one because I liked the interesting spaces and how he creates a flow, but both private and public spaces. And it's not just one block, but also has a shaded area and a courtyard. And this is my project now. The way I approached the like private versus public was by basically creating a frame and the framing of the entire building, and then slowly like peeling away the concrete, like the layers, so to show the frame in certain places to make it more open and allow more light in. So a lot of the more public spaces, which are down on the bottom floor, there's a lot more glass, and so it's a lot more open than the like top floor where a lot of the private spaces are. This is my ground floor plan. As you walk in, this is the seating area, and then with like the kitchen, and then the restrooms with an office. And this is over here is some classrooms, which can be both for the chefs that are staying in the residency or for the public to come in and take classes with those who are staying. This is the top floor. Once you come in from the bottom, you come into this large living space area. It's really open. And you have a balcony over here. And then for the most part, there's 2 rooms to a unit with a shared bathroom, though there is 2 that are separate. This is one of my sections. I tried to show the framing to show that it's consistent through the entire building, to highlight the fact that I'm just peeling off the layers. I'm just trying to show this open space right here where the patio is. And over here is a garden wall, or it's a kind of where you grow vines and other things along the columns. And here, this kind of highlights the double space. So you can look from this living space up here down into the restaurant and see what's going on. But looking up, you still have kind of a limited visibility. So there's still some private spaces up here. And this is the private spaces that are highlighted. And then the semi-private and the semi-public and the public. Trying to keep the public mostly just to the bottom to allow the chefs to have their own private space, and to really separate public versus private. And this is a circulation. over here allows for drop-offs of food and other deliveries that the restaurant might need. This is a view from the patio into the restaurant. There's like the doors kind of slide in their glass, allowing for a pretty open, allowed to open up the restaurant to the outside. This is a view from the classroom as you're looking out, allowing to see the things that are going on in a lot of light. This is the view you get from looking down from the top floor into the restaurant, showing that kind of double height. And this is from the sidewalk, facing the corner of the building. And yeah, so this just kind of shows the glass more in the openness, and the view from standing height. And I'm more than willing to go back to any other slide if you guys would like.
Yeah, Alyssa, I got a question for you, which is what could you state your concept again?
Culinary learning, like culinary arts.
Yeah, that's the program. Your concept.
I focused on public versus private.
Okay.
And due to that, like that influenced what had the windows, what had the glass, what floor it was on.
So I think that's really clear. I think, excuse me for interrupting. I think that's really clear, and I think that's really, I'll try to get to this quickly. I think that's absolutely necessary and very, very important in design. But it's kind of like in philosophy, it's a necessary condition, but it isn't quite sufficient. And I'll let Vince talk to you more about what he might think you need with a concept, but I think what you've talked about was very clear and beautiful. But, oh, wait, before I do turn this back to Vince, the most beautiful statement in the whole thing was how you want your structure to go along and then unpeel the ceiling and the roof and let this thing, you just continue. I thought that was really, really beautiful. But you have to give us a concept, and I'll let Vince get back to that.
Yeah, I think the thing, I mean, first of all, I mean, the same, I think we're going to see it all this morning. But again, I want to put all of our, you guys are here to learn. It's more than just saying you guys did a great job. You did do a great job. I think that, that you've learned so much this semester, and we're able to talk about the projects at the level that we're going to be able to talk about them. Because of what you've accomplished. So you need to, I mean, that's the whole point, because otherwise, we want to be able to have you move forward and learn from the reviews. And so I got two questions for you. One is, if you were going to, if you were limited to show, just one sheet to explain your project, which one would that be for you? Where do you see, quote unquote, your project is located in a single board, if you had to pick one?
I think the best one would probably be this one, because you can.
Yeah, great. So now we can have a conversation, right? That's the first thing, is recognizing, because this really does explain, that there's, in essence, there's a sort of three-dimensional cage here, and that it's a question of where you peel, and what you leave solid in terms of what that is. For me, more of a concept might be to think about how might the culinary arts be possibly related to architecture. And I know that your instructors, I believe previously that they mentioned that they teach operational. Is that right? Anyway, but there's certain operations within the culinary field that one could say are analogous to architecture. So, rather talking about blending, folding, cutting, all of those kinds of things. And for me, what's what the potential here is that you have this grid, which implies a kind of openness, which I think is directly related to your notion of public and private and how those may be sort of reinforced. The other thing though, we think about what does the grid do and what's its sort of possibility. If you can go to your ground floor plan. There's a few things. First of all, here, and I know you've thought, I think you've organized this really well, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how the grid reinforces your organization. And since this is a culinary, I guess, residency, is it's like it really is that the kitchen, that the kitchen is really the sort of heart of this thing. So it's is it I'm just wondering if that's not where, if the grid somehow shouldn't engage that in a stronger fashion. That's one. The other thing is, again, because I talked the last one specifics, because I think these little specific points can be quite important. So things like this, right, where you've done a good job with cut lines, and you see this in different places, is that you've got your heavy cut line going through. Where two walls are meeting, and if you eliminate those, and I've seen your other levels where you have managed to eliminate those, then you actually understand the space that you're articulating, right? Those are sort of points of confusion in terms of spatial confusion, and so you just want to be very, very sort of careful about that. It'll help you read. Those particular spaces. All right, now, and the other thing, of course, is here, you've done it great on, like here, you're showing, and again, this may be a thing of where, the computer, the printer, whatever it is. So here you've got the grid shown, back here, your grid's not shown. And I think it's important that the grid does show here, because for you to understand, right, that there's this other sort of solid thing that's embedded within this three-dimensional cage, and that's the sort of strength. Okay, so can you go to the next level up? So the wonderful thing about what the cage has the ability to do here, and you see it right here, which is that there's deformation that occurs along here, right? This rectangle is bigger than that rectangle. These are all the same. I might actually have the deformation take place along here. And then you're setting up a condition of wherever there's these sort of strange deformations within the program, that might also be where the grid goes, because it's able to pick up the absorption of those deformations, whether they be functional or whatever else. And because it's also that's unconditioned space, for example, you can build that in a much more less expensive way, which means therefore, okay, that's something that I'm using to sort of handle with, to be able to take care of all the deformations. Anyway, I think, yeah, I had one other major point, but I don't want to take up all the time, so I'll let the other guys go.
But yeah, I think in terms of getting back to the operation, what I read in the axonometric that you showed is that this grid is going to be really highly influential in linking the programs or in separating the programs, or have some direct relationship to the way the program's laid out. And then when I see it overlaid on the floor plan, it's like the operation is almost removed from the ideas, and you're using the operation really almost in a way just to in an aesthetic way, rather than a way that really informs the program or links the program or uses the architecture to elevate the operations that's going on within the cooking environment below. So if you can find I think there's maybe a diagram that's missing that shows the volumes versus the grid broken up, and in terms of how those relate to program. So if there's a way that you can in the future link those operational elements and integrate that more with the program, I think that will help.
Yeah, I think that diagram that Michael just mentioned, that is the key diagram, how the grid relates to the program. If you had that one diagram, it will sell the idea pretty well.
You know, I have a couple quick comments that to follow up on the. First of all, I've done a bunch of work with restaurants and actually done a culinary school once. When I say I that's BS, because we always have about the owner, the kitchen consultants. You know, there's a million people who work on these things with you. But to go back to a sort of, I want to be accused of being a postmodernist again, is that I think that the operation I want to see is how the program really works. I want to see how, to make a metaphor, how the mixing or blending of the parts from private to public actually flow together more. I'd love to see more of the relationship, but what kind of kitchen is it? Is it an observation? It looks like you have a bar maybe with stools all along it. You know, all of those things are really, really exciting when you're working with food, because food smells, it's hot and it's cold and it fires, or there's fires, right? Literally fires. And it's one of the primal things in life. So this program is well enclosed, it's well encased. I think it starts from a really beautiful exploration of form and juxtaposition of form. But I'd like to see how, you know, the whole program of people living and working together and fighting in the kitchen and trying to be the chef's favorite and all of those things get all screwed up and mixed up, and this place is explosive with energy. And then you serve the people and it's all pristine and quiet again. I think it's a really, really challenging and beautiful program. And I think it's a great start. But I think don't just get hung up in the formal aspects. And even though I'm an empty-headed formalist who meets a postmodernist. Okay, so I think that the form is essential and beautiful, and you have to work with that. But you still need the program, the activity of the people. So
I think that gets back to where, when you stated your concept was public versus private, but there is no stance on that. Those are just two designations. There is a public, there is a private. What's the tension between those, or what's the union between those? And the form is a tool to make a statement on that. So your grid and your peeling process are operations for you to make a stance on that, on you know, what the difference is between those, the tension, like what's happening there. So I don't think public versus private isn't a concept. It's two components that will be in any building. So what is the relationship of those, and how is your specific treatment and specific process taking a stance on that? And I think that goes back to what Mike just said about, we didn't really even talk about food. Food is a very, you know, there's a lot of senses, smells, tastes, sights that go along with that aren't, that weren't really brought up or tied into your project in the way that you presented it. I'm sure that they're there and you've thought about them, but being able to tie that in is kind of what that integration process is all about. So
yeah, it's always it's always a challenge in terms of that you have these initial ideas, and how do you form those into, I guess, a more cohesive concept. And so from a culinary standpoint, you know, you think about, like, its analogy to architecture, one could be base, and so then that's, say, you know, roux, sauces, those kinds of things. And you know, there's the group of, there's the chef that's just the saucier, you know, that just makes the sauces. And so it could be like the grid could be something. The one thing I did notice here is that the grid is acting in two different sort of ways. A strong way, at least at the ground level, is that it looks like the grid is used where you're bringing people in, and also and so for me, a program like this, with every program, you're interested in deliveries and trash, but really, you know, within a culinary context, the trash takes on a whole another thing, as well as the delivery of goods. And I mean, the whole back of house versus front of house is a very, very big issue. And so it could be, well, look, I'm going to use the grid. I mean, one place to start would be, I'm going to use the grid wherever I have significant movement, and just go through, and one might sort of map that, for example, to see, you know, what that or how that might play.
Yeah, I think these are really good comments to consider. But let's go to the next one.
Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you.
Lisa.
Austin?
Let me know if you can see it full screened. Is there something blocking on the right side?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. All right. Hello, my name's Austin, and for this semester, I decided to focus on a retreat for musicians, and this is specifically targeted at musicians who have just begun their careers, but this is not like a learning environment, but more of an exploratory environment focusing on artists who, musicians who are growing on digital platforms such as YouTube and Spotify. And these platforms have encouraged the growth of the idea of self-dependence. And what this means for architecture is an idea of customizability, as well as a hands-on approach to in both the editing and production of music. And my building seeks to engage with these ideas through its design. It also encourages collaboration through these platforms, as there's a variety of people who are using these platforms, and YouTube kind of encourages collaboration between different groups. And I tried to incorporate these ideas also into the design as well. So with these concepts in mind, I created a massing catalog to explore different ways I could engage with these concepts. And from that, I chose these four party models. And the reason I chose these were that they engaged with the idea of branching with these parts that are sticking out, as well as an organization around a central space. And ultimately, I ended up with this party model because I really liked the branching. As you can see in this first plan, you can see these branches out, which would mean spaces that were separated acoustically, and as well as the organization around a central space, which is this space here. And you can see how these rooms are laid out around, as well as this second floor. And from that, I developed the massing into a final model like this. And this plan cut really shows just the organization of space and how each room is acoustically separated. So if you take a look at these green studio spaces here, you can see the idea of branches, and each space is separated acoustically, but the apertures you can see pass through each of the rooms and are aligned so that although these rooms are separated acoustically, they're visually connected, and it goes with the idea of collaboration and drawing inspiration from others. And you can see other people recording in these rooms. This second plan cut shows more of the organization of the second floor, and this detailed plan, you can see how each of the spaces are organized around this central area. If you take a look at this second floor plan, the program of the spaces were designed in a series of concentric circles. So on the outermost ring, it's mostly personal space, which would be like the living spaces. And then as you go in, it becomes workspaces, then circulation, and at the very center, it's living. And that's generally how it's laid out. And something I want to point out is this circulation space, that the first thing you see when you walk up is this central living area where most of the people will be hanging out whenever they're not recording or they're not doing work. And it just encourages that idea of collaboration and just forcing interaction between people. Another thing I want to point out is the size of the rooms. The size of the rooms are small because I wanted to encourage people to work outside of the rooms in these green areas. So there's tables that are attached on the outside. And this would also once again relate to that concept of collaboration by forcing people to be near each other when they're working, and they can either ask each other for help or just draw inspiration from each other. The section cut really shows the customizability of the spaces. So with that idea of self-dependency, I wanted spaces that could be customized to the musician's need, as this is a place not specifically for like string instruments, but for anyone who any type of musician. So if you take a look at this left section that cuts through both the studio and the practice space, you can see that the height of these rooms are tall, and this allows for these panels that are to be adjusted depending on what kind of sound you want. So if you want it to be more echoey, you could raise these panels, and if you want it to be more personal and like more closed sound, you could lower the panels, just depending on the instrument type and what kind of sound you're trying to capture. This second section cuts through the more of the living spaces, and you can see a view into the rooms, and you can see how they're small, but you can also get a glimpse of how the working spaces are laid out here. You can see the table is attached to the wall, and it's outside in this area where you can look into the kitchen, which is kitchen and dining area, which is here, and it's pretty open, and you can just see around this whole area as this is cased by glass. And this living space, or this lobby space down here, and just shows where you can come and go and interact. This aerial view gives more detail into how the apertures were laid out. One thing about instruments is that direct sunlight isn't good for instruments. So you can see how this first floor is mostly shaded, but the living area has more apertures. And an idea of music is rhythm, beats, and pauses. And that's kind of how I laid out my apertures. There's like beats and there's also pauses in between, and they kind of also look like piano keys. And the apertures show the program of the spaces. You can see like these types of windows are more of the residential areas, while these types of windows are more of the studio spaces. Oops. This aerial of the backside shows more of the branching and how each space is visually connected through these windows that are aligned, but are still acoustically separated. This entrance perspective shows how the apertures actually cut through the spaces and further separate the studio and practice spaces, and shows how they're separated acoustically. The second perspective from the curb side, you can see how the first floor is mostly shaded by this by the building itself, and this was intended because the first floor is mostly where all the instruments would be, and this is where you would be recording and practicing, while the second floor, it's separated. Like the first floor is mostly production, the second floor is where you would be editing your music. So this place, the first floor is mostly shaded in order not to damage the instruments from direct sunlight. And this last perspective shows an interior view of the second floor, and this is where all the post-production and editing would occur. You can see how it's very open and encourages that idea of collaboration, as you can see into the separate spaces. And yeah, you can see the working spaces are located outside of the rooms to encourage people to work together or just ask people for help. And that concludes my presentation. I'm looking forward to any questions and feedback you may have.
Are you a musician?
I am. I play the violin.
Oh, what type of music do you play real quickly? Not to get carried away on the side stories.
Mostly classical. Sometimes I'll try to play pop, but it's a little harder.
Okay, one of the things, again, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is a really exciting project. Again, I don't know what Vince or Michael's going to say, but I think it's really beautiful, really well drawn. Your presentation was clear. So I'm starting with a point of view of being really pleasant, but I want to know where all the, the recording equipment and the sound shit goes. And I want to know where all that stuff is, so that, and I actually almost want to see pictures of it, right? Not necessarily renderings, but I want to understand how this thing really works in terms of, okay, here's where we're going to practice. Here's where we're going to, I like your organization, et cetera. But again, I'm not clear on how it really, is this a place where I really want to go? Say we're a small band from somewhere out in West Texas, and we're doing pretty well, and we get this opportunity for this, whatever fellowship, and we're going to go here. Is this the place I want to go, or do I want to go to one of the studios out in Dripping or something like that? So that's what I'm really looking for here, is that, like, it's not just that it's beautiful and architecturally pleasing, and there's a lot. I want to know why I'm going to come here. What's compelling about it from a musician's point of view, right? And so I want to know what the equipment is and all of that. I'm not expecting you to work that all out, but I don't see it yet in your drawings. And the other quick thing is that when you talk about things like, okay, the rhythm is like, and there's rest where there's no sound, and you want to do that on your facade. And then you're thinking about, okay, I'm bringing in light. So what is the tone of light? What is the melody of light? How does that really work? And I'd love to see you study that a little bit. I do like that you are protecting your instruments and stuff. And then I'm curious, what is it about your violin that can teach you about how a room might be formed? Because it's acoustic, right? Violins, or do you play the electric violin? You know what I'm getting at, I think, right? So I think it's again, an excellent start, and I'm not trying to downplay anything about the pedagogy or anything like that. I think that the way you're approaching this has complete validity. I just want to see that, like, some of the guts of this thing. I want to know how this place sounds. Sorry if I carried on too long.
I think you being a musician, and I did look at this one at the mid review, so I trust your dimensions in terms of we talked about the volume of each room and whether the appropriateness of that for the recording process. But I think that this a little bit what Mike was getting at was it feels a little bit corporate or stale almost, in the way that you set it up. You set it up a really exciting problem for yourself in this is going to be a music studio, and it's specifically for recording for internet audiences or artists who are working on the internet. And I don't see that very specific problem that you've outlined. I don't see how this is addressing that specifically. I think that it, has the proper dimensions for the rooms, and it has, a very professional setup for this. But kind of back to what Mike was getting at, why are they coming here for their inspiration and their production rather than, again, going out to another, location? So maybe it's the collaboration with the other musicians, the tying into, the opportunity to work with other people. But that's not really written into the architecture from what I'm seeing here. The concepts of branching and I guess you used the word branching a couple times. I'm not really seeing that shown how that goes beyond, other than there's a hallway and there are branches off of it. What is the nature of branching? Like, why do these separate parts coming back as a unified thing? How does that elevate the production of music? How does that, make this a more dynamic environment to create music and then to put it on the internet?
I think those are interesting comments, maybe, Austin, to consider. I think it sounds like the kind of organization and how you're setting up kind of the circulation and how the users use it is all logical. Now maybe it's pushing into that next kind of level of specificity to creating space that inspires, which is maybe kind of what is kind of the next level for you.
And it's not to say you should lose that level of, I guess, the spaces that are designed for that nice acoustical element, but can you then have that juxtaposed with something that is a little more loose or a little more freeing, I guess. And I think you're starting to get at that with the way you're looking at the facade. The section images are a little more compelling maybe than the plan. So developing the relationship from the top of the editing process versus, you've split it from the first floor where you have production, and the second floor you have revision or editing, but they're kind of treated in almost the same way. And so if there could be a difference there, a connection there, that might be a jumping off point.
Yep, I think those are good points. Kevin, we lost Vincent.
Yeah, I think maybe he fell off, so maybe he'll be joining again, but I haven't received an email or anything. So
Okay.
maybe we'll just kind of continue moving on, and if he's able to join again.
Okay. I think we can go to the next person then.
Yeah, thanks, Austin.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jen, and I'm going to show you guys freelancer models. So basically, there's a confusion in influencer models and freelancer models. Freelancer models are basically more virtual, and they do the process of taking the photo shoots of the clothes, and then they do process of editing the photos and then selling it through online. But for this client, the freelancer models, they're gonna focus on also showing it, displaying it on the open gallery. So my main theme of focus is having it public versus private, and it's gonna be mainly private and triangular shapes and having a below grade level floor plan. And so one of the things I'm also going to focus on is having this process of the below grade level where it's going to be a controlled light space, and then having an editing process and computer area and a shopping gallery to disclose the top collections. And all the private areas are going to be at the way top. All right, so this is basically the catalogs I've had throughout the early process, and I was really working on making the best triangular shapes that would really work with the building. And the one I chose was this one because I liked how it topped on each other, and it made this experience and collaborating and stuff like that, and creating a story. And this is a rough design process I wanted to show before I showed the process of my actual design building. So what I did was I wanted to do a triangular shapes, but because I chose before doing a traditional floor plan, I created a lot of conflicts, and because it was like a rectangular shape. And so for the next parts, what I tried to incorporate was having a triangular shapes on the sides of the limited triangular space, the limited side space, and then creating a triangular line so that it actually makes the communications and a relationship between the columns, the building, and the site within itself. Let's see. Yeah. And on the right side is basically an exploded to show exactly what's going on if it's on the page. So this is the below grade level, and this is kind of like a basic like horizontal circulation that's happening. Vertical circulation is basically where the stairs are gonna happen. These are more like brief explanation. And then this is the first floor, and this is the vertical circulation of the elevator. I also incorporated the elevator to have a triangular shape, but in the inside is actually more offset into a curve. And then this is the third and fourth floor, which is a private space, which looks like this. Okay, and so one of the things was, how am I going to create a unit plan that's going to make sense in a triangular space? So I created a solution which was creating these units, and because this is a very triangular space and the lights going up and down, it creates different lightings in different space and location in perspective. So what I did was create 4 different types of units that would make sense for each side, and these are 2 of the same things. So for instance, if it's on this side, the light would go on this angle. I didn't do this for this one because this and this unit is very close to each other, and I still wanted a private space. So this part would clearly see what's going on here if I had it on that part. So After doing that, I incorporated more details into the floor plans and created a relationship with the triangular space. And so this is basically the below grade level. So when you walk down, this is how it looks like, and you can either go to the elevator, which is like first, second, third, fourth, and stuff like that, or you can go into this part, which is a light control space. The reason why I chose this space to be the photo shoot area is because for the photo shoots that they're doing, they need it to be a very light focused area, but yeah. And this is a conference room, so if they have like a meeting to do, they can have a quick minute and talk about what they want to do and take a photo shoot or something, stuff like that. And this is the first floor, which is the ground level. So as you walk down, that's where that's where the below grade level is. And this is where the walking gallery happens. This is where the mannequins would be right here, and then people would walk around right here, and then this is Hearn Street, and then Austin Blue. Okay. And as you can see, I wanted to reiterate that these columns actually align with the triangular space lines, the corners. And this is the second floor that I was talking about. This is where all the editing process happens. This is where people collab, have meetings and stuff, but there are times where people want a private space. So there's incorporation of like having a private space to do editorial stuff if they want to do it private. In the bathroom, this is a unisex bathroom, but there's two just in case multiple people want to go. And this is just where you can just common area, the balcony, and just chill in the elevator. And you can eat right here. And this is the third floor. The third floor is actually more private than the fourth floor, and I'll discuss why. But the third and fourth floor is basically the residential space. So this is the common areas, and these are like the residential space as I explained before, but there's no photo shoot area. However, this one, because there's a roof installed on top, there's like a outside place where they can take photos if they prefer not to like go down if they want to. And they can do photo shoot, collab, and stuff like that, which is a little bit more public than the third floor. And this is the aerial perspective, zoomed out and then zoomed in. And this is on the same boulevard, Austin Boulevard streets. And the other perspective would be the Hearn Street. All right. And now this is basically what I've been talking about before, but put onto the site plan. And with the color coding, basically the elevator, the conference room, as what I've said, reinstated before, but the darker it is, the more private it is. And since the prior one didn't have trees because it was underground stuff. And same thing, elevator, this is the walking gallery. Elevator and then the editorial space. Residence room, common area, and an elevator. All right, so this is a sectional perspective to show exactly what's going on. I felt like since mine is so like on top of each other, the best way to show what's going on was a sectional perspective. And as you can see, as you walk down the stairs, this is where you can like go this way. And this is the room, the mannequins and stuff like that. And the elevators go all the way to the ground to the fourth floor. And these are where the clothes and stuff. Oops. Another perspective. And this is one perspective where it shows like the mid, where it shows the stairs on the right side and also where the walking gallery is. And as you can see, this part is glass, but it's not to the point where it's like the light is gonna blare through because I positioned the other floors so that the lighting wouldn't go completely into the glass. So it's very shaded right here. And this is the perspective as you look up, because I wanted it to be very private and overall the whole space because it's for the residents in general, because it's more virtual. However, I still wanted people to have interactions with each other while it's still private, if that makes sense. This is a study space. Someone is looking out while studying or something, or editing. And this is at the top. And someone is doing photo shoots and stuff like that. And this is inside. Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Well, that's it.
Thank you,
Michael?
Jennifer. I think we'll just wait for Swan to
Vince is
continue.
back, right?
Oh, sorry.
Vince is back. So Michael, it's your turn.
Sure. So Jennifer, can you just recap what the main driver for choosing the triangular grid as your in plan as your driving grid for this was?
So like why I chose the triangular like shapes instead of
maybe not why you chose the triangle. What does the triangle afford you in terms of why is that the most appropriate grid for the program that you've chosen and the site that you've chosen?
Thank you. That's a really great question. I think triangular creates a lot of more a lot more opportunities to play around with how people can experience a place. For instance, yes, if you think of a rectangle, it's very limited in how you can interact. However, triangle, if you put two triangles, equilateral triangles, you can create a rectangle. So if for me at least, I thought that creating angular spaces creates a more dynamic experience per se. And also one aspect would be like when you're on one side of the perspective, it will look completely different and have a completely different threshold to when you're on the other side.
So I think that I don't fully buy that explanation, and partially so because within your explanation, you didn't once mention the specific program. You didn't mention that it was for the fashion or the artist residency or anything relating to that. So it's kind of all in an aesthetic choice. That's kind of what that is, or a way, and that's fine to have, but that's not. That doesn't show me how the integration of the program with the form is making this a more dynamic project. And I think that was also kind of evident. You know, I really think that this is a well drawn, or I appreciate the section perspective here that starts to show some of the dynamic spaces that you're talking about that you can achieve with this geometry. However, I think in your presentation, there was also a little bit of a lack of hierarchy in talking about your concept. As you move through the slides, you just kind of, you know, here's a spot for eating, here's a part where you can chill, here's a part where you can do this, this, and this, and that there wasn't a lot of talk about, again, why this specific program and this and the choices that you made and the driving decisions behind your project really explained why this architectural solution was, what it was doing, what it was achieving, separate from other things. So probably could have used about half the level of description, and in that you focus on a hierarchy of moves and a hierarchy of concepts in terms of describing the main essence of the project. And then a little bit, if we go back to your grid, some of the earlier plans, the plan where you pointed that the columns were on the grid. Question or two about that, where you have the grid overlaid on the plans. So or even this is fine. So it's kind of interesting to me that you have this grid laid out, and then the columns, and a lot of times they're all different sizes, and some of them are centered on a grid node. Some of them are on one corner of a triangle, and some of them are on a single line. So I'm not getting other than just getting you, if you do align the walls with the grid or make them parallel to those, I'm not getting how the grid is really actually driving this, other than it's a triangle shape. And then when you go to your walls, I'm sorry, if you go to the plan that your floor plan overlaid onto the grid, a lot of times there's only one or two instances, like you'll start having it aligned to the grid on one side, but as your modules aren't actually designed in such a way, if you go up to the residences level, you start on the left side, it aligns to the grid, but based on the size of the residences and the angle that they're at and the way you have warranted, as you move across, it actually breaks from the grid. So the walls aren't on the grid themselves. And I'm not saying that it has to be, but it's not really showing the way when you're breaking from the grid and when you're not isn't really seem apparently driven by a specific set of rules or something that you're trying to achieve. It's almost happenstance that it happens. And we started with the grid, and then as we were laying it out, it didn't quite line up, but we've still got the grid lined up there. So I think really making sure that the grid and if you are going to have such a rigid grid and such an emphatic overarching geometry on the project, you really need to integrate that with the program and with everything else that you're achieving in there.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I totally agree with you. At the beginning, I did think I worded a little bit strangely, but that was also part of the reason, like having the organization, as you have said before. But I really do appreciate all the critiques you have given.
Jennifer, I don't know. Did you speak already, or? I guess yes or no.
Mike McCall, no, he's
off
not.
Now.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Sorry, my internet dropped. So sorry to Austin, but Austin the person and not Austin the city. Anyway, Jennifer, can you maybe the best way for me to talk about your project and to be, again, we're all trying to be as helpful as we can. You can go to your third floor plan, please.
Yes, sir.
Because I think that's more. I think
this
that
one
for me.
or
Third floor. Oh, what am I looking at here? It says third floor. I'm looking at something that's just. It actually shows it within the site. It says third floor.
Would you like
this one? Yeah, just go back. I don't need the blue. All right, this is good. Okay, so this for me is actually. I mean, we could talk about, or I can talk about the project just from this one sort of drawing here to try and at least explain myself that I think might help, and I think get at some of. I mean, I agree with everything that Michael said. I think there's a. I mean, I appreciate the fact that. I mean, it's very important to get excited over, whatever methodology that you're trying to tackle, and you're not the only one. I mean, I think at some point everyone tries to sort of take on the triangles. I know, it does. It can lead itself to to a lot of playful qualities. But of course, then it also has some very, very sort of severe restrictions. The strange thing about it is that it's incredibly precise. And then I think the question is, though, into which way does one use that precision? Again, all of this is about control. All of this is about you're in control. You're the designer. That that the first steps you start off with, don't end up controlling you. And there's different ways in which one can approach it. One can approach it largely. It's never a linear process. But we can go from larger ideas to smaller ideas, or we can, fragment all kinds of ideas and see if there's a larger idea, a larger concept that's sort of growing out of it. And so this for me is, the thing is, I appreciate the different media in which you rendered your project, but again, they all seem to be discordant as well, and so the different parts of your project are kind of fighting against one another. So let me give you an example. So here, the one thing that's consistent here is you can see the larger triangle, right? That is mimicking the sort of that looks like there's a stair and a sort of central triangle, right? There's like that's a base of understanding, and then you follow me, right? This can you see?
I
You probably
don't
can't
see
see
it.
my area.
I don't see it. Sorry.
All right. So
Yeah, there you go.
Who drew that? I didn't put annotation.
I drew
Michael
that.
draw it. Okay.
I drew that. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
on
yeah.
mute. Yeah.
So like that's the base, and then from that, right, you have the smaller triangles, and the smaller triangles can actually generate those rooms that you have, but two of them are occupied in the corners as you sort of spin around. So there's an idea in terms of that there's a consistent language there, and then the question might be, okay, so within that, where is there a pattern that is making openings or not making openings? So those two right there, they're like handling openings in a different way. So you're looking to see where there's consistencies, where there might be a larger sort of story, and then where there's deviation, and then how that relates back to essentially a larger idea. So the other piece, this becomes its own volume here, and it's just completely dislocated itself from the larger triangle. And then there's an idea, but it's really unclear as to why. Now there might be, in other words, you might have a reason for everything that you did, but the thing is, there's no relationship between those reasons. You have a lot of independent ideas here. And what one searches for as a designer is, how do you pull those together into more of a cohesive whole? So you have, and I think another way to explain it is, when in first year, when we talked about dominance in terms of like dominant readings, we talked about what exceptions do. And what you have here is that, all kinds of things, which is like, the different size of the triangular columns, the different ways in which they're articulated. Some are articulated as triangles, some are articulated as parallelograms, some are, the points hit a plane. Some of those are, a leg hits a point or hits a wall. Anyway, what I'm saying is that you have numerous inconsistencies, numerous exceptions, and what that's resulting in is actually a kind of cacophony, right? We're trying to figure out how one might stitch this together. If I look at this also, the little kinds of things, which are, like over this area right here, which I assume is, it might be past the property line, but there's another building sort of that's down below. That's a completely different condition than everything else that's around here. One is that I don't know if it's legal. The second thing is, but forgetting that, it's quite a huge exception. But the thing is, how is that advantageous for you? Now, the other thing to think about here, and I think this is very important, is that there's all kinds of architecture that's out there that's based on triangles. And largely that triangular architecture was generated prior to pre-digital. And the thing is, well, how did you, as you did in first year, how did you make drawings? Well, you used a triangle. And so you have architects like Frank Lloyd Wright, you have architects like I.M. Pei, you have architects like Norman Foster that that have used a triangle because that's the medium that was on the desk. And so that was an easy way to sort of like take this thing and flip that triangle around and move it, and see all these very interesting spaces that could be generated from that from that one sort of template, as it were. And that's really the potential kind of beauty that's in it. And there's a relationship between 45 to 45 to 90 or 30, 60, 90, and what those specific relationships are, how you open them, how you organize them. You've got a larger core that's here that's open. And then the question becomes, well, what are those outdoor spaces? How are those used? I mean, in other words, everything that you're doing is something that you're generating. And then I would just say that you have to ask yourself, you continue to ask yourself, what am I doing here? What's the rules I'm establishing? Why am I breaking those rules? How does that make the project? How does that make the project better? Again, it's about you being in control. And I would say one last thing, which is the reason I went to this plan is because it's very clearly drawn. It's something where I understand at least where this particular part of your project is. A lot of your other drawings, I'm unclear as to, really sort of where space stops and starts and what it's doing. And I would suggest that actually you're unclear as well. One of the things is that I guess I guess like Mike McCall, I'm a postmodernist in that I don't believe in either this or that, but really this and that. Is that I would do both the sort of straight up sections as well as the perspectival. It's not a question of one is better than the other. You actually need both, because the advantage of the perspectival section is that you have additional information. The advantage of the two-dimensional orthogonal projection of the section is that you're actually able to make a judgment of all pieces relative to one another in a very sort of precise manner. There's not, there's not a diminishment or an enhancement that's occurring due to a kind of perspective. And so each one has its own place. And again, that's why we're able to more easily, I think, talk about it here. So I just really push you on trying to push back and go, okay, what's my basic element? And that goes beyond the sort of concept thing, because I don't think we can even put together a concept at this point, because not only of the formal fragmentation, but more importantly, I think because of the operational fragmentation that you're doing. And I hope that's helpful for you. I hope you understand what it is I'm trying to say.
I appreciate it. Hey, Mike, just in fairness and making sure we get through all the students, we might just have to be kind of brief. So
I'll be very brief.
I appreciate it. We're just running late.
Jennifer, I appreciate your desire to be very dynamic and to look at alternatives, etc. I think I saw more of your project, however, maybe in the renderings, where I saw light and surface and photography really starting to maybe be prevalent. But if you want to do something like this, I think one of the things you need to do is reduce it and test it. And by that, I mean, if you were to go back and say, okay, what is my column grid? How do my tectonics work, beams, etc., on each floor? It would help you to understand what your project is in a way. Same with circulation, real simple architectural things. And then finally, to be completely redundant and like a broken record, the reason if I were a model, oh, that's a good one, and wanted to go here, I would want to go here. The rooms would be nice, that'd be fine, but I don't care that much. I care about the place where I can have great photos done, great editing done, great advice, etc. And that's what I really want to see in a project like this. So, but I really admire your attempt, and I think just keep going, keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. I think we'll try to do one more. Sophia?
Yes. Okay, does that look good? There's no like black little rectangle. Okay.
Good.
Hello, my name is Sofia Carrillo, and this semester I focused on designing a residency for painters. And so my residency provides both places for communal painting in a studio, as well as having their own individual place to work in their individual units. The studio also multifunctions as a gallery for when the artists decide to have an audience, which would probably be about once a month. Breeze brick walls diffuse light in the studio in order to not damage the paintings or paint that the painters work with, but also provides sufficient natural light for artists to paint. And so at the beginning of the semester, as everyone else, I worked on 12 models with a aggregation computational program and decided to further develop this one. At first, I was initially drawn to the aesthetics of this and these little pockets that are in these orthogonal places. But I did have a lot of issues with like fitting people comfortably in here. So I manipulated it in a way to create this. And looking at it from the site plan, it's located on the corner of Lake Austin and Hearn Street. And here you can only see all of these orthogonal, corners and edges. And the studio and gallery is actually curves. And this is to draw people to come in here because this is the public area. And I really try to separate the individual units from the public areas, which are the gallery / studio and the cafe. And each unit is made up of 2 floors. So on one floor, they will have their bedroom, and on the second floor, they will have their own kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. And these are some more units. I also tried not to follow a hotel kind of circulation. I also wrapped around some more units above the gallery to have a more complex design. And so this elevator right here that is inside of the studio is the main kind of circulation that takes you to the units that are above. And this is my section where I wanted to emphasize the feelings in the studio / gallery and how the units are surrounding it. There's also this courtyard that I forgot to mention in my plans. I'll go back to it. This courtyard right here is meant for meditation and relaxation. Sorry. This is another one of my section that really mostly emphasizes the units and how they are made up. And so this is a bird's eye where I wanted to highlight the circulation on the top level above the gallery and the bottom units. And this is what it looks like from the front and from the back. I also added a breeze brick wall in the courtyard that you can see right here in order to provide more privacy if they want to meditate in the courtyard or do yoga. This compression between the units and the gallery is really nice to me because I feel like it adds more privacy to the units. You know, they have to walk through this hallway in order to get to their units. And I feel like that is not going to make an audience want to go interrupt their privacy in their units. This is what the studio would feel like, but this is how it multifunctions into the gallery. Thank you.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Oh, I thought maybe you were waiting for something to load.
No, thank you. That's it.
So one of the things could you go back, just really quickly go back to the start and just click, like maybe a second each on each thing, and I'll tell you where I want to stop if I want to stop.
Yes, of course. This is my catalog.
Not here, not here, not here. Yeah, right there. That's good. That's good. Go back one.
Oh.
What I don't understand completely about this is how, again, I'm sounding like a broken record, how the artists work do they work only in the studio?
No, they can also work in their individual units. I made the bedrooms big enough for them to fit in a typical canvas and painter set, or they can also work on their balconies.
Yeah, okay, I got what you're saying. So I think that that's, again, one of those situations where what does a painter need? What does a painter want? What does she want when she's in her studio? Light, views, maybe, you know, space, wall space, probably a sink, you know, and all those things I just think to need to think through and think through. It's got to be kind of messy, right? Because you're going to spill paint all over. And I just think that this, again, it's kind of in about the music thing too, and all of these, they're so neat and beautiful. And I'd love to live here. I mean, I think that gallery is really, really exquisite, but I'm not sure that it gets down to the grit and dirt. I mean, maybe I'll just stop there, but I do really go to your ending concluding slide again. I think that this is a really beautiful space. Are those marble walls or what are those? Are they?
Yes, so ideally I would want there to be rolling walls so that they can have this whole space for studio space. And then when the audience is going to come in, they can just roll these walls in. So it probably wouldn't be marble because I know it's really heavy.
Well, I was wondering, maybe it's a faux marble. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
But as much as I love this space, I wonder if the quality of light is the right quality to view and work on art. And I'm not saying it is or isn't, but I wish that you could tell me why it was.
So I put this breeze brick wall in that I mentioned at the beginning because I know that painting can get really damaged with the sunlight. And so I think this successfully diffuses the light enough so that it's not damaging anything inside.
I think that for a gallery, you know, that's maybe correct, maybe not. I think that for painting, it's going to create an incredible amount of glare and backlighting. But I might be wrong. There's ways to study that stuff. Anyway, again, I think when I look at slide 23, and I mean, I think that it'd be a beautiful house in Austin. I just think driving down Lake Austin Boulevard, I'd go, oh my God, who did that? But I'm not sure if it's really appropriate for what you're doing. And that's one of the things that I want all of you to think about as you continue to work. You know, what is it? Who am I designing it for? And what is the purpose and how does it work? And those are as important as your early computational things, right? You need to test everything you're doing in terms of, I don't want to say appropriateness because I think that's kind of a cop out, but how does it work? If I'm a painter, where do I spill paint? Where do I get pissed off? Where do I go smoke weed? I don't know, all those things, you know? I mean, how does it work? It looks like it's just so beautiful. And I love that about it, but I'm not sure that I want to go be an artist in residence here. And I'm sorry, I said that to everyone, didn't I? But I love your work. So, you know, keep going. And I mean, I think that's really beautiful.
Babe. Oh, fuck, I'm muted.
So, Sophia, I think that this has come quite a long way since the mid review. So I think you've done a really excellent job in developing it further. If you could go back to the floor plan, the ground floor plan again.
Yes.
One thing that I think you've improved on is, again, you had this idea of using the circle or I guess the curved walls, the circular walls in your previous iterations, but they weren't really setting themselves apart. There wasn't really much of a reason behind it, and I think you have taken a stance on that to where you're using it to identify program and separate the two programmatic elements, and that the sculptural, more formal space within the circle is now the gallery specifically, and it's not just about this kind of, we just like the view for the panorama that we talked about. But what I also think is interesting is by the way you've positioned it on the site, you do show it very well in that in the rendering where you talked about the compression of space between the two. And so I think that you're using these architectural elements, the curve with the perforated wall against the very straight orthogonal wall, and the compression between it creates an emotive space, or while you're walking through it. I think the next level is to take that and say, okay, I've created this tension, but what's it doing for me? Why is it important that that tension be in this project? And why is this the relationship of these two very separate geometries, and how I've kind of slammed them together almost, but just left enough for you to pass through them? How does the experience of moving between those two relate to where it is in the project, what the two programs are, how they relate to one another? So I think as you move forward, you're using these tools, integrating them into that concept of relationships, not only within objects, but relationships within programmatic elements will be something to key on.
Thank you. I'll think about that.
Sophia, for you, what's the value of the fragmentation that y'all have been doing this semester? What do you think what do you think you've learned from that? And maybe I can get more direct, which is that what's do you feel drawn to that? Do you, just really, what's the value in fragmentation for you?
Sorry, I don't really understand your question. Could you?
Well, you could have, for instance, if you look at your circular brick structure, right? That's a fairly simple, straightforward geometric thing, right? Mm-hmm. It's symmetrical. It's understandable as a form. Mm-hmm. And then you look at that in relationship to all of the rectangular pieces, even the plan here. It looks like there's two building. Are those two rooms even exactly the same size, or they're slightly different? I can't quite tell from the room.
Are different, yes. All of the
but the thing that's of a completely different language, which is the rectilinear language, is completely different. And so then you drew that, right? You could have very easily made it say be an L shape, yes. A simple L shape, and all of the rooms could have been approximately about the same sort of configuration. So you've made the decision to make a different articulation in one part of the building, and then another one which is much more sort of let's just say the differentiation is much less. Why do you think you did that?
So since the beginning, I really wanted the studio and the gallery to be completely different from the units. And I did that because I didn't want the audience to feel invited to invade their space. And so that compression that is between the circles and the circular building and the units is also meant for that, for the audience to not really feel invited to walk into their space. The courtyard is supposed to be only for the artists, not for audience. And so I feel like by using a visually different, a physically different geometry, the audience is going to know, this is my place, and the residents can experience their own space.
That's right. But what I'm saying is that you could do that if you did that with one simple rectangle, and then you still kept the other circular shape that you have. That does that as well, right? So in other words, you want I understand that in terms of programmatically, those are quite a bit different. You want that to pop. That makes sense. But doesn't taking all of the other pieces and fragmenting those, doesn't that therefore compete for one's attention? In other words, wouldn't the place that you want to highlight, which is where most of your renderings are taken from, and I understand that being the sort of conceptual heart of your building, and I would agree with that, and that's the space that Mike really likes. If I did that with a single geometrical rectilinear shape, it couldn't be, I mean, it's of a completely different geometry, right? I mean, I wouldn't confuse the two. One would appear as background, and the other one is much more sort of formally robust, right? So as I start to fragment it, doesn't that start to, I mean, aren't you, so now I've got a little L-shaped piece that's broke off from the other ones, right? Doesn't that makes that one be an exception? And so therefore my, you know, my attention goes there as well. It sort of deviates from the attention of where you actually want that differentiation. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I mean, for me, the thing is, I think it's in terms of a clear reading about, you know, where you want your project to feel sort of synthesized with itself, and then where the deviations come from. If we could go just very quickly, if we could go, I think it's maybe your slide 5.
This one?
Yeah. So it's almost as though, and you'll have to try to bear with me here. It's almost as though those are two different buildings. You know what I mean? I mean, it's sort of the one on the right appears as though like there was a solid mass that was then carved away, and then you put somewhat similar windows in it. Like there's a system there that's sort of poking through it that's controlling the light. And by, you know, if I put some of them closer together and some of them further apart, they're able to modulate the light in the way in which I may want to direct that, right? So I can have, I mean, it is those become apertures, but they're controlled, as opposed to something that's just being along a sort of neo-functionalist line, which is that, okay, I'm just going to take it very pragmatically, which is one thing that one could do, and sort of see where it comes out. And then as you sort of turn the corner, then and it's about looking at your own drawing. So as I turn the corner, not only do I see, you know, your round lace, you know, parts underneath, but then also that opposite corner, you know, has a different reading. And then I'm starting to read a plane. I'm reading a plane there. I'm reading a plane at the other corner. And now it's sort of, you know, those are now planes rather than solid blocks that are being eroded. I'm just saying that one is that now where you are, the thing is to go through and realize where are things differentiated, at what degree are they differentiated, and how does that actually make my project stronger or weaker? And I just want to say one more thing. Go back to the same plan for a second. I'll just give you an example.
Okay.
Within the structure itself. So that structure itself, let's look at the round structure. So the round structure itself is that is a structure. The reading of it being bilaterally symmetrical means that center line is really, really charged. And so one would normally, what one would do there, I'm just going upon that logic, for instance, is that you might want to place your elevator actually on that center, as opposed to just having the edge of it butt against it, right? Because I mean, it's an object. So either the object goes all the way to the edge so that it's not interfering, or interfering as little as possible with the center space, and you get it further away from the center. So to what would be, I guess, closer to maybe a kind of where actually you have an entry at the top. It looks like, you know, it wants to be pulled away from that. The other thing would be that it might be located dead center. Well, if I did a dead center, then all of a sudden it becomes enshrined. And I didn't want to really enshrine the elevator, right? That's not the point. That's not the major space. But the other one that would probably make more sense is that you would take it then and that you'd move it so that the center of the elevator is in the center of well, right now, which is where you have the edge of it. Let me just annotate this really quickly. Right? Is that, oops, I can't do it. Okay. Okay, that the box is moved down. So it's located here, right? And it reinforces that shape, and it reinforces that shape. And then one thinks about, okay, this one is, and I'm not sure which one's most important, this opening or this opening. So one would go, let's just say, because I don't know, let's just say that's the main opening there. Well, then you're looking at it and going, okay, this is the opening that's here is, you know, it is near the center. Maybe that's the center, and then it's off edge. And then I would sit there and go like, well, okay, well, is it then, if that's the one here, right? This one is actually open towards here. This one is away, is away from there. So you're doing something completely different here. So is there like, would it make more sense like to understand this in terms of the rhythm? Like if that's where you're establishing it, and maybe again, it's in relationship to this, like, is there a system that you're establishing that you therefore understand how those openings are? All I'm saying is that every decision that you're making seems to be somewhat isolated. And again, I want to encourage you to think about where the relationships between those parts reinforce one another, and to think about and maybe you, I think there's I think I'm also concerned that there's not an understanding of what fragmentation means. And so again, little, like this, that's a move, that's a move, that's a different move, that's a different move. You know what I'm saying? And so like those all have a kind of meaning to them. And I mean, you've got this thing set up so powerfully, right? Because you're actually using now, I mean, here's the other question, is that whatever this building or this space may be, but you're setting up between this guy and that guy, this object, right? And so that makes sense. That should make total, I mean, it makes total sense to me. Does that make total sense to you in terms of what you did there, right? So I'm just saying, yeah, I would just say, and so, in other words, to reinforce that guy, you then think about, in other words, how the other fabric is surrounded. So anyway, it's all just about reacting to what it is that you've done, and you can start either way. You can start with a lot of little pieces and figure out how it might add up to a larger sort of concept, or you can start off with something very simple and fragment it the other way. And usually what happens in design is it's a back and forth process. I mean, it's very, very easy to sort of make something very complicated, and then one goes back to being simple, and then back to complicated, and then back to simple. In fact, many times that's really the only two critiques one ever gets on a review. And it should be more aligned and simplified, or no, it actually, it's just sort of sitting there dead on the page. So let's figure out how we can animate it.
Vince, it's getting pretty late. We probably should.
Yeah, we should wrap it up.
No, it's fine. They got till 12:30.
I don't. I got to get something to eat, man.
Well, I saw you have your camera off. You can eat with your camera off.
Oh yeah, good point.
Just make sure you turn your mute off.
But I think this is a good session, a good third semester project where you're starting, where doing the critiques is like detailed stuff that's important, that changes your project. So take all the critiques as a positive, that it does influence how your project will resolve, because the details will be important. But as a global general idea, I think it's a good process graphically, it's a good presentation, and you'll learn how to present your project better verbally as you grow and you mature in the career. But
yeah, I think one general comment on the talking about your project, a lot of times we're able now, as you're moving into designing these, you're starting to be able to represent architectural languages a bit more. A lot of times what's happening is what you're saying is not at all lining up with what you've drawn or what your building and design is saying. For example, on the last project, you talked about you had this compression between these two objects so that people would not go back into the courtyard. But actually, if you do compress a pathway and the way it was aligned along that line, that actually does pull people right through there. So like what you're saying and what you've drawn are actually at odds with one another. So thinking critically about what it is, like without talking about it and without what you want it to do, is what you've done actually doing that? And then also thinking about where you're coming from. You also mentioned on the top floor design, not wanting this. I didn't want this to be like a hotel. You didn't specify why you didn't want it like a hotel. You didn't specify what the advantages or disadvantages of that was. So like it not being something, if you start from the other direction of, I want it to do this, what is it going to do? And what it ends up being will be a lot, I guess, stronger and more integrated. And maybe you don't get such of those fragments. Well, here I was trying to not do this. Here I was trying to not do this. And that the fragmentation is a less one-off moments and a more cohesive idea. And that's more of a general comment for all of the projects today, not just you in particular, Sophia.
Yeah, one last thing I want to throw in very quickly is that there were 3 projects that were loaded up this morning, and I appreciated being able to look at those and because of the special condition that we're in. As I've told you all before, you know, after first year, you know, we're all more than willing to critique your work, look at your projects, have a discussion with you, constructive discussion with you whenever we can. Out of the 3, I did look at Jenna's, so I'll call Jenna out in the sense that, Jenna, if you want to have a review with me, just let me know. I'm more than happy. Don't feel at all pressured that you have to at all. Beautiful project, but if you want to, I'm more than happy to talk about it. So just contact me.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much, you guys, for having us, and I really appreciate the process you're putting these students through, and I think that the ability to manipulate and understand form is imperative to their ability to really make projects that become places that have significance and power and meaning in the future. So I think that it was really a pleasant morning for me, and thank you all.
Well, thanks. Yeah, thanks so much to our reviewers for joining, and yeah, we'll resume here at 12:30. But unless there's any other kind of final comments, I do want to just congratulate our group that went this morning on, you know, working in kind of unique circumstances, fully digitally, and really producing a nice set of drawings.
Yeah, I would just say very, very quickly that you know that being able to represent your ideas in the very sort of simple. We can't get at the constructive aspects. We can't get at the detail aspects of it until you've actually accurately represented space and form and those relationships between that and the site. And so, you know, I really appreciate what you all learned this semester. And anyway, I just want to prioritize that in terms of that's so very, very important. And I was very pleased to see the level of development.
Peace.
Great. All right. Thank you all so much.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, welcome. I think we may have our whole group here. I think at least all the reviewers, and we're getting all the students to join us as well. So thanks everyone for joining for the second session. I think maybe we'll lead off and just ask our two reviewers to introduce themselves to the students briefly, and then Suhash and I will give a little introduction to the studio, and then the final project that I believe 6 students we have for this session will be presenting today. So yeah, if the reviewers, maybe John, if you could introduce yourself.
Okay, great. Am I unmuted here and present? So, okay, great, good. My name is John Blood. I teach in architecture here. I believe I'm teaching design 4 in the spring semester, so I may have the opportunity to have some of you guys at that point. I'm a regular adjunct faculty member here, so I'm full-time, but not a tenure track position. But I've taught it for about 20, 30 years, something like that, so quite a while. Also teach at Yale, typically in the summer. I practice architecture with Elizabeth Danzy, and I work actively in the film and television community here in Austin as well, working in the art department as a set designer typically. Happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Benjamin Ibarra. I'm a faculty member here since 2013. I teach different courses, design studio. I also teach for the historic preservation program, which is a program I lead, and I also teach building technology, construction too. Some of you probably were in my class, yes or not? Not yet? Okay. So I teach construction too, and it's going to be construction too for the undergrad program from now on. And yeah, very, very happy to be here.
All right, great. Suhash, do you want to go ahead and share the screen? I guess maybe just as a brief introduction for Suhash and I, for the reviewers. My name is Kevin Sullivan. I've taught a number of the intermediate sequence courses, including the operational and speculation studios, and then Suhash and I have co-taught the speculation previously, and now we've co-taught this course, the integration studio. The integration studio is kind of within a transition within the curriculum as far as where it falls. So this version of integration is now, or is being taught to, and our group here is third-year students, so third-year undergraduate students, or it's not third year, excuse me, third semester undergraduate students. And the focus of the integration studio is, if you want to advance the slide, Suhash, that we're looking to focus on architecture as a tectonic or stereotomic expression, responding to the unique needs of a user. So kind of as an introduction to the kind of complex set of considerations that an architect would deal with in terms of understanding kind of programmatic needs, kind of big picture structural kind of approaches and concepts, ideas of site and context, and even for some students kind of venturing into ideas of materiality and constructability. So it's really been kind of a first go for a lot of the students at synthesizing and kind of integrating a lot of the considerations that need to holistically be considered kind of within a singular project. Now Suhash is going to kind of run through the sequence that our studio was organized.
Yeah, like Ken mentioned, for a lot of the students, like the first go to kind of put a building together. So the idea of the critique is more about programming, sequence, circulation, like clarity in that. The way we divide, it's also like our first all Zoom studio, just to get you guys an idea. It was all digital. We never met. It's one of those studios. We divided the semester in 3 parts. Assignment 1 was a precedent study, but the study was more on the structural analysis, like more understanding if it's a cantilever, what are the dimensions, what are the parameters to create a cantilever. if it's a hanging structure, what are those parameters? What's the depth of beams, columns, and so on? And if it's agreed, what is the right proportion depending on the type of construction it is? So it was ended up being more like a studio analysis with precedent. None of them were forced to take that further. And then assignment 2 was like the organization of a formal catalog. Like they were starting to play with party models that a lot of times turned into like a massing model to start informing what type of sequence of their program will kind of predict within that massing model. And then assignment 3 is the final on the formal design, where the design challenge was to create an artist residence here in Austin, Texas. Kevin will talk a little bit more about where in town, but the parameters were given to create a place for 10 to 15 residents, artist residents. They will select which type of artists. So a lot of them will go to the art, some of them will do sculpture, some of them will do dancing, culinary arts, or any other type of form arts. But we wanted to make sure that their response was really unique to the artist. So this is the critique we're looking for in this session. And I think, Kevin, why don't you tell us where?
So in terms of the site itself, so the site we chose is in kind of the western part of Austin, just west of Mopac. We're north of the river, and we're located kind of at the intersection of Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street, which is a residential kind of north-south street. The current program of the parcel is as a commercial dry cleaner. And in terms of kind of what we ask the students to kind of consider at the site level and contextually, was acknowledgement of Lake Austin Boulevard as a thoroughfare and Hearn Street as a residential street. Their adjacencies in terms of their immediate neighbors, but as well as kind of the negotiation between some multifamily and I think graduate student housing to the south, and then single family residence to the east, and kind of acknowledging the zoning limitations of the site as a kind of a 60-foot height limitation. Existing on the site, if you all are familiar at all with the site by chance, there is actually a fair amount of topography, of, no more 6 to 7 foot kind of grade change as you go up Hearn Street. But given the fully digital kind of nature of our studio, a lot of our students aren't in Austin currently, and so weren't able to actually go to the site. We did choose to kind of abstract the site and simplify it and consider it as a flat site. So they were more considering kind of the context and not the specificity of the topography of the site. So in terms of the kind of schedule, I guess, for the remainder of the review, each of the students has prepared a slide deck, and they have prepared a 5 to 7 minute kind of discussion leading through their process and their kind of final project, and then from which, per usual, we'll launch into kind of a discussion. If you do have access to the box link, you're more than welcome to download any of the PDFs to also follow along. But yeah, I think with that, we're going to lead off with Jenna, unless there are any kind of questions before we get going from our reviewers.
Is this an artist residence and studio combined?
Yeah, so each of the students, the kind of program set by the studio was an artist residency to facilitate 10 artists on a temporary basis, so that they would be coming for 6 months to a year. But then each student was allowed to, or was kind of charged with, determining the art form and artist community itself. So depending on their art form, some of them have different studio facilities that they've incorporated into their proposals.
Yeah, the practice does happen on site for the most part, and they reside on site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great.
Jenna, take over.
Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Jenna Hussain, and I decided to design a residence for writers. I decided that the residence would be an outward residence with an area for the general public to visit as well, a library space and a hybrid space between a cafe and an area for the writers to sell their own work. And for the workspaces, I wanted to create them to be maximum efficiency for the writers. So I decided to create isolated workspaces that were radially oriented from the center of the building to create varying views and privacy for their workspaces while maintaining the communal spaces in the center to maintain the idea of a community of a residence. So to create the isolation of the workspace, I designed this living unit that would angle the workspace away from the rest of the living space in the residential unit. And I explored different angles and sizes of them to create a catalog of aggregations. And the ones that I found most successful utilized both the long and the shorter unit. And these achieved the variation of orientation that I found was successful in creating the isolation of the workspace. And from these, I chose to develop 1.3, which not only had varying orientation of units, but also central spaces with circulation that I could develop further into larger communal areas. One problem I found with this design, though, was the large apertures at the end of the workspaces. They could potentially expose the writers to the commotion of the street and distract them from their work. So as I developed the model, I developed these apertures into balconies that would still allow light in, but serve as a buffer zone between the street and the isolated workspace. And the different views pulled out here help to show how the variation of orientation makes each workspace more individual to the writer. Looking at this site, as the professors mentioned, it's located on Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street. So on the corner, it can get quite busy. So these balconies help to protect from the distraction of visual audio noise from the street. The program of the building changes as with the density as you go higher through the stories. The amount of units in their proximity decreases from where they're intersected to create larger spaces on the first story public level to the private units on the third story. And this creates an open central courtyard in the center for gathering and circulation. So as I mentioned, on the first floor, this is open to the general public and the writers. So this space is a library and welcome area. And then the other public space is the coffee house and with an area to sell in-house published works of the writers. Moving up, the program becomes semi-public as it's still an area for gathering and shared kitchen and lounge space, but it's private just to the residents. And then the rest of the second story and third story are the private individual units with the workspaces and living spaces. As I mentioned previously, most of the circulation is central. So from the main central courtyard and the vertical circulation coming up from there. So on the first floor, the circulation happens underneath this courtyard with 2 elevators internally. And then moving up to the second story, writers can circulate on and around this courtyard, which leads to the entrances of their units. And from the courtyard up to the third floor, this leads to smaller terraces, which provide the entrances to the remaining units. And then in my floor plans, you can help to see the program and division of space more clearly. As you can see, the larger spaces are reserved for the public with bookshelves for the writers to sell their work in this space and library spaces for them to be inspired by other works. And then as you get to the second and third floors, the space becomes more dense and smaller, private to the individual writers. in section, you can see this distinction of space more clearly as the larger, taller spaces of the library are in contrastion with the private residential spaces, and also how the balconies extrude from these spaces to isolate the workspaces more clearly. In this section, you can see how the balcony works as a buffer zone to allow light in, but protect from any audio or visual distractions coming from the street. You can also see the larger bookstore and cafe hybrid space in contrastion with this smaller residential area, as well as the larger space of the courtyard, which is not only circulation, but also a space of gathering for writers to spend their free time sharing inspiration, ideas, or just hanging out when they aren't working. And then underneath this courtyard serves as a place for the public to gather and move between the two public spaces. And overall, in this residence, I aim to create a combination of the individual art of a writer, as well as the community feeling of an outward residence. Thank you.
Could you just elaborate? You mentioned at the very, very beginning that this was about a stereotomic or tectonic method of construction. Could you elaborate on either how that's present in your project or how that was pursued and talked about in the studio? Either Jenna or Kevin or Suhash, just so that I understand the context of fundamental making relative to these projects.
So a lot of them started with a massing model, and that was where a lot of them decided to continue within the stereotomic element of it, or get one component that will become the tectonic element of it. So it was more based on like subtraction from the stereotomic to create the apertures, to create the circulation.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so my space was mainly stereotomic, carving out the inside of this massing model to create these spaces.
Okay, good. Yep, good. I finally got everything to come up on my screen over on the second monitor, so I'm browsing through everything real quick. Then, I mean, if you want to jump in, I can jump in or elaborate in a second.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna jump in. I'm still trying to figure out I'm looking at the drawings and box.
How many units are there total?
Mm-hmm.
And there's 10 residential units.
Okay.
10 residential units.
And go back to the catalog of aggregation, please. Yeah. All right. So elaborate on this, please, just a bit.
Okay, so I basically took these 3 different types of units, different angles and different sizes to create these aggregations. So these ones used a combination of the shorter and the longer unit, and then these ones used just the shorter unit with scaled up to a double-story space. And then these used just the longer unit, and this used just the smaller unit as a one-story space. And I was just exploring the different ways that these units could aggregate to provide the variety of views that I was looking for. And then the central shared spaces that would help to create the community feeling.
Okay, this is the part that I'm very interested in, and I don't quite understand yet. So is there a basic unit, or is there a basic module which is then flipped or mirrored or inverted or multiplied to create the aggregation?
Yeah, that's this unit here.
Okay, so you have a slightly L-shaped, oh gosh, what would you say? Slightly L-shaped unit, we'll call it.
Yeah.
Which then gets multiplied. Are all the units the same size, or is there a variety of sizes of units?
A variety of the sizes in these ones, and then a double-story size unit in the twos, and then yeah, I just explored the different sizes and different combinations.
Okay, so how did you decide which one to pick?
So I decided based on what I was intending my design to achieve. So the ones that I was most compelled by were, as I said, these ones that achieved the variation of orientation the most. So that at the end of the angled unit where the workspace is, this would be isolated from the rest of the building to create a more secluded workspace.
Okay, all right. I think what you have is a very nice project. It's very well developed. How many people do we have in our session? Is it 5? I'm trying to figure out how fast I should talk.
We have 6. I think we do have to be fairly brief.
I will speak rapidly then. We'll do it that way. So we have a very nice, well-developed project right here. There's a couple of, so feel good. Okay, good job. There's a couple of variants on this that you might pursue. It's a little bit like I don't quite understand why one thing versus another, why you would pick one versus another. There's a variant that you could do, which is more deliberately rolling the dice. It's called aleatoricism, where it literally is based on the word rolling of the dice, where you say, okay, I can have a left unit or a right unit, and then you run a script. You can write a script and do it on Grasshopper. You could literally roll dice and say, okay, it's going to be element 1 or 6, and then you get a variety of things. You start to see if that richness starts to put you in the direction that you want to go, and then you can select from that. So right now it seems a little bit like I don't quite understand why it's one thing versus another, but that's okay. We'll talk about the thing you have right here. It's if I were to 2 things I think could be stronger. We'll put it that way. One is these open ends with the windows are going to be affected very differently based on the orientation of the sun. So there's a fixed variable on the site where the sun is always in the southern part of the sky, occasionally a little bit in the north in the morning in the summer, and the north in the evening in the summer, but that you start to understand that and start to figure out how to factor that into the variable in terms of how the window itself is treated. So a version of the aleatoric approach might be, I've got a box or a rectangle, and the aperture or the window is one of 6 types, or the roof, if you have a skylight, might be one of 6 types. So there's different variants, and one of my students in the studio just I'll have to look her name up, just did a really interesting version on that, but look me up, and that produced a very interesting project, and I think it's similar to what you're doing right here. It might be interesting. The other issue is on the tectonic versus the stereotomic. I think it's worthy of more precise understanding of what the definition of those things are, and I would pursue it in materiality. Right now, it's a little bit like these are all collection of boxes, as if they were made of foam board or chipboard and assembled together, which is neither stereotomic nor tectonic. So if you start to think about materiality, like if I had thick walls made of masonry or concrete or cast into the ground or made of a material which was undeniably grounded, that's one way to think about stereotomic, and maybe even someone's underground. If you had a slope site, part of it might be carved into the ground. There's a way to start to think about that. And the other part is tectonic, which is assembled together, like put together with little sticks, as a way to think about it. The work of the architect Tenga Kuma is a really interesting person to look at in terms of doing tectonic, like woven together, stitched together projects very well. So he's someone I would recommend just looking at in terms of somebody that understands that kind of work. And there's a potential to see the dialogue of the 2 materials in your project, I think, very richly. And there might be elements like hearths, fireplaces, foundations, carving into the earth that might be of the stereotomic type, and elements like the stairs or roofs or fenestration or screens that might be of the other. But I would just be a little bit cautious of working with things that are very box-like. Here in the US, we build with sheetrock and studs, which is again, is stuck in the middle. It's something which is inherently neither one nor the other. And I think at this stage of your development, because there's a lot of beautiful space and complex development right here. There's a real opportunity to start to think about when something might really get thick and how that might be versus something which is like relatively thin or extremely thin. So thickness and thinness would be an element I would introduce into the further development of your project at this point. Okay.
Thank you.
And you bet. Look at more detail and Ben, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with John's comments, and perhaps having a conversation with him, I will argue also that your project is more stereotomic than tectonic, although there is also some middle ground there that makes it kind of confusing. But what I'm very intrigued about is the process, right? And how you actually arrive to the solution that you are presenting today. And I think that is something that I think would make it even more powerful. I agree, it's a really provocative piece of architecture, and formally is very appealing. And I think it has been treated as a sculpture, right? And I remember talking about sculpture with sculptors I have always been amazed how many of them do not do a sketch or do a 2D version of their work. They actually work in 3 dimensions all the time, and with their hands, right? And it's quite remarkable. And I believe that intuitively, or in one way, your project reminds me of that process in which you are kind of arranging things, or not with your hands precisely, but in the computer. But it's almost like if you were placing them with your hands, right? So in that regard, the work feels very intuitive. It feels very kind of free form, and the results are quite pleasing. However, I think it will be also interesting an exploration in which you start looking at what are those different patterns or situations that, and what are the and how they actually work, your modules or your units, as you call them. And then unit, first of all, emerges out of the blue. This is my unit, right? And again, as a sculpture gesture. But there is not really an or evidence here. Perhaps you understand it, of why it gives the unit, why the unit gets that shape, and why that some are more elongated or shorter or wider. I mean, there probably should be a study, especially if you are looking at spaces that are going to be inhabited. And then start thinking about, okay, how these units connect with each other. It will be, because there is a point especially on the ground floors, where the units that are completely diluted, right? They merge with each other. They actually make larger spaces, and it's hard to read where the unit was, and the argument of the unit starts to get a little bit, difficult to keep up with. So I will or to maintain. So I will encourage you to think about how, in this regard, how you can create a system of steps, or a set of steps, a system in which you are actually explaining this thought process in which you arrive to this conclusion. Because I feel that there is a lot of that in your project, and I will make it even stronger. At this point, it looks just like, okay, I have all these shapes. I put them together. I chose the one that I thought was the best, but I'm not seeing completely the implications of merging and connecting these units. For instance, it will, in one of your plans, it will be good to see, perhaps with dotted lines or dashed lines, where the units were, right? And how you ended up diluting or removing or transforming the unit, but understanding that underlying logic and geometry that is giving shape to the whole thing. Otherwise, I think it's, I agree, it's a very special project, and a project that is thought spatially, and I really appreciate that. It's not a project that was drawn in plan or presented fully in plan, or sometimes, fully in section, but it's actually thought in volume, right? and I really commend you for that. So I think it's a really interesting way of working, and I will encourage you to continue, but also to reflect what the results are and how you can create a more convincing set of rules for yourself, so we understand better where your conclusions come from.
Yeah, I think those are great comments. And Jenna, I know, it's always kind of, as you're looking towards the holiday break, the idea of continuing the project on is daunting, but I know you were kind of very thoughtful throughout your process. So I think drawing that process and kind of folding that in would be, especially while it's fresh in your memory, there's some diagrams here that I think, the reviewers are touching on that would really, benefit to kind of, to explain a little bit of your process.
One last thing before we move on. I know we need to move on because of the number of students. So there's a wonderful complexity to the project, and I love the central space that goes through everything. Almost all of the rooms are of the same dimension on the inside. They're all about 10 foot by 10 foot. So there's a kind of repetitive, and claustrophobic is too strong a word. It's like it would be wonderful if somewhere within this complexity there was the delight of a double height space or some spatial relief, or it felt bigger on the inside when you were inside than it appears to be in the outside. So it's one thing I look for as I develop it. If you're in Austin, there's a really insane condo project from the 1970s on 6th Street, up right next to Z Tejas. That's very much like this, and I've always wanted to live there, but never got a chance to. So it's a lot of good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so helpful.
All right, Eli.
Who?
Eli.
Eli, okay, great.
Hello. Sorry, I'm trying to get the full screen. Okay. Hello, I'm Eli Johnson. I've been working on a residence for musicians, and the focus for me, the concept was that any style of musician, any skill level, it didn't matter whether or not you were a beginner or if you were a professional, you would be able to come to this residence and collaborate together with other people to learn skills that you wouldn't have had the chance to learn, and be exposed to things that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise. And so I was really focused on creating a space that would promote collaboration between the residents, and to really focus not on performance for the public, but to focus on skill building within a community that forms at the residence. So the catalog that I've developed with some computational methods, I focused on selecting models which would kind of promote the circulation through a building as the communal space, like merging communal space and circulation into one thing, so that people are forced to walk through these spaces, and it helps to promote that community. So model number 5 was interesting because it started to give me moments of split level circulation. Number 7 also gave these same moments, but I felt it was lacking in a more central quality. And then number 9, I felt was the most successful Parti model because the circulation, it was really evenly broken up and wrapping around this sort of central figure here, which ended up becoming an elevator core in the final mass. And here in red, in the red color in all of these illustrations was representing spaces that are areas of interest that were more communal, and as the color gets deeper, they become more private and closed off. The building is situated on Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street, and so since Lake Austin Boulevard is a really busy street, I didn't want the entrance to the building to be straight off of Lake Austin, and I gave it some trees to screen against the noise and the clutter. And as you can see, the entrance, you enter from the side. Lake Austin Boulevard is running parallel to the bottom of the page here, and Hearn Street runs vertically. And so once you enter, if you're a visitor and you're being invited to a performance, which will be held in this space here, you basically have this one general pathway, and it's not open to visitors beyond that. But residents can come in and they can use the elevator or these stairs. And once they're in the second and third floors, it's just this large spiral circulation all the way around, bringing you through these different zones and out to these balconies where you can collaborate or relax with others. And then on the fourth floor, it is just units, residences. It's the most private area of the whole place. So there's still a couple of small balconies, this one on the back and a larger balcony over here where you can collaborate, but it is mostly just for living. And then just to reiterate that the public is relegated only to the bottom floor. The focus of this project is not to perform for the public, but rather to build skills and collaborate with each other. And so another part of the concept was that this would be for a group of musicians or an individual. So an individual who applies to live here might take advantage of the studio type layout, which was one of my units that I aggregated. And a group of up to 3 people would take advantage of the suite style layout. So on this first floor plan, you can see again the entrance running straight through horizontally, and the stage area, it's a rather small stage area because again, it's not about performance catering to the public, but here is where the pre-performance space would be, and a sort of lobby and some sort of backstage storage and practice areas back here. On the second floor, the stairs begin to come out to these different levels. There is a smaller zone here, 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 and here. All of these are just different landings where a different space sort of emerges for maybe just leisure, like I've depicted here, or maybe you're on the balcony practicing together or playing. And then the third floor, you just come up to this mezzanine right here, and you enter into this is the largest formal kind of dedicated practice room, sort of like a band hall would be. And then the top floor is just all the units and a couple of smaller balconies and communal spaces out here. From Hearn Street, you can see the entrance cutting all the way through the building. There's a strong visual connection all the way through the building on the first floor and the second floor. And then as you enter and you begin to see these circulation, the stairs and the levels that are getting split up, on this side, you have this nice double height space, which is the biggest space in the project. And then on the other end, you have the stairs beginning to cut into smaller areas, which promote a more private, maybe practice on these balconies. And then from Lake Austin, you can see that visual connection through the building again here. And these more stereotomic areas are the private units and practice or administrative rooms. And then as you cut in, you can see again the option to either you can take the elevator up that runs through and everything else kind of wraps around the elevator, or you can just take the stairs. Here's another view of the entrance. You can see it again, just reinforcing that idea that there's a strong visual connection all the way through. And this camera is taken from Hearn Street so that you're shielded from Lake Austin by these trees and this mass here. And then this is one of the balconies I've highlighted here, an individual utilizing the space on the outside, while a group is utilizing a different space on the inside over here, but they're still visually connected. Finally, this is the largest, the double height space for practicing and we're collaborating or just relaxing. And I've shown it here where there seems to be a lot of people in a practice setting, just to highlight that there is a lot of different levels, like this back here, or in this one back here. There's different zones that you can be using at the same time while being visually connected. So in summary, I was really focused on creating an area that would be, it's really about promoting your skills and your love for music, even if you're not especially skilled to start off with, and to give you exposure to different types of styles that you might not have had, and you just really collaborate for the love of music and not necessarily for a public performance. Thank you.
What's the X in the middle?
The elevator.
That'll be better if you put it somewhere else, I think. It's kind of clogging up the middle of your project. It's so interesting. You've almost accidentally or independently, not accidentally, recreated one of my favorite projects of all time, which is very little known. It's a Herman Hertzberger project for a school in Amsterdam. They're called the Apollo Primary Schools, and they're just the most beautifully scaled projects in the world. I'm gonna oh gosh, I hate to do this. I know we're short on time, but can I grab the screen for just a second to share this thing?
Of course. Yes.
And then we'll come right back to you. Okay. Ooh, or not. Maybe I can't. Let me try it again. Yeah, here we go. Fine. It has this cross section right here. So it's a split level school that has this little bitty courtyard in the middle, and somewhere out there, I can't quite find it, but there's photographs of this central space, which again is really, really beautifully scaled. It's this space right here that fills up with people, and it's a double height space. There's little balconies and all these photographed little kids in the space, and it's just the most beautifully scaled, sensitively designed thing in the world. You're very, very close to pursuing that in your project. It does require that the center of the space be in a, there's not a photograph of like the entire school meeting in here, which is a pretty nice, it was a pretty beautiful moment. There it is too. That's a really nice, that's a nice image right there. You get the idea. So it's something which is a central communal space, but it also breaks into these little courtyards that are sprinkled around. Very simple floor plan, looks like that. So it's a project you might want to take a look at, just because it's, and if you can find it, there's a book called Lessons for Students of Architecture that is featured in. That's an essential project to look at. So I would get the elevator out of the middle of that thing and let it start to breathe on the inside. So bring some light in from above, let it connect out horizontally, let some sense of that space be the kind of central breathing middle part of the project. But you have to kind of loosen a couple of things up and to make that start to happen. It's aesthetically very similar too, which is very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, I had no idea about that building. I'll definitely look at it.
He's not very popular these days, but he's someone that influenced Rem Koolhaas in his early education, and has a lot of influence in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I agree with John's comment on the central space. You are almost creating like internal courtyard there, and all the space is kind of moving around it, and the elevator just gets on the way. And I think that moving also forward, I think your initial schemes suggests that you are thinking again in volume, but also that you are not, and therefore you are not necessarily thinking on horizontal slices or plans, right? And then once you move into designing the building, we start to see that, yeah, you have the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, etc. And your drawings start to suggest this notion of moving up and down some of the spaces. And I think that you have a lot of possibilities there. So the arrangement of your spaces and which is, I think, a consequence of your project, suggests that those shifts that I'm talking about they don't have to occur only on the horizontal dimension, meaning in plan, but also on the vertical dimension. So I think that that will really make the project more even stronger, right? So we start seeing with that space over there in that section, that double height space, a hint of that. So the question is, how things are started can perhaps move a little bit more back and forth beyond that. But it's definitely a very mature project. It's impressive to see the level of resolution and the clarity, and also when I say the resolution, is how well each one of the different components is working. It's working, and that central space is quite is remarkable, and I think it will give a lot of character to the building. So you did a great job.
Thank you very much.
I think those are really good comments. Yeah, we could move to the next person.
The the site could use some engagement. It's a little bit left over, like it's just like the stuff that's outside. And that's the one thing I would say, that there's an opportunity at the lower level, probably for all of these in a way, to start to really create or claim or define some space that's out there. There is a retaining wall to the north side, which automatically defines space. And that's an opportunity to for you to pursue as well.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thanks, Eli.
Who's next?
I am.
Gosh, go for it.
Can you see the screen?
There's a little box at the top. Yasha, maybe you can move that off the.
Is it?
So Kevin and Suhash, are we doing okay in terms of the comments? Do we still have more time?
We're doing okay.
We're
Yeah, I
good.
think,
Same
yeah,
things.
yeah, we're good on time.
And no, I'm not concerned about, going a
As
little
far as the
beyond
content.
the 2:30 time. It's just wanted to make sure that, how many students are we supposed to read?
Six.
So we are for the third. Okay. So we
it's
stay. We are.
15 minutes apiece,
We're good.
yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
So about 20 minutes each now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Yashna Kongal, and I design a musician residency. And so the program of my musician residency is for individual classical musicians who are either still learning or in the professional field to be grouped together to have a learning experience on group ensemble practice. And so from this, I had the idea of having multiple clusters. And so for my aggregations, I tried to develop them. So I started out with these small, more cubular units, and I had the idea of 3 separate clusters. But I think one general cluster that contained all 3 would have had a more collaborative idea with it. And so from this, I took the rectangular unit and aggregated it here. And so this one became a more successful model in that these clusters would overlap in certain places, which could lead to potential new areas for vertical circulation. I tried to develop it more, but there were too many units, and I think the rectangular one was more successful, especially with the idea of a courtyard that's not quite shown here. And so after adding a couple more units and developing it, I came up with my model. And so it's a lot more stereotomic. The general cluster here contains all 3 in program. And where they overlap is where the vertical circulation happens, which is seen with the tectonic units. And so for the circulation, the bottom floor is where most of the group work happens. It's where the kitchen and the group practice room is. And then as you go up, the rest of the floors are for residential units. And so that's where they live. And they also have individual practice rooms. This can be seen in the plan. And so because this program is more focused on the experience and learning how to work in a group ensemble, there is no formal performance area, but this general courtyard right here near the entry is where they can have an informal practice space. And it's away from Lake Lawson Boulevard where it's very busy. And so those passing by can stop and listen. Again, the bottom floor is where most of the group work happens with the kitchen and the large practice room. And then as you go up, the individual units each have their own practice room and then their own living space. And then there's another one for that cluster. And so each section shows the relationship of the clusters in the program. And this one cuts through the courtyard. This one here cuts through the kitchen and the group practice room, and in its relationship to the residential units. While this one cuts through the main hallway that connects to the vertical circulation and to the other floors. And so from this view, you can see the different fenestrations. And so the larger fenestrations are more for the bedrooms to allow in more light, while the skinnier ones are for the practice rooms, because the practice room still needs some light, and I thought some natural light would be very nice, but to have a large fenestration might play with the acoustics of the room, and so I kept it skinny and high. here you can see the entryway to the general courtyard here. So people passing by can watch any performances. You can see the idea of the clusters around here too. And then this is a view that goes out from the courtyard. And so my residential program is aimed for musicians to be put in together into groups and collaborate. Thank you.
I'm finding across the board and these different projects, and I think this makes it very patent, very clear, is that you guys, and especially this one is also doing it very well. You are working with a program that is relatively large. However, you have addressed really well this notion of being in a residential neighborhood. This idea of being Lake Austin's boulevard and then more and more residential street, and the intersection and the complexities that it brings in terms of scale and making city, I think has been addressed very well. And I think this project really is a good example of that. Because when you look at the project, has on the one hand this kind of institutional, a little bit more larger scale presence. However, it remains as a building that can be inserted into a neighborhood, right? And in that regard, I think it's very successful. I also find strong the clarity of the different components or modules or volumes that you are working with. Right at the beginning, I think we're talking with Jenna about how those, when they merge, they got a little diluted. I think in this project we are seeing that a clear development in understanding how those different modules work and interact with each other, and they are also expressed in the architecture very well, right? You can clearly identify those modules. It almost makes me think, I know that you guys didn't think about perhaps a lot about construction or materiality, right? Per se, with more detail, but it almost makes me think that this is a type of project in which you, Yeshna, could propose a prefabricated, component that somehow, creates an assembly of multiple of them in order to form the building. Going back to those references that John Blood was talking about, it of course reminds me of Moshe Shafty's housing project in Canada. They call it Drama, or yeah. I don't know if you have seen it. Have you seen it, Joshna?
I have not.
No, I will look it up and then put it on the chat. But it's quite interesting because it's similar. And the big thing about this project at the moment, right? I think it's Montreal. It is that all of these units were prefabricated and then placed. And what is also interesting is that the moment everyone was kind of not happy about the project, and nowadays I think there is a waiting list for buying a unit and living. It's a really nice place. So I find that clarity, an asset to this project, and I really commend you for that. And in addition, just seeing the how well the spaces are developed, the relationship between them, is really strong, and how it is not only a project that was developed in plan, but also was developed in section. And to finalize my comments, I think that the space in the middle, the courtyard that you have created, the entryway, which is beautifully illustrated in your last two renderings, is just an Austin piece of architecture, right? It's something that really will go well here. You are providing shade, you are providing a microclimate. You see how those spaces work in many areas around town and are part of the character of the city as well. So I commend you for the scale, for the clarity of the scheme, and also for the resolution. And at the end, that central space, I want to be there. You know, I want to be there. You did a good job, Yashna.
Thank you.
Okay, so I get to be bad cop then? Is that how this works? Thanks, Benjamin. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I think what Benjamin says, which I will support, I mean, because you don't want everybody to be good cops. So I do think that the massing is broken down in a way that it can be made to fit into a residential neighborhood. Keep in mind, these are single family houses, which are standalone things, but the massing broken down, I think, in a way which I think is actually potentially very sensitive to the neighborhood. Could you scroll up to image number 9, please, or go up a little bit? I do have a little trouble reading your plans, and I think your sections are undeveloped. And the one thing I would look at is the, it doesn't, it looks like it's a collection of parts, and it doesn't quite turn into a whole, especially in terms of that central space in the way that it might. Right now, the central space is a leftover space that's in between the individual units. And I do think there's an opportunity. There's almost, it's a little crowded right now. Go up a couple more. I'm looking what it says number 9 on the one I'm looking at here. It's the slightly aerialized view, that one right there. Yeah, okay, so if I look at this one right here, okay, so one way you can talk about projects is they're a collection of forces or concerns that emerge from the inside out and from the outside in. So we think about the outside in, you don't want the massing to be too obnoxious. You'd like it to be broken down into something that expresses the individual, and it does do that. This has a central space which never quite gets an identity. It's just like shoehorned in between these individual units in a way which it never quite gets to be believable. I don't understand this solid wall here. Why is that a solid wall? Because this is circulation space to these two units, if I am reading it correctly, right?
Mm-hmm. So originally I had it, the whole thing as a, like it was all closed off, and then the vertical circulation itself was the open part. But because of how dark it was on this side, I opened it up to the air, and I wanted it to reflect on this side, but I kept this solid, and I wasn't quite sure how to go about if I were to open it up more.
Well, I think you already have a precedent for how to do it over here. I mean, you've introduced these elements which are very tectonic and screen-like, and quite honestly, there are things that you could like run all the way down this way. My beautiful drawing, like a blind 4-year-old. There we go. And then it could run across the top to provide some shade. So you have an element which is vertical and talks about this semi-public perforated screen or shared space that might be up above. And it lets the space feel a little bit bigger. Right now, because it's a solid wall, it feels crunched in much more. So it's a way to start to give that central space more of an identity in and of itself. There's, I guess everybody's working on Rhino because of the modern world, but there's a version where if you were forced to make a bunch of like a model that's too small to see the individual unit, where you had to see the whole thing, like a physical model about this big, like clay or something, or rephrase what the problem is. So I would say maybe, okay, build me a model of the central space. So you don't get to build the whole units. You only get to build the face of the units as they face the central space, but you develop that so it has a central identity, including the ground plane. So the ground plane, and then you get to actually build the musicians and put them into there. So they have some sense of being celebrated within that space, and it has its own identity. So there's a couple of reframing of just like subparts of this that you might want to add into your palette of how you begin to work to enliven and enrichen this thing. And the other thing is your sections are wanting of delight. Go to your last couple of images right there. There we go. So they're just layers of things that have been stacked on top of each other. Okay, so there's something where, again, it's a comment I made for the first person that I reviewed, Jenna's, I think, which was like, it would be nice if somehow the spaces inside had some sense of spatial connection or relief, which began to open up. And this is something that you want to really, as an instructor, really watch out for projects that just begin to layer cake each other on top of each other. So you really somehow want to start to see the opportunity of section to create the sense of delight and space and being a body that inhabits a space. You want section to be enlivened, and it's a really difficult, hard lesson to learn. And I was in school I was in architecture school for 7 years. I didn't figure this thing out about really looking at the section to be something to hold a central constant idea till you're 5. It took me a very long time to start to see, like, what's the sense of an inside versus what the outside. They don't have to be one to one. These don't have to be boxes of units. The roof on the ceiling and the inside frequently is a very different thing than the expression of the space on the outside. And there's an opportunity to disconnect those two things. And maybe if I suppose a more obnoxious instructor might force you to do double height units, or you have to be on a site that slopes. You've got to navigate the terrain. And those are things that'll encourage you, or maybe like nudge you in the direction of saying, like, how can I make a more interesting cross section? Look at the cross section through Corbusier's Marseille block, which is an interesting idea because on the one hand, it's a very horrible program because it's a double loaded corridor. But the way he got around them, just like any kind of like a hotel or bad dormitory or prison or hospital, you've got a corridor down the middle and you got units on the two sides. But the way he made it wonderful was he only did that every 3rd floor, and the hallway connected to the top of a double height unit that connected all the way through the building. And the other side of the hall connected to the bottom of a double height unit that connected all the way through the building. So in section, there was this very clever spatial opportunity to let the units be ventilated on both sides and to have this kind of wonderful spatial richness to them, even though it was a pretty ruthlessly austere floor plan. So I would look at that as something to begin to say, okay, how can I get delight and space and wonderful opportunity inside this thing you've got? Good.
I think I feel that, since I find that this comment of the section and the stacking, appropriate. I think that is what I was talking at the beginning, Yashna is about how you present the project, right? If it is was about these modular components or units that are kind of stacked on top of each other, perhaps will start to make sense. But just responding a little bit to you, John, on because it's interesting that, and this is going to happen, I think in every review when, for instance, I found the program, the courtyard really provocative, and I think it does a lot of things, and John thinks it's more kind of leftover space. So therefore, I'm going to say why I think it's an interesting space. And not because I like it. I don't like to use the word I like it because, whatever I like, it doesn't really matter. But I think more about what it does, and I think it's I find, just in this section, right? Well, you can claim that this space can be a little narrow, but there is a relationship between the upper space and the lower space. If this will be open, right, there is a possibility for someone to stand here and look down. And then if you go down to your last renderings, I think that we start seeing what I find compelling about this space is how these volumes move on top of you, right? Or when you are standing there. It's not a monotonous, just regular light well or courtyard, right? It's something that has a sculptural quality. And the renderings here, perhaps if you accentuate a little bit more the shades or the shadows, etc., you will see how there is perhaps wasn't completely intentional, but as a consequence of the process, you start seeing some qualities that not only are spatially, but also the light will produce with that space. So I see certain richness, and complexities in these relationships, that spaces that happen up and down and how they move back and forth. For me, that's what is compelling about this courtyard. And I think that is what is strong. Is there room for improvement? Of course, there is room for improvement, and for more, I will say, self awareness of what is it that is happening here, and somehow be clear during the presentation. But just the process has led you to a proposition that, in my perspective, is propositive and is rich not only visually but also spatially.
Okay, I'm gonna have to, I know we have to probably wrap up and move on, but because you're being so positive, I feel obligated to be the bad cop. Okay, so I would put it this way. I think each of the documents you present tells its own little story about the project. And this one kind of works almost, but it might be by accident. And that's what you want to watch out for. It's like if you do something by accident, that's okay, but you got to figure it out and why it begins to work. So if I go from that image to your cross section through the space, which is section A, actually section A or section B, those do not demonstrate to me that that space is a wonderful thing. So they have to be worked on some more, or they have to be tested or developed, or they have to do a floor plan that combines with these things. And I get rid of the colors because that's really about like coding a certain kind of use. And let's just see what the space looks like and start. There's a word we throw around you'll hear called rigor. So what rigor means is a oh shoot, I have to look it up. Actually, looking up the definition of the word rigor is a good idea. If you ever hear it on a review, it basically is an intellectual interrogation of what your proposition is to the point where you completely understand it. Like, is this a good space or is this not a good space? And if I really looked at that space so that I could see what the space is, and I've done the drawings that tell me the story about that space as well as communicate it to other people. And that's all. Good. Makes sense, Yasna?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thanks.
Okay, you want to be bad cop this time, Ben-Amin, or?
Sounds
I mean,
good.
I haven't seen
I will
that,
do.
so.
I will do my best. I'm not really good on that.
Now, sometimes, especially with first year students or first or second year students, we'll just review amongst ourselves, but I'll assign the students to be good cop or bad cop, depending on, like, the one before has to be good, and so that they really don't know how to do it. So there's real value in being bad cop. It's like, how can
No, I understand. It's important.
So you have to take it with that grain of salt. You want people to be bad. You want your friends to be your bad cop. You want to, which is what's great about meeting in person. You like the person you walk by every day, saying like, "Hey, is this any good?" Or it's like, "What am I missing here?" So you definitely want to develop the bad cop in your circle.
That's right. I agree.
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me and see my screen well?
Okay, who do we got? We have Jordan, right?
Yes, Jordan.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. So for my design, the purpose of the people within the residency is orchestral musicians. And it's for intermediate to advanced level musicians to learn advanced techniques, but they'll also host workshops within the residency. And at the end of the residency, the point is to come together as a whole and do a performance in a space for both public and the private guests that reside there. So in my massing models, one of the things that I wanted to look for was an inclusivity or a wrapped around the main auditorium space. Because if you're going to perform there at the end of the residency, I feel like it was good to have that connection to it instead of it being on a whole nother side of the site. So I ended up choosing this one as it wraps around completely around the auditorium area. So here's the first floor. You enter through a series of like 3 doors, choosing whichever. And then it holds like an atrium space for the guests and residents to sit, talk to each other before entering the performance space. In addition to this, there was the lounge space to incorporate collaborating with other musicians and learning from others. In each room, a practice room is connected to it. This was one of the big things that I focused on because I feel like each musician should have their own individual practice room and not have to go somewhere to collaborate with others. Here's the second floor. This holds practice group spaces here. And along with the practice spaces within the residency, I wanted to incorporate green areas or spaces because as the nature of being a musician, you're usually in like a small enclosed room without much light. So having spaces for those residents to like get out, that'd be through a balcony or a terrace to talk to others and just be outside, I thought was very important. And then the third floor is just the last 2 units of the site. So, and then along with balconies as well. So here's an aerial view. Within the circulation, there isn't really much besides having to have that main area space on the ground floor for both guests and themselves. So within the section, it was important that there was both a lounge area and the space for the auditorium. So the auditorium was the main focus because it's such a big aspect. This is the only space that has like an enclosed 4 walls without windows. And then here's another section of the rooms and the balconies. In addition to the auditorium space, there are many, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Having the individual practice rooms created a acoustical privacy, but I placed windows, large windows, so people walking around the site could view the musicians practicing within it. And then here are some perspectives. And this is the front entrance. So you can enter through the 3 openings. And then you also have the cafe eating area with the lounge to your right. And then you can see a practice area for a resident. And then just an overall view of the site.
Jordan, I have a question. Why did you? Why the auditorium? I mean, why to make this building or your proposition about the auditorium? Is the largest space, the most prominent space?
Mm-hmm.
From what I have seen, I don't know in what extent it was part of the project, as program, as an auditorium to develop. So why did you take that route?
I took that route because I wanted, it was more like cause and effect, I guess, because I wanted each resident to have their individual room, their practice room to practice by themselves. But having the auditorium also function as like an additional space for all of them to practice together. And have that collaborative aspect to interact with each other and like learn from each other because they're trying to advance their techniques.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But you are talking about those individual rooms. Mm-hmm. Still, you haven't answered the question about why the auditorium. How does the auditorium reinforce that?
How does it what? Sorry?
How does the auditorium reinforce that idea of individual practicing spaces?
Okay, so from the question, what I understood is that I'm not entirely sure.
Are you
asking, I guess. Yes.
What do you play?
I play the bass, like the string bass.
Or multi-genre?
Just classical.
Electric or upright bass?
Upright.
Okay, so orchestral bass.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so back to the question. So you seem to be very sensitive to the program, which I think is really interesting. You're paying attention to how these things begin to really work. And there's multiple aspects to how the program work. I'm gonna work around to Benjamin's question. So there's a place where you have to live and sleep. There's practicing, like scales in a practice room. There's rehearsal with a small group, which is a different kind of thing. And then there's performance. So there's like different social aspects to how music and being trained as a musician begins to operate. And I think you're actually really paying attention to the program, because you've provided for a space which has controlled larger group meetings, and you actually have practice rooms in the program itself, which is, a thing which is sometimes actually needed. Now, it makes your program too big for the site, right? That's what's going on, including this higher, I can't think of a better word than performance, like higher operating, like group performance space, which now you have like an elephant you have to put in your project in addition to everything else. And that's a thing as a designer you should also pay attention to. So on the one hand, you're actually thinking through the program in a much more serious way, and you're starting to accommodate these different aspects. And it's a good exercise to go through and name them the way that I just did. And then as a designer, you have like, oh no, I have too many things to fit in my bag. It's what am I going to do? So you have this like monstrous piece of a thing that's here that somehow you need to accommodate. So, and it's filling up your project. So because I know we only have a little bit of time, and normally I'd ask you, but say, okay, what are you going to do with this thing? You have several choices. One, you put it underground, very expensive, or put it way up in the air. So you guys have a much taller project than anything else, but shoot, neighborhood. Okay, so there's some issues with that. The other thing you could do is you could like compromise its performance properties and combine it with the central circulation space, which is what we saw with the Montessori school that Herman Hertzberger did in the earlier program. So this main group thing, it's not a separate auditorium for the entire school. It's also the central circulation space, which is in the middle of the building. So that's, at this scale of project, that might have to be a direction that I would encourage you to start to figure out if that's going to begin to work or not, or stick to it and say, no, it's this big box on top of everything else. And then, the neighborhood will have to figure out what to do with that. Does that start to make sense? Because right now you should have felt, man, I've really got these too many pieces in the middle of my project that starting to cram everything up. And one very important thing in terms of space planning, or I guess, like getting programs to start to work, especially in like houses and residential programs, is you really don't want to have circulation space, because all you could do, like a hallway, all you could do is walk down the hallway. You can't do anything else with it. So if you walk through a space that has a function to another space, then you're getting double use out of how that space begins to work. So especially in these tight programs, you want to be able to like double up. So I have a space that I walk through. I can go through here to get to my room, but it's also the library or the place where people eat, and or the place where people are like doing their small scale rehearsal also happens in those spaces, or you have to find some way to double up the program so that your total square footage is to be smaller. So now you get space, you get program, everything will start to work better. So those are things that might have crossed your mind that you should pay some attention to as you begin to work on this thing.
That's exactly where I was going, John, and my intention to be the bad cop. But it didn't work. But no, I agree. That was my intention, Jordan, asking you about because it feels that you are trying to fit an auditorium. It's not completely an auditorium. It's too big, but it's too for the place, for the site, but it's too small to be an auditorium as well. And it's kind of complicating things. With that, I don't want to say that, your project is not, it's not good. I think it's really good. And especially looking at, following John's comment on doubling on spaces and programs. This this roof area that you have here, we haven't seen much of that, which is also very, very characteristic of Austin, right? Could be definitely a space where there can be a performance, right? There can be some type. We have the street and the road and the noise and so forth. You can claim that could be detrimental, but that can be probably some amplification of the sound could be probably helpful there, and not too late so the neighbors don't complain. But what I'm saying is that perhaps that's where things of that nature could happen, because that's the issue with your project, the notion of scale. And John mentioned before these things that you learn over time, right? And I think scale, bringing together a scale size program is one of the, I think, the things that, at least from my perspective, takes a long time to fully grasp. And so it's part of the development. And now the question also I have for you, since you are a musician, when you practice, do you like people to see you? Is that something that you think you enjoy as a musician?
Me personally, I do like it. So I guess I kind of put that into my design more, but some musicians do not prefer that.
Like it. Yeah, I had the opportunity to study music when I was a child, and I went to music school, and this reminds me, especially those spaces that you are describing. And I remember, at least for me, it was kind of intimidating just to feel that someone else was watching me while I was practicing. So perhaps, accommodating this variety of positions or attitudes towards practicing, since you are so informed about how this works, will also be beneficial to give some alternatives and to form not only one single solution for the spaces, but to create some variations within them that I think will make the project even richer.
Yep. Yeah, so I think I love the idea that you get to watch people like rehearse, and honestly, I would just include some idiosyncrasies, yeah, into what the program looks like, and I don't know if you. Our daughters went to a place called Interlochen Arts Camp, which is an amazing place up in Michigan, and there's little huts in the woods, but one of them has a pipe organ in it, and there's like half the kids there are like prodigies, so there's this sort of weird tension and sort of performative thing anyway. So yeah, I think we should be able to watch people practice, and yeah, I think you should make people reserve the stairwell because it's resonant and you got to practice in the stairwell sometime. But that's a way to double up space. Go to section A real quick, please, if you don't mind. No, back up. Oh, sorry. It's not section A on the section B. That one right here. Okay, you have where's yeah. Okay, fine. You got space up here. You potentially have space underneath this thing too. Some of the best projects in the world, like the Paris Opera House, has this grand dome on the outside, and then on the inside has this like grand, everybody's in there that watches the performance. But there's about 5 stories difference of like dead space or poche space in between them. They have rehearsal halls in between the interior dome and the exterior dome you see on the outside of the building. So they're very creatively using all of this interstitial in between space. Go try. I'll send a link to this amazing section model of what that space looks like. But it's a way to start to think about how do I solve this problem of fitting too much program into this building that wants to be a little bit more have more breathing room in it right now. But pay attention to, I appreciate the fact that you're an artist and it shows up in your sensitivity. And I think it's a really important thing. And it's not the only thing, because you have to figure out how to solve the puzzle and you have to make beautiful space. But it's a really important thing to start to pay attention to how this building might really function and what makes a really good music and music practice and rehearsal space, including those things that are not exactly what you expect, those things that are kind of impromptu, or like the rehearsal in the stairwell. So be open to how that's an opportunity as well for this thing to begin to work. So there's a lot of really sensitive thought here. I'll go to your floor plan also. Sorry, you have one unit that's gonna just be killed instantly. You know which one it is, don't you? Next one, this one. No, you can't do that one. The one in the middle, like no one's gonna want to stay there, or else the viola has to go there because no one knows what to do with the violist anyway. Sorry about that, viola players.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thanks. These were great comments. I appreciate it, Jordan, for your work.
Thank you.
Only like 4 more to go. Sorry, it's like 1, 2,
Wait,
2
2
more.
more.
2 more. Okay, right.
All right, go for it, Gabriel.
Okay. Sorry, computer kind of lags. And I'm on the wrong page. Thanks. Sorry, everyone. This computer is like not mine. Okay, I'm doing a sculptor's residency. So my focus was on a semi-outward, multi-level exhibition of sculptural works, where you can see the visual progression of these works from the public, and it would be invite only to the purchasers of these sculptures. So it would be like a tourist, almost a tour through this project for the buyer, where they would be able to interact with these sculptors and view their projects on these various levels. So like everyone else, I began with various aggregations, and mine were a conjunction of rectilinear units and these almost angular units. And the 3 that stood out to me the most really emphasized these levels, where originally I intended to have many smaller sculptures on these various levels. I eventually narrowed it down to massings with a central courtyard where I could display a large scale sculpture. And it led to the creation of my project here. So in plan, I have the studios and welcome area and communal space on the first level. And every floor is going to have some communal space just for the buyers to interact with these sculptors. And so I intended for the sculptors to be able to work inside the studios, or if the project was even larger, they could go outside and they would be able to bring their tools out and work. On the second level, it's primarily just units and a communal dining space, but there are these balconies where they can go out and have these just refreshing moments if they need a break or if they need a pause away. And there are these balconies looking inward, just as the units are inward for noise protection from the outside. On the third level, it's similar, except there's a large terrace, and it has a connection to this sculptural staircase that you can see on the outside, going from the first to the third levels. And it's to where the staircase almost becomes a sculpture in the building to provide the buyers an experience. You can see this procession easier in this extruded diagram. I really wanted to emphasize that this stair was sculpture, and it became the primary aspect, just as these varying levels of sculpture were. And in section, you can see how it goes from the first level to the second level to the third level, and it wraps around the entirety of the building so that there's many access points. I don't know why this is blue. My elevator shaft is just as connected to the building, with the stair wrapping directly around it, which you can't see in this section. But I wanted this space to feel very interconnected, and I wanted it to almost, there's varying heights so that the building goes over the courtyard at one point, and there's a relief outside for if there should be a 3-story sculpture, but here's displayed a 2nd story, or there can be shorter sculptures which can fit inside these studios, should they be displayed on this singular sculptural plane in the center of the courtyard. I wanted a contrast between the tectonic and stereotomic. So there are these slats that go across the building that derive from this sculptural staircase, and it became an emphasis on looking into this courtyard so that everyone has a view to the sculpture. That's very light. And I wanted it to not feel too high as compared to the city or the surroundings. Here's a view into my sculptural stair where there's a lot of communal space at the very peak of it. And looking down into the courtyard or looking out to the city, no matter what, it goes through. There's no glass. It's completely exterior, and it's a relief from this steady state conditioning.
The whole thing is not conditioned?
No, it's completely just aired. There is no glass in the staircase. I didn't intend for there to be. I wanted the experience to be as unbarriered from the center of the courtyard or to the exterior as possible. So even though there's a disconnect between the public and the program, the public can still view into this and they can still almost interact with it and the viewers on the inside. And these communal spaces and terraces are very integral to my project. And so I wanted the slats to almost portray sunlight coming through, which it's very bright on my screen, but it would make the spaces seem larger, as this is only a 4-foot hallway, but the ceiling is 13 feet high to make it seem less tight. It's more airy. So the viewer doesn't feel constricted, whether the units are 20 by 8, so they're not tightened in these spaces. And on approach, it's almost inviting, as you can see those looking down or a large group of people just interacting with the sculpture, or even just people working on the sculpture itself. Thank you.
Good. All right. Okay, so some pretty cool things about this thing, and I mean, I like your enthusiasm with the making of it. There are some things I think that could be better though. So are you open to hearing those things?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, good, great. Are you a sculptor, or have you spent much time around sculptures?
Yeah, I worked with a Burning Man group and we did a lot of wood sculpture.
Okay. It's been my impression, and this might not be right, it's been my impression that what sculptors want more than anything is lots of square footage that's cheap. It seems like, man, they just want space to move things around, and you know, they got to turn a 2x6 around or whatever, and they don't want to bump into things. So you're a little bit claustrophobic in space, and so I would try and open it up and give it more breathing room throughout.
Are you referring to the units themselves or like this?
Pretty much everywhere. So you have a hallway, the hallways are long and thin, the stair, I'll get onto the stair in the middle a little bit, the studio space, it goes all the way back to your, whatever generated the
the aggregation.
Yeah, they're little tubes of space. So on one level, in a lot of ways, it wants to be a big warehouse. It wants to be kind of the opposite of that. So it's just something to like file away or be aware of on one level. The lower floor plan, you have the bedrooms on the inside of that space. I wouldn't do that. I think lower level, because
level, I don't have any bedrooms. Sorry.
Something. It's the salmon level. It doesn't have a label on it.
Oh, this one.
Second. That second level. They're all staring at each other, so it's a little bit like. Yeah, if you can put two things. If you put the circulation on the inside, it makes it smaller.
Okay.
And then, and then you did units on the outside, they got a little bit of elbow room or breathing room, like just like looking at the distance across the street to go to the next unit. So it'll work a little bit better if you do that.
Okay.
And then the other thing that is, it's like my understanding of sculpture, at least just, what I think my understanding of sculpture is, it's like, Rodin's thinker, he's like the guy that's curled up in a ball. It's like this, his bronze statue. And what's interesting about that is that the figure itself is kind of a ball, but he's making a space that's like a ball itself. And when I'm in a room experiencing that, I'm either on the side that's part of that space or I'm on the side that's on the outside of that. And because of how the sculpture is constructed and put together, it's activating my body in the space to start to be aware of myself moving in position relative to this. So this is another reason why I think that the sculpture wants to have the opportunity for us as viewers to be aware of our body having the freedom to move relative to other things. So the stairway, which I know you're highly invested with, and is actually a pretty cool thing. If I had to criticize it or be bad cop, because I'm pretty sure Benjamin's not going to do it, I would say that the scale of that space, even though it does a lot of things, the spatial experience stays the same all the way through. So I have the same amount of height, regardless of whether I go up and down throughout the building. And that's something that you might want to challenge or question just a little bit. And actually,
if I could interject, a problem I ran into early on in my investigation is I had my staircase at the wrong ratio. And so the staircase does actually, if I can find a section of it, it does actually compress the viewer so that the ceiling does get lower as you're going through, or it relieves as you go up.
Yes, so you're starting to do something interesting there. I would push that a little bit further. If this thing wasn't down here and the space just ran straight across, then here I'm up high close to the top of the space. Here I'm very low relative. So my spatial experiences changes dramatically as I move through that space. So that's a way to start to say, okay, now, do I want to maybe is there another way I could do this, or a way that really. And actually, that's a very interesting, because on the one hand, like the space is this tall, I'm up at the top, 25% of it, but at the bottom, the bottom 25% of it, that's really pushing the limits of my perception of my space relative to the overall height. So that's something you might start to factor into as a design factor. It's like, how do I get the person moving through the building to feel themselves, especially in section, in the most enlivening and active way. Cool. And that part of that actually requires kind of letting go. There's a kind of almost like fetishized interest in some of that stair that you've made. Like you kind of love it that you did, which I do frequently. But there's a kind of letting go of that you might have to do to say, okay, well, if I just let go of this a little bit, it might be, it might be a little simpler and a little bit kind of richer at the same time. I don't have it. Go to does that make sense to you? Is that okay, Gabriel?
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's an image, I don't have a perspective that looks probably showed up late, that's not in the package I'm looking at. That one, the one that's back up one. Not that there's nothing in that perspective, by the way. Go back one more.
This one.
That one. That's pretty cool. We talk about the thing being completely open air. I think it's a really interesting idea that you're part of, like, it's almost like being underneath a bridge or something, one of those amazingly dense trestles or something. And I could see myself high or low. And so there's some really pretty interesting, like, sectional enlivening that happens on the z-axis, although I know I just told you to open up the ceiling on the left, but you are beginning to think about some changes in the height and how that might be brought to life in an interesting way. All right, cool. Did we lose Benjamin? Do I have to be?
No, I'm here.
You're good, fine.
Okay. I have a good struggle with battery stuff.
Yeah.
And noise in my house, so I had to go outside, and well, I'm back in, and I think already good. So yeah, I think the issue of scale here is, I think is something to discuss, and I really appreciate the move and your exploration. When I see students trying to explore something, to figure out something, that they're struggling with something that they want to achieve architecturally speaking, spatially speaking, materially speaking, I certainly appreciate the time, the effort, and the investigation, the explorative nature of that. And I think that in your case, that definitely has to do with first trying to present the building as a sculpture, because it's a sculpture's workshop, right? Shop. And
yes.
Second, looking at the stair, of course, right? The stair is where you invested some energy, where you are trying to develop something, right? To get some spatial qualities. And in a studio with the limited amount of time that we have, perhaps it's good investing in one single aspect of the building and trying to figure out and kind of obtain as much as possible from that investigation. So I really commend you for that. I agree with John's comments. I think there is room for improvement, especially on this compression. And you see it in section as you presented it to us. but as you are in the space, I don't think it will be as evident as you believe it will be. So John's comment, I think, is right on the spot. And so I think it's that. So then, if the question is, if you have this already, this very strong staircase that surrounds the building and makes it very sculptural, I feel that the interior then therefore could be a lot just more simpler and more streamlined and less sculptural, right? And because I think in that regard, we are going back to the notion of scale, right? And what John mentioned, right? How much space you are actually providing and what extent this will be useful for the purpose that you think it or you are designing it for. And so we are starting to see the conflicts there, that when you are trying to do much more with that sculpture's idea, then the building starts to, or you will have to compromise. You start compromising space. You're starting to compromise volume, right? Now it's different to be as for instance, you are presenting there really large sculptures, right? So that will be the notion is like, well, this workshop perhaps will have 2 or 3 of them, right? Not only working on one at the time. Is that going to be a stone, or is that going to be metal? Is that going to be just wood, as you just mentioned it, right? All of that changes. And yeah, you need large space, but as probably as you remember, working with the sculpture, you also need equipment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry if I can interject. I had forgotten to say, but my program is both metalwork and woodwork.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are moving large pieces of metal, you need some, some cranes and some, I mean, there is some infrastructure that goes, so it's more like an industrial type of a space. And I think that you should place yourself in the shoes of the sculptures and understand that's exactly what they will look like. You would think about even just the shop that we have at school, right? It's more like it's like working space, right? And you are presenting here a shop that is kind of a hybrid between an exhibition space and actually a shop itself. So I think that part of the nuts and bolts is what will help to give character to that. And as usual, I remember when I started working in my first designs, the issue with me also was all the time trying to put too many things in my designs, right? And I remember Paco remember once told, well, go and simplify it, make it Barragan in Mexico, right? Make it Barragan and simplify it. And it was really hard. And I think you are at the point where the idea will be to simplify it, get it to a point where, it's more about the practicality of what the shop is about. And that's there, explore it, keep exploring it. You are achieving what you want, presenting the building as a sculpture move. The stairs are definitely for architects, elements within the building that are treated as sculptures many times. So your intuition is correct. You are on the right path. It's just that needs to simplify some other of different moves. But I think that is also a consequence of the process itself. So you are at a point where you are seeing what the conclusions or what the results are, and then and be critical and decide, okay, what is it that I need to maintain and what is not essential here.
Yeah, I think these are really good comments, Gabriel, and good presentation. That leaves us 15 minutes, good timing for the last person to go. I think it's Rohan.
Yep.
Rohan,
yeah.
Rohan, okay.
1 second, I just need to reshare. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rohan Saripella, and for my project, I designed a projectionist residence. So a projectionist art form is projection mapping, where artists or residents in this case, curate a set of digital media and projectors, which then project the media onto the walls and surfaces. And so I envisioned my residence as an outward residence where the artists collaborate together to create public art displays in dynamic spaces. And so for my catalog of partie models, I started off with a simple rectangular prism primitive geometry. And then the parameters for this catalog were I changed the size of that prism and the proportion of 2 prisms, so one small, one large, and then also looking at where I could have a larger public space or a public volume. And so out of these 12 partie models, I shortlisted these 3. And so for the first partie model, it's composed of 65 parts, which are all the same size. And what was really interesting about this partie model is the way that the small units come together to form a larger volume, and also how there's an enclosure created just by the natural aggregation of the model. And then in this partie model, I started to explore with slightly larger pieces. And I think one of the most important things about this partie model was the way that the units or the prisms start intersecting this larger volume, which I manually superimposed into the aggregation. And for my last partie model, this is the one I decided to pursue further in terms of massing and organization. And it had the same quality as the first partie model in terms of the enclosure formed by the aggregation, but also this is the first one where you start to see different sizes of the prisms. So I have a larger prism and a smaller prism, which then could be indicative of the program within. And so in my final design, because I envisioned this as a large public space where the public were able to go and see the artwork, I decided to separate the housing units as well as the projection units, which are then connected by the circulation core. And so in this bird's eye view, I wanted to create a logic for how I assembled the parts of my project. And so rather than aligning the volumes at the seams or the edges, I decided to intersect these volumes, which then become large containers to hold different programs. And so this shows the vertical circulation core, which then connects to the shared living spaces. And while on the exterior, the shared living spaces are a prism or a block, they're more of a container to hold smaller units. And so this just emphasizes this notion even further, that within these large volumes, you have multiple spaces for private living as well as shared living, and then the presence of multiple projection spaces where the artist can display their work. And so on the ground plan, I started to carve out the site, and from this carving into the ground, you have access to the living units, the projection units, and the vertical circulation. And in this half level, I have a cantilevered unit, cantilevered off of one of the housing units, and as well as the first projection space, which you saw on the ground plan, that then evolves into a smaller, more intimate projection space. But at the same time, it is then intersected by a volume on the top, which is only accessible through the vertical circulation. And then moving up to the second level, you finally see the last large projection space, which is a black box projection space, and how the 3 spaces then intersect each other to form this dynamic geometry. And because the larger projection space is in the center of the building, you have all these parts that are intersected and start to create a terrain within the volume. And so in the section cut, you start to see the terrain geometry of the larger projection space, but then also how these projection spaces are intersected and how they start to flow together. And while the terms like cut, intrude, and intersect support kind of this notion that like these are isolated spaces, In some ways they are, but also through these spaces, they're all interconnected. And so each volume flows into the other volume to create a dynamic experience for the viewer. And so this is just what it would look like inside one of these spaces, where you have the geometries that are then cut into each other, and then you have the projections projected everywhere. And so you have the overhang from the second floor projection space looking into this volume. And then from this volume, you have a small set of staircases, a staircase that leads into the more intimate space. And then lastly, a short animation to show what this place would feel like if you were actually inside the carved out volume and what these projections would look like. Thank you.
All right, I'm unable to open your file on Box. It's doing this really bizarre thing where it's collaging all of the images together, which is a really strange.
Yeah, I have the same issue.
Okay.
But
yeah, just kind of, if you don't mind, Rohan, just kind of cycle back through your images so I can see them all and try and keep them all.
you know what will be good, Rohan, if instead of having the full screen, if you can see the thumbnails on the left of the screen,
yeah,
the regular view. Now we are seeing John Blood twice.
You see me twice. They shouldn't see me twice.
How do you pull up the thumbnails?
Oh, just use you're using a PDF, you're right, you're using a...
Yeah, just get outside the full screen mode.
Get outside, right, exactly, and then on the
and
left...
then open that side window, yeah.
Right here?
Yeah. No.
Top one.
Top one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And
then
then
you close the bar on the right.
Little arrow in the middle on the right side, right there. Perfect. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit.
You can,
you can extend that bar too if you want to.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, that's good.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good. When you were describing your project, Rohan, you mentioned that the center volume is something that you inserted manually. Is that correct? Is that how you refer to it?
The thing that I said that it was inserted manually was in this party model, where I had the natural aggregation, but then I manually inserted a larger volume, which the aggregation then surrounds around. But in my actual design over here, this large projection volume was kind of a growth of this part of this party model.
Okay, so it's having all these different modules or components forming the different relationships, and then say, okay, I have a space, and then I'm going to insert a larger one. Is that pretty much how you?
Well, I didn't choose to insert any of the volumes. I chose to, my manual decisions in this were choosing to merge them and how they intersect each other.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't necessarily add another volume inside.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. That's what I think I understood what you were suggesting. Yeah.
How many residents are here?
10.
And those units are like boxes that exist within the other boxes and don't have any windows. Am I reading your plans correctly?
So I forgot to mention, but in the massing, I use that same logic of having volumes intersecting, and then I intersect another volume, and then the faces of that volume that aren't intersecting or that are left behind then become glass and provide light into the rooms.
Where's an example of that?
Right here. So I have this volume intersecting here, and then this L piece and this L piece become glass.
Yeah, no, that's conceptually like a really interesting idea. That it's difficult to make it actually really work with water and stuff like that. But I like the idea. Okay. But it looks like, go to floor plan. Go to the next any one of the floor plans. It looks like the actual sleeping part of the room doesn't get that.
In some volumes, it doesn't get that light. Correct.
Okay, that's worthy of being questioned. I like, there's some things I really like, I think are intriguing about it, the sort of like mysterious floating black boxes, which have this interlocking other things and which have this sort of magical projections inside. I think it's actually pretty interesting. It puts a lot of pressure on doorways and openings and apertures and how one gets to come inside of it. So it's like, that somehow doesn't cut it, if you know what I mean, because it's like somebody opened the door, it's like, oh no, there's a door in the middle of my projection or else the light floods the room. So it's almost like you have to look for some sort of weird offset light lock or something like in movie theaters. I mean, not that anyone's ever going to go to a movie theater again, but again, there's an offset of the doorways and those things so that light can be controlled as you enter the space. And frequently, like a door will be, back behind there so that you can control the threshold sequence of going from outside to inside, which I mean, the threshold sequence of going from outside to inside is a very important part of this as well. Okay, go move forward in your images, please. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. Are there some spaces that I just emerge into from below, which would be awesome? I just don't know if that's the case or not. Go back towards the beginning.
So the access to most of these things is through the ground floor or the vertical circulation.
It's ground floor, and all right, fine, go to 13. Yeah, up and down gets to be a question here. So this is something where the interstitial space, because there aren't windows and there aren't like units like with normal people in them that are, sharing common space. The interstitial space for me starts to be successful because it's deliberately the leftover between the protruding boxes. So I think that that's potentially an interesting idea. I do have to question whether these are habitable units or not. If there's a way that you can start to make them. I mean, given your language of having boxes that intersect and slide out of each other, and this interesting thing that you figured out how to let light or window be the residual or leftover piece of space, you should be able to get light into every one of these things in some way, including, actually, I don't know which way is up or down, but if this unit slid over that way, then you could get light in there and there. And then that assumes that you're walking down below, but it might be the other way around. I'm not sure.
I think the complicated part about having a volume intersecting on this interior space is that the interior staircase up to this, if you had a volume here, it would have to cut through the staircase as well.
Yeah. So which way is down on that staircase?
Right here.
From top to bottom or from bottom to top?
This is top, this is bottom.
Okay.
And on this side, this is bottom, this is top.
Yeah, I think you could figure it out. Yeah, I think there's a way that you could do it. Yeah, see, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so it's like you need the headroom space to be able to get up here. In which case, that's a horrible unit. This guy's pretty good, but it does make an argument for the bedroom units wanting to slide past so that you could get light to come in. And I don't know if you know the project, but there's the Guggenheim Museum in I think the Bowery in New York. It's a Sonat project. It's a very similar idea. It's just like 9 boxes that slide off of each other a little bit like that, and then light into the gap in between. It's very, very simple diagram, but it's something you might look at.
Oh, so you're suggesting instead of inserting the volume of the aperture, the volume with the apertures, I slide out this room right here, and then that same space between becomes window.
An operation you're already doing, but this is an operation which actually makes this to be an interesting and habitable space. So you get a double benefit out of doing the manipulation that way.
Right.
Yeah, Rohan, you know, I find the explorations again really compelling. Your first images are quite strong and seductive, especially those sections with, you know, with the projection of the of the imagery that will be happening inside. I think that this section and others that you presented, but especially this one, really portrays very well what your intentions are, as from the, I would say, conceptual or a spatial point of view. This notion of interlocking spaces and creating subspaces within larger spaces that happen because of that, of those different relationships that you are creating. I find that, you know, extremely good, extremely strong, and I really commend you for doing those explorations, and also for how you are presenting them, because they especially on the left side of this section, which is I think the most interesting one, are very compelling, right? Are very attractive.
Thank you.
Now, you know, if I'm having this dealing with the same issues I think that John is dealing with, is like really understanding how the building works, you know, in terms of is okay, what is first, where people, why no windows, but I mean, that's when things start to get a little bit more difficult to understand. On one hand, I think it's the representation, right? I think the black background with and the line weight, and also I have a quite large screen here, and I'm having really hard time trying to actually reading your drawings. So that's something that we, you know, it's part of our new way of reviewing, that we have to take into account that I could be either looking at this in my iPad, not on my phone, right, but also on a larger screen, and make it as clear as possible, because otherwise, you know, it's really hard to follow. But I don't think it's only the representation. I think that the scheme is strong, but the final resolution has long ways to go, right? Long ways to go. The fact that you have several vertical circulations, and, you know, and I think that, you know, also the building, from what I have seen this afternoon, is the largest that we have seen.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's pretty big, and I have my questions about if actually fits within the site. You might claim it does, but I don't know. I see a little bit of attention there, you know. So that's the part that I think. Yeah, I'm just thinking what stage you are at, and I'm just thinking that you are in a stage where, you know, you have this brilliant idea, you submit it for a competition. It's just about idea, and it's so attractive, so compelling that, you know, the jury says, let's award it, although we know this has a lot to work to be done, right? It's because of the idea.
Yeah, so yeah, I agree with that, except I would like just say it less positively, is it? Because it's like you're just so positive, then it's like, really, just come on, can't be negative. No, but it's like you should really, you know, be your head skeptic here, going like, is this really things can start to work? Is this sufficient? Is this, am I getting the most out of what I'm beginning to do here? Is it too tall? And I would, a couple things. One, go build a physical model of this thing. You'll understand better and faster. You'll get more efficiency out of building a real physical model than anything else. I assume you have a complete digital model, and there's no excuse for us not having some kind of 3D view or axon or a transparent perspective that completely explains this complicated thing. If you have the model, you should be able to edit and doctor that thing so that we can really understand this. So right now it's like, maybe it's good. I can't completely tell right now. I'm getting ghosts of what looks like a very conventional stairwell in this thing. I think it's on the upper left of your plan. And this really does not want to have like a
right here
tube with a switchback stair in it. I mean, really, this is a project where you should never have to do that. You always have one box that sits inside another box, and you snake up around the inner offset between the two. So, you know, you should never have that. So you should be the person, you know, not me, but somebody else you should be going like, I can do better than this. I already did it over here. Right? So you have established that you can make this work without that kind of, you know, very mundane, familiar thing. This does not want to be mundane and familiar. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm left not completely understanding it.
Yeah.
There's some interesting things, really intriguing possibilities here. And I like how it looks like the space outside between them starts to terrace down or in the same way that the massing of the building does. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
That's good. This is the first project where I start to see the site start to be carved away or manipulated in some way, in the same way that building mass has. And I think that's a really interesting idea. There's a amount of potential there. And I think it's pretty brilliant the way you figured out how to get light into this thing without punching a horrible conventional window into the thing ever.
Right.
You might have to figure out an additional way to put a window in someplace, which you know requires some branching out a little bit, or you have to some. And you know, a lot of my guys in third year right now are struggling with the same issue. But there's really interesting like formal thing, and I got to put a window in. So it's like, you know, the answer is like, go find 9 different ways to put an aperture. Define 9 different words to talk about what a window might be, like opening, aperture, projection, orifice, you know, anything that starts to substitute that, and then find like 9 different examples about how you might do it, like a ribbon window or a projected window or something which is a really, really super thin frame, or something which is inset, or with just, you know, find different ways to do that, because you're going to have to do that at some point. And this is a project where I would, you know, I think you would be very well served if you're, you know, me or your instructors, if somebody said like, nah, you got to make those bedrooms work.
Right.
Those bedrooms are not habitable right now.
That makes sense.
Not code, because code right now says you got to be able to climb out, or if there's a fire or a fireman with his gear, has to be able to climb in to drag your unconscious body out. So that's a hard one. So that might be too much, but they got things. You know, people want to, and they might be the opposite of these like dark projection spaces. They could be quite wonderful. There's a way that you could do it. So I'm not going to let you off the hook. I think you need to figure those out.
Okay.
Because you can't demonstrated that you can do it. So I think you have to, and you'll have a better project.
All right. Okay? Thank you.
That's what I meant when I said, okay, because, you know, you actually got the, you know, the attentions of the competition jury. They're like, okay, there is potential here, but now you have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think those are really, you know, good comments, Rohan. And I mean, I know we always say this as we're heading into holiday break, but I think that you have more probably resolution than your drawings are leading us to believe in terms of how the circulation works. So that's a challenge. Just before you even, you know, fully take this apart, you know, find some drawings that better represent maybe how the circulation works, to relay your idea. And then on top of that, yeah, I think, you know, really starting to, you know, the eye catcher of the projection rooms, I think everyone's pretty sold on. And then if you can make the habitation spaces equally as compelling, I mean, I think it has a lot of potential to it. But yeah, I would at a minimum find the additional drawings that are maybe missing right now to just explain how the project's working currently, you know, just so that you have that collection within your project for your portfolio and et cetera moving forward.
Yeah, the bird's eye view too, to show the scale, because yeah, it could get large and it could be out of scale on the side. So I know you do have that drawing of the bird's eye view.
Oh yeah, perhaps perhaps it's that perspective that is showing the spaces larger than they actually are. That happens. Perhaps your scale figures are a little smaller than they should be. I don't know. It just gives the impression that it's a lot larger.
Well, I think we're kind of over on time, but I don't know if either of you, thank you so much for your feedback. If you have any general comments, maybe they could be brief, or you've said plenty already.
I've said plenty. There's some things I said for some that apply to everybody and to the whole student. So I would just try and make sure you listen to everybody else's review and apply those. But no, thank you very much. It's very good.
Yeah, I personally want to commend you guys, Suhash and Kevin. You guys did a really good job. I'm very impressed with the studio and with the work that the students produced. This is a studio that has a signature, right? You see the students following a pattern, a series of steps, a methodology. In the early years, and from my perspective, I think is really valuable. And I think that you set up a very solid foundations for the projects to really flourish, and that's what this is about. So
That being said, I would push the stereotomic and more precise definition of stereotomic and tectonic, and especially explore those through materiality. I would beware just too much box assembling and start to look at the difference between inside and outside, and section and engage with the site a little bit more. I think everybody's ready for that.
Yeah, good job.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you in the future.
And thank you, Kevin and Suhash, for the semester.
Hey, yeah, we'll send out a meeting. We'll probably still do maybe one more kind of debrief meeting. So,
or maybe we do a quick one after today if they can do it. So just de-stressed. Yep. Let's take a break.
Yep. All right. Thanks. Hello, welcome.
Hello. You're muted.
Yeah, no, maybe Suhash was just waiting a minute. All right, well, I think we've got all the students here and our 2 reviewers. So thanks for joining us for the final session for Design 3 Intermediate. I think if we could get our 2 reviewers maybe just to very briefly introduce themselves, and then from there, Suhash and I will introduce kind of the studio as far as where it fits in the curriculum, and then the sequence of the studio and final project that you'll be looking at today. So,
Yorgos, why don't you start? It's still connecting.
I'm still connecting to audio.
Maybe I'll go.
Maybe Adam, you can start.
It's still loading for Yorgos. Yeah, so I'm Adam Miller. Nice to meet you all. I am the Race and Gender in the Built Environment Fellow here at UT Austin. And nice to meet you. I also have a design practice, and I design stage production for a music festival in Oakland, California. So nice to meet you.
Thanks for joining.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't hear anyone previously, so I had some technical problems. Hello, my name is Georgios Vitsianes. I'm an architect here at Foster & Partners in London. I have collaborated with Suhash in the past and studied together some years. We are working on some very exciting projects, and I'm really eager to see what you've been developing and see all your projects.
What time is it over there, Yorgos?
It's 9 o'clock in the night, but it's a good time because it's calm. There's not a lot of activity, and we don't get a lot of phone calls. Coordination meetings are over, so yeah, it's a good time.
All right, we'll let you go at 11 at home then, if it's fine with you.
Yeah.
All right, well, so yeah, Suhash and I are co-teaching Design 3. So this is undergraduate students that are in their 3rd semester. The theme of the studio, or the name of the studio, is integration. Previously within the curriculum, this came a little later, but currently this is now kind of falling in the 3rd semester for undergraduate students. And the integration studio is really intended to be kind of the first introduction for the students to think about designing a project that kind of engages and integrates all of the kind of complex considerations that a building will have. So ideas of integrating, needs of program, ideas of site and context, focus on kind of realism of access and circulation, as well as kind of higher level influences of kind of a structure and or approach to structure. So integration for us was kind of emphasizing architecture as a tectonic and or stereotomic expression responding to the unique needs of a user. And in that, the resolutions that the students will be proposing are meant to integrate kind of ideas of internal logics of program and circulation, and the kind of exchanges between users internally within the project, as well as engagement with kind of public users. And we had an individual focus on having ideas, at least conceptually, of structure kind of forming maybe drivers for kind of expression, not necessarily full technical resolution by any means, but acknowledging kind of some realities of structural considerations and their influences on the project as a whole. So Suhash is going to kind of run through the sequence and process that we set up for the students for the semester.
Yep, so this is one of the studios that went full digital, all Zoom meetings. We have never met, they have never walked the site. So we kind of disregard something about the site that Kevin will explain later, but we divided the semester in 3 parts. The first one was they all had a precedent, but they need to understand the structural parameters of the precedent. Some of them had like cantilevers, so understanding what are the maximum minimum cantilever, what that require, what that impacts the building. Some of them have hanging structure. What is the impact on hanging structure? Some of them had the simple grid system. So that first assignment ended up being like a catalog for the whole studio, and that anybody can like refer to. Assignment 2 is where they started looking and creating party models that they developed based on a rule design system. So you'll see they also created a catalog on this one where they selected one and kind of further design on one. A lot of them from a party model ended up being more like a massing model. They got a little bit more into detail and kind of speculate in the organization of it itself. And then assignment 3 is the formal design, which for us is artist residency in Austin, Texas. Kevin will explain a little bit where in town it is. But the challenge here was to like create a residency for 10 to 15 artists. They selected the type of art, and we want to make sure that their output is a result of the type of art. It's not it's specific to that type of art. That's kind of what we're looking for, and understanding the sequence of program and how do you go from public to private. Kevin, why don't we do the site then?
Yeah, so as Suhash mentioned, this is located in Austin. So we're on the kind of west side of the city, west of Mopac, which is the kind of main arterial highway that you can see running, more or less north-south. And so if you zoom in, we're located north of the main river in Austin, and then kind of, again, along an arterial road, Lake Austin Boulevard. So at this scale, we can kind of see the position. There's a number of kind of commercial uses along this road, but really a set of kind of multifamily apartment complex to the northwest, and then more single family residential to the northeast, and again multifamily student housing, I believe, to the southwest. So in terms of the site itself, if we zoom in again, we asked the students, again, acknowledging as a fully digital version of the studio. Some of our students aren't even in Austin right now, so some of them or a lot of them weren't actually able to visit the site. So we wanted to kind of bring in the context as it related to acknowledging being on a main kind of, it's a 3 lanes in either direction. Lake Austin Boulevard is a thoroughfare, whereas Hearn Street, the north-south street, is a more residential scale. And the zoning, the current use of the site is as a commercial dry cleaner. And so did want to kind of acknowledge the reality of the adjacent neighbors, and then also the kind of the realistic zoning limitation of a 60-foot height cap as part of the kind of criteria for the design. The site itself in reality has 6 or 7 feet of grade change as you head north, but given the kind of inability of the students to visit the site and really understand how that worked, we did kind of simplify the site and assume it to be a flat site. So if you did kind of poke around on Google Maps and see that retaining wall, that wasn't part of the charge for them from us to negotiate that grade change. So yeah, so I guess the sequence for the review today will be, we've got 5 students, I believe. And so each student has created a PDF deck. Y'all should, I think, have access to the box folder if you wanted to download any of those PDFs to flip through, but they'll kind of run through their final proposal for the artist residency. And then from there, we'll have a discussion and open it up for you guys to ask any other questions.
The residency idea, I think what we're looking at time limit was something between 6 months to a year. So something of a little bit of a long term compared to what hotel is, where it's a quick get out kind of concept. So you'll see the units are a little bit more of a long term living units for at least 6 months, just to keep an idea.
And I believe Suhash mentioned this, but yeah, each student was responsible for kind of determining their own art form that they would then facilitate. So the only requirement from a studio perspective was to house kind of 10 artists in some sort of communal setting. And then depending on their specific kind of definition or narrative of art, they needed to potentially introduce other programs of studio spaces, et cetera, to facilitate their individual art form. All right. Do y'all have any?
You guys have any questions, Adam, Yorgos? Or we ready to jump in?
Yeah, I guess just one, because I was on this review last time around, and it seemed like there was a strong connection between the precedent research and the final design. Where is that something that is carried on here?
Yeah, so for our studio, the precedent research was more of a studio-wide kind of endeavor to create a more of a library of research, but the students weren't asked to necessarily transform or relate what they found in the precedent into their final project. So it's disconnected from the precedent. All right. Well, I guess with that, Shauna, do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Cool. Hi, my name is Ishana Hamid, and for my project, I designed a fashion design residency that I intended to be an outward residency. So people would be able to come in and work on their projects, their clothes, but at the end of their stay, they would be putting together a show with all of their contributions. And so I wanted to utilize the sort of performative aspect of the actual space into the design. So the way that I approached sort of the aggregations was looking at circulation, and instead of having that be a secondary process, using that as the initial process to sort of form the spaces around circulation, around certain circulations that were aggregated. And so these are my party models from them. The ones that I chose that I found particularly interesting was, well, this one was one of them. This was, I found it very interesting how the circulation kind of webbed between the spaces, and I was able to extrude them down to the ground so they would be able to be sort of like the boundaries and create the boundaries for different programmatic spaces. And then for this one, I thought it was interesting how the circulation sort of, excuse me, sorry.
Ishana, we can have someone else go if you're having technical issues.
Yeah, sorry, my computer's been giving me problems. But yeah, it's okay if it's with you guys. It's all right. Could I continue?
Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
So for this one, the interest that I found in it was sort of the contrast between these sort of large massing elements versus the sort of almost tectonic circulation. And then the last one that I ended up actually going with for my final design, I thought it best conveyed the intent that I was going for by like highlighting the circulation sort of centrally, then having the spaces be formed radially outwards. So I didn't actually use that specific model, but I did use the circulation and then aggregated it with some larger units to fill those voids more within the circulation. And then to continue that sort of communication between the massing and the circulation, I added these surfaces that eventually I turned into, that I use for my programmatic purposes of having the public sit there and be able to view the show from there. And so once I started developing more of like going beyond the massing into structural elements, I didn't want to interrupt the kind of massing geometry that I had created by pulling down some supports to the ground for the stairs. So instead I push them up by connecting the central circulation to steel cables that would be connected to this sort of steel beam system at the top. And as you can see, it essentially projects the kind of initial circulation grid that I had to the ceiling. So you kind of get this, so you'd like experientially be able to both physically see that and not just walk through it, but be able to actually see that grid that kind of created all the spaces. And so because of the program, the sort of external program that's kind of separate from the more internal workings of the residency, I have two circulations. So I have the external circulation, and this is more of like the performative sort of circulation that the public will have access to. I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you want someone else to go, or because I don't know if this will like stop, because it's been doing it all morning, like every 2 minutes.
You're almost done, so why don't you finish?
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. No worries.
So I have two separate circulations. I have the external circulation, which is more of like the performative, and the public will only have access to the external. And then there's the internal, which is for the residents. The internal circulation, which is more for the residents. You have the elevator shaft sort of hidden in the back that connects all three spaces. And then this is sort of my programmatic space. So the darker gray is more of the living units, but also it has a combined area for them to work on with large tables, area for a sewing machine, like a little mannequin model. And then the lighter gray areas are either public spaces, or like this central one here in the second floor is like a collaboration, and also it would be the area from where the models would come out during the performance, and they could prepare in here as well. But it's like a large sort of like you could have materials here as well, but it's like a large sort of collaboration kind of general use space. And so this is like the first floor plan where you would come in, enter in through here from Lake Austin Boulevard, and you'd be able to have access to 4 units on the floor, and then some eating area and a lounge kind of area. And then for the second floor, you have access to 4 residential areas, and then that sort of large collaboration space in the center that would allow for some communal work as well. And then finally, the third floor is just 2 residential units, and then kind of access to the large balcony/patio area. And then with the sections, I wanted to highlight different things for each of the sections. So for this one, I wanted to highlight sort of the more day-to-day residents working on their project. I'm sorry. Sorry, so this would be the section of the sort of day-to-day residential like workers doing their work, like sewing and putting together their clothes. And then this section, I wanted to highlight the more performative aspects with people preparing, having the crowd watch, having people actually walk through the circulation with sort of runway circulation space. And then this is like a final section that kind of highlights both of the aspects with like the working unit, that kind of collaboration space, and then you can see the kind of movement of the people. And so for my final slide, I wanted to end with this perspective that would highlight sort of the dynamism of the space in the exterior and sort of what it would be like in the performative aspect.
Thanks, Ishana. Sorry you're having such trouble with your computer. I fully sympathize. This happened to me once during a review as well, something like that. So I understand. And it was very clear. It didn't bother me at all, honestly. I'm really glad you're ending on this image because I was thinking and waiting for the renderings or the perspectives. Oh, and there's more. Or this is the same one. Okay. This is really a great image, and I guess you're being very efficient about making renderings. I feel like this one, if you only had time to make one, this was the right choice because you really show us that catwalk, the runway, and how that's activated. And I think it all comes together here with the endless circulation, the craziness of the circulation now makes sense to me as a space for performance, because otherwise it would just be, in the real world, it would just get value engineered out of a project because people would say, why do you need all of this circulation? And you're giving us a good reason why we need all the circulation, because it's about a ritual that is specific to your art form. And I'm glad that you did consider the fact that models themselves are part of this artistic process. And I guess do the models also live here? Are they also residents of this building?
No, I kind of intended the residents to be only for like the people who make the clothes, and then like when the show time comes, they can hire some models to display their work.
So may I make a comment? So for me, it's the first time I'm seeing the project. Adam, I assume you have seen the work in progress before this final submission, but I think the overall composition is really interesting. I really like the way the vertical circulation is sort of formed this sort of woven pattern, and you use this circulation as a catwalk. And I like the inward looking concept that you have applied, and everything concentrates into this walkways that move all the ways, and you have seating, looking to the different portions of that circulation of those circulation routes. What's interesting, and I think you've done pretty successfully, is you have two different structural principles applied here. It feels like the lower levels of the building where you have all your accommodation, your rooms, I don't know what other sort of programmatic functions you have at the bottom. You have concrete or load-bearing walls as a structural principle. And then at the top of the building where you need these long spans, this open spaces, you're using steel which can span longer. Probably these are going to be trusses. They're going to be a bit thicker than what you're showing, but as a logic, I think it makes sense, and it's interesting that you use these two structural principles and you apply them in this way. I really like the fact that these are hanging from the beams at the top. It makes the space look lightweight and open. It would be interesting to see how you're thinking of closing this space down, because I assume that you would have to use the space when the weather conditions are not optimal, whether you're using lightweight fabric or something else. And something that I wanted to understand for your very first volumetric explorations, what are they based on? You start with a cube that has certain dimensions. Are you considering that the programmatic brief for forming and dimensioning these elements and clustering them or putting them together, what drives this exploration? Is it random? What is it based on? What parameters inform the composition?
Yeah, so in our studio, we were experimenting with wasp and grasshopper. So I was kind of using that and finding different ways to connect, not just connect, but use sort of like the edges of the circulation to use that to define spaces. And the way I tried to define those spaces in the aggregations was using the boxes. I did experiment having just the circulation and then like kind of doing the extrusion where those circulations became sort of the exterior walls, but it wasn't, the circulation almost got like lost in the massing. So I decided to use this kind of box connection to highlight the circulation because it does sort of contrast with the more stereotomic massing.
Okay.
How much time do we have per student?
I think we maybe shoot for 15 or 20 minutes per student. So we've got maybe room for another comment or two from each, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. I like that you're also starting to consider materiality and texture here. I know you're kind of early in your education, but I like that you're starting to think about the implications of tactility and things like this. I'm wondering why you kind of opted for this kind of plaster texture to the white volumes. It brings to mind, like also formally, and the way you circulate in this kind of staggered way. It brings to mind something Georgios probably knows better than me. It's this village in Greece called Assos, and it's basically like a bunch of white, like plaster, like residences that are, there's all these like kind of labyrinthian pathways and staircases. Are you familiar with that?
Vernacular sort of composition. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels it feels very vernacular in that way, like ad hoc in a way. Like there's so many different ways to circulate. The structure, I'm curious what your precedent was, but the hanging structure here reminds me a lot of the Biblioteca Vasconcelos, designed by Alberto Kalash. It's in Mexico City, and it's a library, and all of the stacks, all the library stacks are hanging. It's a hanging structure on the inside, and when you walk in the lobby, everything's hanging above you. There's all these catwalks and things, and when you're walking on them, it actually is swaying around a bit, which is a bit scary, but something to consider. And then I like the outdoor seating, and in a way, it kind of reminds me of the theatricality of the San Francisco Art Institute building, which was designed by Pafford Keating Clay in the late 60s. And essentially, he's like a student of Corbusier, and it's very Corbusian, but there's like a rooftop grand seating that like faces like a public area. And so I like that there is like this idea of a public space outside, and that there's a theatricality to it. I'm wondering if you could consider other kinds of programs that happen out here that are also communal in nature, which would take place here besides this kind of event, because this kind of event happens only once in a while. And so I'm wondering if there could be other kinds of things that happen here as well.
Yes, I think Adam, this is a really interesting comment that you're making. Is consider these walkways as temporary, and the possibility of removing them or assembling them on different ways, that you could create different sorts of performances. Because it is a very interesting space being created here. I can imagine local community wanting to rent the space for different types of events up there. So I think you could explore how this space could host different type of performances, because even the location at the top of the building allows in a way, because it's not directly on along the main streets, so it's a bit more secluded. So I suppose if you would find ways of enclosing the space as well, you could manage to use the space even in later hours. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think those are I think those are really good comments to consider, like what it could be if it's reassembled, because you can undo it and you just need to keep the main skeleton, the beams and stuff. What is different configuration of this? So good.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because your initial vertical circulation was a product of a rule-based aggregation. Though seemingly random in perspective, when we're in that plan view, it's modular in that it completes a grid. So I feel like there is a way that you could reassemble this in many different ways and still utilize kind of that, grid that's projected to the top, because it's actually based off of a grid from above, even though it doesn't appear so in perspective.
I could just say one more thing. I liked at the beginning where he showed us the plans and things like this, the process. From the top, it looks like it's woven. Like those initial diagrams, I don't know if it was intentional, but it looks like a weaving, like a textile weaving. And I was wondering if that could also literally come into play with your material choices. Like, could there be moments where, what happens when they're done with the fashion, the old fashion, right? It goes into the waste bin sometimes. But what if the building somehow kind of made use of these old fashion items and almost put them on display as part of the structure, or as part of a shading structure or something like this, that was maybe integrated with this like hanging stuff? Might be interesting. But anyway.
Great. Well, thanks, Ishana, for sharing.
Thank you, guys. Those were some really cool ideas. I'd love to explore them. Thank you.
May I ask if are you're bringing forward this project, or this is a final presentation? That's the final presentation. Yes.
The final
This is the
presentation.
final. But
Though all the students will, add this into a portfolio review that they'll present throughout their time. I believe at the end of their third year, they'll have a kind of comprehensive review. So we always do encourage that, there might be ways to continue to evolve this as it gets documented for personal and academic portfolios.
Because I could see this image transforming into something else as well. So just a click, the same render. How could you compose the same elements that you have there in a different way and have a different performance in the same space, filling up your calendar during the year and make this even a profitable space and successful space?
Great. Thanks, Shauna. Ken, would you like to take over the screen?
Yeah. Am I coming through okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I'm Ken Gossett, and my project this semester was a residence for musicians and music producers. And it was designed to be an inward residence with a variety of musicians with different skill levels and experiences. And the main focus is on collaboration and learning from each other. So I sought to provide open spaces for the residents to interact with each other outside of the studio space as well. And it's not quite as much emphasis on public performance so much as developing skill sets that could be of use in the future. And there's also consideration given to separating living and working spaces. This is the messing catalog I came up with early in the semester. What I was looking for were terrace opportunities to foster the outside of studio interactions, and where a potential entrance might be, and whether or not it could be adapted into the narrative that I was looking for, which is more of a stereotomic inward appearance. I ended up choosing this model. I believe that it provided sufficient opportunities for open terraces and common spaces. And there's also, I was also intrigued by the juxtaposition like spatially between the entrance that's visible in the bottom right, and then the large courtyard space that opened up in the middle. I forgot to mention, this is rule-based aggregations. So this aggregation in particular used L-shaped prisms as well as some rectangular prisms. And this model also appealed to me because of its concentric form and organization. I believe it could be fairly straightforward to deal with. My precedent also was the Exeter Library, so I was kind of in that kind of mindset as well. So these are the programs within my building. The studio spaces for the musicians are only on the bottom 2 floors. As you can see, they're kind of opposite the spaces for the residential units. There's also lots of common space, and there's not really a designated performance space per se. Some artists are a little more concerned about music getting out to the public than others. So the idea is to afford the option of, if they want to invite people in to have a listen in the control room, then that's an option. But also, if they want to hold a bit of a larger celebration or a gathering to listen to the project, then the common spaces can afford them that option as well. In terms of circulation, there are two modes: the staircase at the top right of the plan and the elevator toward the bottom. And then all the residential units and the studios are situated so that they can be accessed through either mode of vertical circulation. And on the second and third levels, the elevator and the stairs are connected by colonnades. The colonnades are actually present on a roof floor, and as you go up the floor, up the levels, they work its way up around the interior of the building. It's a bit of a closer look at the plan with a little bit of the context as well. The driveway, the drop-off area is on the east side on Hearn Street, as Lake Austin Boulevard tends to be a bit busier. And there's some faint trees on the south side to screen the building a little bit from that heavier traffic. And on the first floor, you can see the studio space on the south side, a little bit more isolated, less light coming in. And then if you move to the second floor, the studios on the east side have a lot more light, a lot more opening, a bit of a lighter feel to it. And that's largely to give the musicians a choice as to how they want to express their process, or if they want to be a bit more closed off and kind of keep things under wraps, or if they want to be a bit more visible to the outside and to provide the public with a look into how they go about things. And go up to the third and fourth levels, which don't have any studios. And in section, you can see the prominence of the courtyard, how it acts as a unifying element for a lot of the spaces. That you can look down into it from all around the building, and also does well to bring some more light into just some of the rooms. And on this bird's eye, you can see the clear juxtaposition between this overhanging volume on the second level that contains the more public type of studio with the rest of the building. And this volume brings out a lot of tectonic expression that's not super visible from the outside, but is present in the interior of the building. And then on this view, you can get a better sense of some of the horizontality of the building and how the volumes appear to be kind of sliding off each other and the overlaying of the forms there. This is an interior perspective that's more indicative of the tectonic elements at play on the inside. The column forms influence strongly the forms of the apertures as well, and you see a lot of them are kind of paired with each other, reflecting the collaborative nature of the residency, but also seeking to avoid kind of a repetitive like grid type appearance with the columns by varying their widths and locations. And this is a perspective from the street level. And you see that there's a lot of with the overhanging volumes really tend to stick out over here. And these are all the graphics I have, so I'll wrap it up.
Okay, thank you very much for this. So I think this is a bit of a more conservative approach. It looks like the final aggregation is more conventional, if I can put it this way. So what I want to ask you mentioning that it's a rule-based aggregation that you are doing. But to me, it kind of feels like I don't know if you're forcing it or it's a result of that rule-based aggregation that you end up having a very regular internal courtyard, which is a typical scheme for a residential building. I don't know, in Europe, for example, Italy, Spain, countries like that, they have all they're called casa ballatoio. It's they have an internal courtyard and there's an internal circulation walkway that gives access to each single unit. And they are outward facing and they're using the internal courtyard only for circulation. That's the backside of the units. The reason why sometimes an internal courtyard is being used is because of the depth of the floor plate. For example, if you have an excessive depth of floor plate and you need to, you want to be facing outwards and inwards, having two apartments and a corridor in the middle, that would be another reason why you would generate that internal courtyard. Are you using that internal courtyard as a performance space? I didn't get that. I think you're using that on the ground floor, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, the courtyard's not designated as a performance space, but the possibility certainly is there for it to be used as sort of, if the residents want to meet or if they want to congregate, have a performance or anything like that, then that space is there.
So there are several performance spaces, or is it one performance space that you're allowing for, and it's that open air performance space?
Well, there are multiple options. There are different spaces, terraces throughout that can serve as performance spaces, but there's no official designated just for performance.
Okay. Would you be able to explain a bit more, if you go back to your initial explorations of the massing? How do they relate to the outcome? Yes. So if you go back, this one.
Yes.
Is it just a formal? What are the parameters that drive you to work on this final massing?
Well, I was intrigued by the idea of having that central space be largely negative space, just having an open air space that's still kind of enclosed, because my idea was to have like an inward type residence, but I didn't want it to feel so quite as constricted, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So there was consideration for having these types of open air spaces throughout.
Well, one other thing that I like from your scheme is the fact that you take into consideration the context. Where do you arrive from? There's a drop-off zone, and you recess the building. And I like the breakout spaces that you generate in different levels. They're kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to say things are drawn very well. Like your line weights are working out. It's very clear. And honestly, like I feel like there are some studios more advanced than this one, which actually don't draw things correctly yet. So it's nice to see things drawn very like with much clarity. I do find it a bit strange that considering you started with this idea that this would be a space of collaboration for musicians, that there wouldn't be a clear public area that, I mean, you're saying there are common areas, but you're saying that there aren't spaces for the performance of music.
Well, I mean,
what's your reasoning for that?
Well, it was meant to be more of an inward residency, so I was hesitant to put out like a big, kind of, big space that would serve as more of a performance, because the focus here for me was kind of production and developing the skill set for that. So you have the studio spaces where you could where you can practice, or you can go in and record with other residents. But my idea was to give them a bit of a choice as to how they wanted to express and curate their work.
Yeah, but I think that's the comment we've been seeing constantly, Ken. It's like, what program is your balcony? What program is your courtyard? Like, if you get a little bit more specific, it will help the narrative, Like, it is a recording space, then why do you need a courtyard if it's only a recording space? Like, somehow a hint of a program on those balconies, besides just tables and chair, it's good. It will help your narrative.
I would assume that if these are musicians, that there would be a sitting area for the people who would like to attend on the event somewhere shown, and it kind of, yeah, it's kind of strange that there is no thought around where would the stage maybe be, or what the different configurations of that space would be. I mean, yeah, again, the tables and the chairs, I think, are quite limiting into the possibilities that this space should allow and would offer you.
Yeah, because
yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I totally agree with that. And this is something that you can like pretty easily modify after this, because you don't actually need to change the architecture very much. Like, you could even just change the kinds of furniture and the arrangement of furniture that shapes how the space is used. And that furniture could also be part of the architecture too. But like, for example, like you have all these really wonderful outdoor areas. It would be a great place, as you're saying, they're common areas, for musicians to come together and collaborate on a jam session, which then other musicians who are there in the residency will naturally want to listen to. So even if this isn't open to the public, which it probably should be because musicians would love to play for people, they're going to be playing for each other, at least, because musicians love to play for each other. They gravitate towards each other. Because the part of this prompt is it's specific to the kind of artist, then I feel like you need to be a bit more sensitive to what artists such as musicians like to do. Because looking at it, it could be anything else. It could be an office building. It could be some other kind of building, right? So It could be condos. Why is this in particular for musicians? And so I feel like you need to give us a little bit more representation of that. Like you can even show occupation, you know, like where are the musicians with their instruments? What kind of instruments? Someone playing an organ, someone playing a guitar, someone, you know, could it be any of those things? It would just be nice to, and you don't have to change the design of the building at all, really. It's just it's a matter of like anticipating this kind of occupation and simply being like, oh, we don't really need tables and chairs here. Maybe we need benches that orient towards a certain direction. And maybe there's like an area that is a clearing where people could be on kind of a stage area, right? There's not like, you don't have to change anything else. It's just a matter of like, okay, what do I have and what is it good for? Because some of design is discovering in your own things unintentional consequences of form and asking the form, what is this form good for in relation to what I need to accommodate for the use? And so, what, you know, if this was a residential complex, I would say, well, that makes sense. People would want to sit outside with their tables and chairs and have a snack, which musicians will do too. But musicians also want places to perform for each other and also be outside. So that's just a small criticism. I think it's a good project overall. I just it's just something that you can easily change if you want to. Yeah, unless Yorgios wanted to say something else. I was also thinking about the slits here, and it is very dim and dark in the interior spaces. It will be. It's almost like a barracks on the first floor, which is fine, I guess. But maybe you could ask yourself what kinds of musicians would want a very dim and dark place to work. I don't, you know, perhaps there's something better suited to a dark kind of foreboding, kind of introspective kind of music. And then, sorry, also because it is cited, and I know you haven't been asked to do this yet, but thinking about, you know, the sun and where it travels and heat gain and things like this. Right now, there seems to be like, you know, it's a compositional kind of opening in the wall, which is fine, but you can also, instead of it just being compositional, it can start to have a function as well, where the openings are smaller, perhaps on the western wall, where there's western exposure, which is where the sun sets. And so you get a lot of heat gain on the west, especially in Austin. It gets very hot. So it would make a whole lot of sense if on the west side of the building or the south side of the building, the openings are much smaller than on the north side, which you would have indirect light. So I know you haven't been asked to do this, so I'm just saying, like, this is something that you could consider as giving you, you know, more evidence to, you know, say why a design is the way that it is. Why are there big openings? Why are there small openings? Oh, I have a reason. And that is a convincing reason, right?
Yes, because this project has an expression on the facade, especially on the last images. And it could be interesting if it was related to either programmatic functions in the rooms or environmental aspects. And even the cantilevers, because I noticed that you have cantilevered volumes. These are shading the areas underneath. Could you use the cantilevers beneficially? You could give some thought to that as well.
Yeah, those are great comments. I think we can wrap it up and move to the next person. Thank you, Ken.
Thanks for the feedback.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Can you share the screen? Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Jordan and this is my final project. So my chosen artist that I based this project off of was a painter. The space that I created is intended for graduate level art students with the intention of specifying their career in painting as their main medium of choice. The program includes 10 private residential units, a public gallery space, public collaboration spaces, and a recreational space. The main idea expressed in this building was the notion of ventilation through these personal courtyards that I developed. But further along, I took this idea, I decided that I also wanted to see these courtyards used as light walls, which would illuminate the entity of each residential unit. So these were the original aggregations that I came up with in the preliminary stages of design. So you can see very early on that the rules that I generated included those little holes, which would then be converted into individual courtyards for the resident. And I ended up basing my final model off of this third one right here, as we can see it in the design evolution. Throughout this process, I played with how light enters the building and ultimately decided to set up rules to where the courtyards would be completely closed off to allow light to come in solely from the top in order to establish this sense of isolation in the workspaces, as in addition to allow for a light wall effect. In regards to the, we can see what this concept looks like up close. The courtyards would be embedded into the residential units quite directly. The final conception actually has a lot of influence on how James Turrell did his sky spaces and light walls. I took a lot of inspiration from that when developing kind of the openings at the top for each courtyard. In regards to the rest of the building, this is my first circulation diagram that I constructed. And it kind of shows how the flow would look. The main vertical circulation units are the stairs and the elevator, which we can see more literally in the next slide. The elevator entrances and exits are located more towards the center, as that's kind of like the main mode of vertical transportation, whereas the stairs are more of a private service space. The circulation is very much reflected in the program, as we can see here, kind of that same concept of the public being more centralized and the private being more on the outskirts of the building. The main purpose of the first floor is to work and reside, as 9 out of the 10 residential units are here. The main purpose of the second floor is to display and critique, as the gallery space is here, as well as the RA or mentor that stays on this floor for extra privacy. And then the main purpose of the third floor is to eat, socialize, and relax with the communal living room, kitchen, and dining room. And then in these plans, we can see the entities a little clearer, as well as the light well / courtyards, which are indicated by the yellow. And then in the sections, I really wanted to show how the courtyards would work in conjunction with everything else. So as you can see here, I kind of constructed them in sort of a hierarchy of light and shadow. So you can see that the lightest spaces are going to be those courtyard places. And actually the gallery is, and you can see that the gallery has this outdoor patio, which in which you can see some of the courtyards, so that you get a sense of the full design process. It's kind of part of that gallery experience. And then we can see how a few of the courtyards have the notion of light extended into the second floor, as we can see kind of right here, that's a courtyard. So yeah, again, same thing in this section, see the hierarchy of light and shadow. And then I also included this courtyard right here so that, to kind of like, extend on that last notion that I made in the last slide, to show how to that kind of rule that I made where the courtyards that kind of like touch the second floor gallery just kind of like extended there to like translate the light. And in perspective view, you can kind of see that rule come into play in this section especially. And the intention for this was really for for the courtyards to kind of have like a main play in the overall form of the second, as it dictates kind of like the overall shape, which I feel is important for both the courtyards and for the experience of the gallery that you get. And then to conclude things, this is a perspective taken from the first floor, which shows a close-up on the collaborative courtyard that I have, as well as a few individual courtyards that surround that. And you can see how the idea of different opacities used for the glasses are indicated, where this type of glass is very transparent, as this is a more public workspace, whereas opposed to the individual courtyards, they're a more opaque glass to establish privacy, to establish privacy, but to still allow light to illuminate throughout the first floor. So yeah, that's it. Ready for questions and comments.
So, I mean, it's interesting. I like the light wells that you are introducing to the space. But to me, it kind of feels like you're introducing complexity, but you're giving an answer to that. The complexity is you're having this building that has very deep floor plates at all levels. So it's very difficult to have natural daylight penetration. You give an answer through the light wells, which is nice, and I like the perspectives that you generate. Even with this gray scale, you can read the light coming through the light well. There's an aspect here to take into consideration, because I think Texas is a pretty humid and sort of subtropical climate. I think during the summer months, if you consider the sun path, you have and during midday, you have very high sun rays. So apart from daylight, you get solar radiation. So maybe there is some consideration there to how you need to shade these light wells to reduce the amount of solar gain. In the very first slide, if I recall well, you're mentioning natural ventilation or ventilation. And my question is, because you have these very deep floor plates, it would be a really interesting idea to use the light wells as chimneys so that you get air from the outer perimeter of the building through the deep floor plate and all the way up to exhaust through the roof. That would be a really nice mechanism. And maybe you have a little section or in one of your diagrams that you could actually describe that flow of air, because you wouldn't really manage to get natural ventilation in such deep floor plates.
I think that's a nice idea. Like, because you don't actually need to change anything with your design. It's just showing if you open the door on one end of the building and then you open the door to the courtyard, now you have airflow and it's going to pull through the building because it's going to be cooler inside, and or the air will flow up through the courtyard to the exterior potentially. I was wondering, have you all taken like climate sustainability classes yet, or building systems classes yet, or that's later?
Now we're in construction one, so. Yeah.
Okay, and they don't talk about that yet. Okay, well, you'll talk about it later then. But these things, you can show them now without changing anything. So I think that's a nice idea. Could you go back to maybe a section or? Yeah, I like that you're very like particular about, you're intentional about the kinds of apertures that are being used. Could you talk more about the vertical apertures a bit?
So Yeah, for the second floor, the main idea was to have the majority of those apertures kind of like a continuation, like in terms of design, a continuation of the courtyard. So like, for example, this one is kind of like a continuation of like this of this horizontal opening. And then for the third floor, it just kind of, honestly, the openings just kind of mirrored the overall form. They didn't really have like a role to the courtyards as much, just because it's the third floor.
I guess I'm more asking about the types of windows that are being used. Like you have very high window, right? Like it's a clerestory window. And I think that's interesting. Like, you know, what does that afford you in terms of, you're not going to look out of that window, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's there to bring light into the room. I think that makes sense. Seems like I think that kind of window would make some sense for the gallery spaces or things like this. I feel like the you know, the windows that are just full height almost windows that go through, I'm wondering like how you decided to put them certain places, or are they framing a view to something? Because those are kinds of windows that you look out of, right? That could be potentially framing a view in the same way that a painting is framing a view, like a picture window. So I'm wondering if those are intentionally supposed to be in conversation with paintings or not, or like the landscape. What does the landscape around it look like?
Jordan, maybe you can move to a view where we can see from the exterior the kind of variety of apertures. Maybe one of your more bird's eye views. Yeah.
May I ask you to go back to that little section that you had before? So what's interesting here is the sense of scale. So if I am looking at the person at the first level, I assume that the height of this space is approximately 6 meters. That would be like 18 feet, if I'm not wrong. So that's kind of a really high space, which could be very interesting for an exhibition space. But do you need that height for the rooms where the artists stay? And what I want to say with that, would that section be interesting, showing exhibition spaces that are higher and rooms that are not that high? This is sort of making the composition more interesting and more serving the purpose of each room. And the comment for the apertures is I find it correct. What would you use these apertures for? If they don't offer you views to the outside, do they offer you ventilation? At high level, the heat is accumulated on the highest level of your room. So maybe these are aperture for heat exhaust. There could be a reasoning behind the allocation and the shapes and of the apertures around the outer perimeter, especially.
Yeah, it's a really good comment. If your thesis is about ventilation, then your windows needs to be operable to let air out and all this stuff. Like that should also translate to how you select an aperture. You should be operable. You should be able to manage it to open. So like when you find a thesis, stick to it and really explore that thesis, which in your case was ventilation, and then daylight happened through that. So yeah.
Yeah, and maybe to bring it back, since we're talking about the apertures, since you mentioned James Turrell at the beginning, have you ever looked at a drawing of a James Turrell, like a section of a James Turrell? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, or no, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Answer yes.
Yeah. So I think it'd be interesting. I mean, he's trying to emphasize like a thinness of an edge, right? Like when you look out, you can't see anything else. Like it's a very thin edge. So I like that you're considering that. I think you're trying to replicate that here with the section. I'm wondering where the glass is, though. At least the way you're drawing it, it seems like the glass doesn't exist in this drawing. But you're drawing glass in the other kinds of windows, right? So it's something to think about, like how would you draw, where would the glass go? I think that you'd want to hide the edges of the window frame, or it would be a skylight really. So you would push that back from the edge, so you wouldn't see the edges of that. But yeah, I think that's interesting. Oh yeah, and I was going to mention, you could take a look at Alvaro Stiza if you haven't already. He's a very decorated architect who does a lot. All of his work is with light and apertures, different kinds of different sizes of apertures at different locations, having ones that are very low. What kind of experience does that create? Things that have indirect light. Something that you would want to consider here is indirect light, because when you're painting, actually you don't want direct light on your paintings, because it actually degrades them, and you would get very hot, by the way. So you may want to think about doing a light table. I know this goes against your idea of the James Turrell installation, but a light table is a kind of way to funnel indirect light into a space, and you can still reflect it off of this opening and make it appear as if this thing is floating above you. So I'm just, and maybe that only happens in certain places, right? And maybe it is direct light in other areas. And maybe the direct light in other areas are places where you're not painting, where you're moving through space, or it's a bathroom or something.
Yes, especially for a painter, I suppose the quality of light is a very important factor. So natural light is nice, but you don't get consistent lighting. So you should be able to have ways to control the light and filter it when you need to. And of course, there's the aspects of overheating here. So, and the comment on highlighting where your glazing line is kind of important. Maybe on the next years, you will realize that there's significant detailing getting into light wells because of infiltration, maintenance, water passing through. So where the glazing goes, and it is kind of important.
Yeah, I think these are all great comments, and I really appreciate the idea of, as you move into the next semesters and start considering kind of true kind of solar studies, you could take that kind of typical or hypothetical light well courtyard and start to really understand the summer light versus the winter light, and you could create kind of occupiable recesses in there to have still an outdoor space that is, outside of the direct sun. So that, I think, we can predict the sun path. So that's something that, you can study in section really well to really understand, where you're giving people kind of exposure protection. So I think it'll be really interesting as you move forward to even return back to this and study your kind of zoom in section, but with kind of some solar reality to it. Would be really interesting to evolve it. Thanks, Jordan. I think with that, maybe we'll move on to Lindsay.
Can you see it? So I am Lindsay Knight, and this semester I designed a residence for quilters. So my goals for this project were to use commonly used quilt design elements like rotation, tessellation, and simple geometries to make an environment where new and old quilters alike can work on their skills. And I also wanted the space to be really communally focused, as the quilting community is really known for being very tight-knit and very like community-based. So initially, I created some really simple diagrams that took the proportions of common quilt squares and divided them into potential spatial arrangements. Here, there wasn't really any specific intention for program, but I was rather just exploring the kind of spaces and proportions that I could create using these simple geometries. From there, I worked to develop some further complexity by rotating and offsetting these diagrams to create potential subdivisions. And these developments were to explore how I could create a space that had similar qualities to a quilt without explicitly creating a space based on a pre-existing pattern. So rather, I wanted to use the techniques to develop a system that would work when translated into a three-dimensional building. So when I was doing my aggregations, I worked on using these elements to develop a set of rules that allowed the geometries, which were a couple rectangular prisms and triangular prisms, to aggregate and eventually ended up rotating them upwards to create potential massings. And so you can see on like the first row through to the third one, it gets a little bit more intentional about how things are being rotated and what kinds of geometries are combining with which other kinds. So eventually I settled on this aggregation to base my building off of. It seemed like it would be the most viable functionally, while also being very proportionally pleasing. I liked the way that the rotation of the first floor massing that was rotated up to be the second and third floor created this overhang where the top level is slightly offset from the bottom ones. So this is the design I ended up with. I ended up implementing a series of structural frames that would subdivide the interior and also hold up the overhang volume. The placement of the large frames also follows the original rotation of the massing. And these angled planes windows from the angled planes from the last model ended up turning into these angled windows here that sit in between the frames in these two spaces. So in terms of circulation, the primary vertical circulation occurs in this central area where each rotated floor mass overlaps. This makes the building really accessible to everyone who would potentially be using it, which was important for me because quilters tend to be a little older. They're not necessarily, but that is something I wanted to keep in mind. I wanted to make the space accessible for everyone. And so the circulation of the floors also is fairly simple, just to allow people to get around very easily and without any sort of hassle. And so here's a brief overview of the plans of each floor. You can see a bit clearer here how these structural frames are laid out and how they work to divide up the space, especially in the studio on the first floor. So here's a brief overview of those programs, where the first floor is reserved for a studio, classroom, and exhibition space, and the top two floors are reserved for individual living units and central community spaces, and each residential floor also has its own patio. So here's the first floor. The southernmost room is for exhibition, where the community can come and see the artist's works. The studio is this top right space, and the frames work naturally to kind of divide the space into areas where the different aspects of the quilting process can occur. So from top to bottom, just how I've chosen to arrange it here would be designing, then cutting, sewing, and finally quilting on long arm machines, which are quite large and so needed a little bit more room. And then the smaller room to the left is a classroom that could be used for lessons for community members as a form of outreach between the quilters who really know the skill well and people who may not be as familiar with this kind of like obscure craft. So here's the first residential floor. It has 3 units and a central gathering area, as well as this patio that's made up on the top of that first floor massing. And similarly, the third floor follows pretty much the same organization. It has 7 units, all gathered around a central space and another patio. And just something to note is that while I did want it to be very community-based, I also wanted to give the units their own sense of privacy. And so each unit has its own kind of private entrance there so that it sets it slightly apart from these central community spaces. So you still feel like you have your own little bit of space. So this is the first section. It looks north. Here you can really see how these space frames on the inside work to create that unique double height space in the studio. And how this third floor comes out and overhangs over this patio here and creates this kind of nice little shaded area down on the bottom. And here is the second section. Similarly, you can see how the frames work in this exhibition space where quilts could potentially be placed on here to add like that extra like wall space. And you can also see the ways that these floors kind of overlap kind of creates a dynamic negative space that runs through in between the floor masses. And so here's a render of the whole building. You can really see how the angled planes kind of come up and carry through these floor plates to become the railings of the patios above, and how they interact with these structural frames, and how the frames kind of wrap around the building with these big sections being rotated from here to here to here. And lastly, here is a look at the ground level patio space, which is situated underneath that overhang. And you can really see the way that the intersections of these rotated masses kind of create those unique negative spaces, and then how those interact with the frames to create some even more interesting spaces, and how that kind of interacts with especially this classroom space here, and how you can kind of see into what's going on here while still being in a more private area that's not directly on either road. And so that's all I have drawing wise. So
I go. So, I mean, I enjoyed the narrative. I think you have a great variety of drawings to explain how the space works. I really liked, even from your first slides, that you have this very initial 2D sketches, sort of plans, trying to find spatial relationships and your explorations. It's kind of sensible, the fact that you put on the ground level the studios, the performance areas, etc., and then on the levels above you have the rooms for the residents. One thing that I find a little bit, I like it as a composition, but I would like you to expand on, is the orientation of the openings that you have on the sides. Because I saw that you're kind of chamfering these volumes, trying to orientate the views towards a specific direction. From my point of view, they are more than 50% of that is overlooking a wall. And even though I like it as a composition, I would like you to expand on why have you done that? Is there a benefit? Is there a specific reason why you're doing that? And maybe we can look at that on a plan. Yes.
Let me go to the first floor one. I think that shows it best. So I had originally in my initial aggregations, I had some triangular prism units that I wanted to try to incorporate because just based off those initial quilt geometries I was using, it was mostly rectangles and triangles. So I wanted to try to incorporate some of that triangulation in there. But when I was using them in other directions, it didn't really create spaces that you could really walk into. It had weird angles and stuff. So I was thinking, especially in the studio, I had tried to angle them so that they were slightly north. But I do see how the frames could be kind of impeding that as well.
Yeah, the north orientation is beneficial. You get nice diffused light from the north, not a lot of solar radiation, but the way these are laid out, I think they are pretty much hiding the view rather than pointing to a specific direction. And you usually do something like this on a building when you want it to point towards a specific view, or for environmental conditions, because otherwise it just feels sort of an kind of an ambiguous decision.
But one thing we had talked about, Lindsay, and I don't know if this is still part of it, but similar to the idea of kind of adjacencies of pattern of quilt, the idea of the landscape then being literally kind of brought into the volume. And then I think less so probably on this ground floor, but up in the upper levels too, it does allow for space that kind of protrudes out. So there is though I agree with the comment of angling the view and prioritizing a view into the wall. I think there was kind of an idea of the two kind of panels, for lack of better, kind of sharing an adjacency in that kind of bringing the outdoor kind of into the volume.
Mm-hmm.
I do have my first render. I have kind of, you can see there where I tried to put some of that.
Yeah, well, good job with your presentation. Everything is very clear. You have a lot of nice drawings and nice representations, like, good job. And it's nice to see actual human entourage here, and some color and some materiality. Seems like you're suggesting, I'm really glad that you're starting to play with this, and some of you are doing that too, where, this is about tectonics or the appearance of tectonics in some way. So it's nice to see that you understand that the vertical elements are presenting as a tectonic of some sort that is distinct from the horizontal elements, some of them. So you kind of have two things going on. You kind of have two different tectonic things going on that I'm observing. You have volumes, white volumes, that are stereotomic, I guess. And then you have planes, which are of a different kind of language. And so you have planes that kind of seem to designate floor plates, right? And then you have planes that designate what seems to be structure, and then glass. And so whatever's happening with the white volume that's sort of on the inside would, appears to have a different kind of structural logic. It appears that way, right? We probably all just have a lot of steel beams in here, but I don't know. I find that interesting that it has two different postures of like the appearance of tectonics, because sometimes the floor plate is expressed very explicitly on this first floor and the second floor. There's this outdoor space, and you feel the thinness of that plane because you're showing it extending out. And in other times, like on the roof, you have the vertical planes, which seem to be structural, passing through the volume to sort of defy the fact that, hey, these vertical things that are passing through this volume create the appearance that they're not supporting that volume, right? Because they're cutting through the volume. Do you see what I'm talking about? So, like on the side where there's a garden underneath the building, the fact that you have the vertical planes coming up through the roof and sticking out of the roof, like it starts here and then it passes all the way up through the roof. See how it's sticking out above the roof?
Yeah. Am I on the right side? Or sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
So you have the vertical things passing through the volume to go above the roof. right?
Yes.
So I just find it, I guess I find it interesting, and it's like that it has a relationship to, these planes have a relationship to the volume, which is different from the relationship that they have to the floor plates, or it sort of implies a different kind of relationship. I was curious about the fact that, you know, what are you trying to emphasize here? Like the planar construction of this, of the appearance of a planar construction of this, or like a stereotomic construction, or the appearance of a stereotomic construction? Stereotomic meaning like a removal of material to a solid volume.
Yeah, I guess I think it started out more stereotomic, and then it's just like a process of trying to subdivide it. It ended up getting that more kind of planar aspect. I do, yeah, I does get a little muddled there, kind of in the middle. But that was something I had kind of been trying to work on, and I kind of, I think, got it okay with how these kind of come into the space. Was trying to make sure that these weren't just on the outside, but it still does kind of in the middle here. It gets a little bit.
Well, I guess it doesn't, like, I'm not worried about it. I guess I'm just observing that you have different kinds of logics about what plane seems to indicate as a tectonic symbol to us, and what volume indicates. And I don't know, I just, something to be aware of as a designer, so that you can be specific about when you do certain things and how they affect its perception as a form, and what benefits that might have for design. So I'm just observing that sometimes your planes, which are the brown things, are coplanar with the volume, and sometimes they're not. So it's, sometimes it looks like, I find it a bit strange that, like, for example, on the balcony here, the second floor balcony, that the vertical brick wall, I'm going to call it brick, the vertical brick brise soleil thing is coplanar with the volume, the white volume. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
I find it a bit strange because I feel like they are different tectonic expressions, and so that they should be able to express themselves as kind of separate things, like running into each other, rather than kind of getting booleaned into one thing. So for me, I mean, it's a, like, or maybe that's a weird kind of thing that happens that is good. But for example, I would expect that vertical brick wall to kind of sit on top of the volume, to show that it's a distinct plane, that this is a plane that is on top of it. Or maybe what you're trying to tell us is that what appears to be a plane is actually sometimes a volume, and there's a blurring of that understanding. So yeah, I like that someone is drawing here, because that side of the building could be brick, and it could, I don't know, it could be laminated onto the surface of the white volume, and then it's like, oh, is this a volume, or is this a plane? Or, you know, it starts to play these tricks with how we perceive form, which is surprising and might be interesting.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to think about. I definitely, yeah, did not, yeah, I guess if I like maybe made like these thicker to kind of give it like its own kind of expression, like that would be.
Or I guess what I'm saying is, right now they align, they're coplanar. Like, have the things that are planes, when they get close to the volume, the stereotomic thing, that they don't just align, they kind of sit on the surface of it, right? Because they're a separate thing. Like, imagine you're telling us that they're separate things when they like sit on top, rather than just aligning with it, like then we can start to understand like, oh, this is a separate thing. But I don't know, it's up to you as a designer.
Yeah.
No, but that's a good comment about being consistent with your language. That will help you develop the project. And if you decide to break the rule, then break it for real. You know, like right now, that one moment, it feels like a modeling mistake rather than design intention. So that's a good comment I was making.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, because we're kind of focused on this view, but it's interesting that the mass kind of presents itself very, at least the white part of the mass, very stereotomic. But if we were to see this view, I think this elevation over here is more like this construction. So it, depending on kind of how you're looking at it, it transforms from very kind of mass stereotomic, like volumetric, and then it just pivots and it becomes like this language of horizontal plane. So I mean, it's peculiar and it's kind of like interesting, that transformation, that from one approach the same volume is extremely volumetric, and then the other facade it becomes totally a set of intersecting planes, which if kind of controlled intentionally is in itself pretty interesting, that it does transform and it's not actually predictable. But I mean, the other flip side is a more predictable kind of, it's a volumetric stereotomic mass that's then kind of intersected with these kind of sharp planes. That is what's holding it up as kind of a, you know, a mass of clay with a, you know, a sheer set of walls intersecting it. But it is interesting kind of how you've been able to have something that oscillates between stereotomic and more planar.
Yeah, yeah, this side definitely is a little bit, you can kind of see it in the plans. I didn't have a good view of it, but I do have some of those kind of intrusions on that side, but they kind of go back and forth.
Yeah. Great, thanks, Lindsay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that the garden space underneath is a really good idea. Like, I like that you can go underneath the building. I think that's smart.
Thank you.
All right, well, we have one more. Abby, if you want to share your screen.
All right. Can y'all see that? All right. So my name is Abby, and I've developed a muralist residency and outdoor gallery. So this residence is home to professional muralists and provides them an opportunity to work both collaboratively or individually. And the point is that the walls of the building itself are the canvases for these murals. And so that integrates the programs of art and habitation. And this is an outward residence because murals are by their nature very public and performative art. And so because of that, I wanted to have a community focus in this building and have opportunities for visitors to come and observe the artists while they work and provide kind of a communal hub for socialization and art appreciation, especially with an emphasis in a central courtyard. So my initial aggregations, I looked at just basic wall aggregations because that's the main structure for muralists, and that gave me some interesting forms, but there wasn't a lot of usable space being generated. And so I transitioned to composite massing and wall aggregations, which gave me more usable space, but it didn't have quite the variety I was looking for. So then I transitioned to very simple massing units so that I could explore more the basic organization of the building that I wanted. And from there, I was able to develop a different version of a composite massing and wall aggregation. So this is the model I chose to continue developing. I really liked this one because it had opportunities for multiple balconies and an easily accessible central courtyard space, which you can see a little more here. And so for the rest of the semester, I continued to develop from that base modeling. And some of the bigger changes that I made were adding 2 units to the top to add a 3rd floor and increase the residential capacity. And I also shifted and modified the wall panels. I increased the number of them, I made a lot of them smaller and overlapping so that the facade was more dynamic and it was a more interesting canvas for the muralist to work on. I also worked on developing a language between the wall panels for the murals and the windows. It's more of a shifting relationship, so the windows have either the same height or width as the wall panel adjacent to it, so it appears as though the wall panel has slid to reveal the window. And I also worked on developing those balconies a little more and providing pedestrian access into the courtyard. So this is my first floor plan. There are 4 residential units and a common area for the artists, and then that central courtyard space, which is open to visitors as well. Here's a show of circulation. The larger arrow indicates that visitors and artists can use that space, but the internal spaces are restricted to residents, and each residential unit has its own private access. Here's that distributed programmatically. So the 4 residential units and then that shared common space, as well as the vertical circulation, which then takes you up to the 2nd floor, which has 3 residential units and a shared studio space for the artists. And each of those staircases leads up to one of those units specifically, and 2 of them also lead out to those balconies, which are restricted to artists only. Oop. And then again, here's the program. So residential, vertical circulation, studio space, and then those 2 balconies. And then the top floor is just 2 residential units, each with its own staircase. And then there's the 2 programs that are up there. There's a roof plan showing more the relationship between that entire building and the site that it's on. And then here's just a comparison of those plans so you can get a sense of how they stack on each other to create this overall volume. Here's the circulation showing the vertical relationship with those staircases between the levels. And then here's program, so the distribution of privacy throughout the spaces. And then all of that information is combined in this diagram showing how those programs and circulation, how it all stacks together to create this completed volume. So for my first section, this is cutting east to west. It's looking north through the courtyard space. And you can see 4 residential units and then this shared studio space, which is significantly taller than the residential units to allow for the creation of larger scale artworks. In that space, you can also see on the left one of the balconies. And then in the middle is that courtyard with a paseo condition leading through to the other side. And in my second section, I'm cutting through the courtyard, and on the right is the south balcony, which looks towards Lake Austin. And then that communal space is right below the balcony with a staircase leading up to the studio, which is now pictured in the background. And on the left, there are 2 residential units, and underneath them is that paseo I was talking about. And that's made possible because those 2 units are supported on their east and west sides by the rest of the volumes of the structure. Here's an aerial shot of my building. You can see a little more clearly that sliding relationship between the panels and the windows. I also tried to make pedestrian access a priority, so there's a clear route of access into that central courtyard space. And then there's that south balcony with views of the lake. Here's the balcony, and while this is primarily an outward residency, moments like this where people are able to look inwards, it becomes a little more intimate, and it becomes more focused on the relationship between the artists and their artwork, and the relationship between the visitors who come in and the artists who are at work. And then finally, this is my courtyard rendering. It kind of captures the essence of what I wanted my project to be. The massing, the windows, and the wall panels combined to create a dynamic facade for the muralists to work with. And while the courtyard is relatively intimate, it doesn't feel closed off because of that paseo that allows for circulation through it. And the main goal of this was obviously to create an artist residency, but I also wanted to make sure that this was a community space that welcomed the public and also functioned as an outdoor gallery space. And so that those two programs were really what I tried to integrate into my final product. Thank you.
Thank you. I think these last visuals that you are showing are really successful. I really like the composition, and I think the idea is interesting of creating these walls that are practically a canvas for the artists to exhibit their and practice probably their work. It would be interesting to see some of these being semi-finished works of art. You know, the people are still working on them. I would like also maybe to see some expression of these elements, because they look quite deep. They look structural. They look like sheer walls, whilst they aren't. And maybe they are not attached to the structure, to the building. They have a slight shadow gap, just to highlight the fact that these are lightweight or they're something different, unless you want that expression, which is they do appear like structural components. And would you please go back to one of your plans? I just want to make a little comment on your space planning here. Yeah, even that one. Can you go the levels above? The one you were highlighting, yes, this one. The one you're highlighting, the previous one, the one you're highlighting, the vertical circulation. Okay. So to me here, for example, there are 4 spaces and you have 4 staircases serving these 4 spaces. It kind of feels like an excessive, not really efficient way of laying out your vertical circulation. You wouldn't really do that because you really need the space, and you try to minimize the area used for vertical circulation. I kind of noticed that when you're going through the plan. So some thought of connectivity, interfloor connectivity that would reduce the amount of staircases that you use overall would be beneficial, I think, for the planning of this scheme.
My goal with doing the individual staircases was to kind of make up for the fact that their studio space, and then of course all of the outdoor workspace, is so incredibly public and everybody can see what's happening all the time. That staircase was kind of intended to be the beginning of that private area, to provide the artists with some sort of level of privacy to protect them from being, you know, having to share all of their space all the time. But I definitely understand what you're saying about it not being the most efficient way of doing it.
Yeah, it kind of feels like everyone has his private staircase in a way. I know there are more than one levels, but yes, I think it could be a bit more efficient.
Yeah, I initially thought that as well, actually, seeing this. I can see that you could make an argument for a reason to have all these individual staircases. I think you were just starting to make one about how there are public staircases and then there are private staircases. And that perhaps the scale of these staircases needs to change such that the private ones are much smaller. They could be a different kind of staircase, for example. They don't need to look the same. Maybe they're much steeper. You know, maybe they're ladders, for example. Apparently muralists stand on ladders all the time, so it wouldn't be too weird. So that's just one thing to think about. The other thing I was thinking is, okay, well, you know, how you have these planes everywhere, all over the building, which, you know, I like that, and it creates a clear surface for a mural, and it's interesting that muralists paint buildings all the time. They don't care what shape it is. It doesn't need to be a plane. They can paint around corners. They paint things upside down. They paint spheres. They'll paint anything, a curved wall. So in a way, you're kind of you're trying to bring it closer to like canvas painting, which is thinking of a painting as like kind of an object, like the planar thing that is distinct from something else that adorns a room or fills a room and can be changed out. I think there's something kind of clever about that. And I'm wondering if you can play that up a bit more in terms of the way you view the murals from the inside, where you can be very specific about this idea that the murals are almost like in a painting gallery or something. And you can use this understanding that things appear smaller because of perspectival distance, right? And you can think about when you're inside in the gallery space, if there is a gallery space, or when you're inside in your artist residence, and you're looking outside in the courtyard space where you could potentially see another mural. You could think about doing picture windows that basically align at certain perspectives perfectly with the same size due to perspectival difference of the mural. And then you're inside. And from one perspective, now the mural has literally come inside and it is kind of perceived to be like a painting through the picture window. So you're kind of, you know, in Rhino, there's that cone of perspective that you can see. You can align that perspectival cone to like certain locations in the room and choose how big that perspectival square window needs to be and like where in the room you need to stand to see that alignment of this is the window and it aligns perfectly with the same size of how you're perceiving the mural. I think that would be interesting. I know you're not doing that, but you could do it, and it gives me more, it makes it more convincing as to why these are planes, because you can paint any building, right? It doesn't need to be like this for murals to paint on it. So kind of playing up the cleverness of like, oh, these are basically like paintings, but they're outside, but we can bring them inside as well, which is something a muralist has never probably experienced. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting concept to kind of integrate the interior and the exterior.
Yeah, and then one more thing about the circulation. If they don't have ladders to paint these things, how are they going to get there to paint? So thinking about, you know, basically like catwalks or things like this, what if you took the circulation outside? Right now it's inside the building. If you put it on the outside, and then you would be able to maybe traverse and get to not only your room, but like maybe, you know, one of those murals to start painting on it. You still need a ladder, but not a humongous ladder, a smaller ladder.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting comment that you're making, Adam, because I wanted to talk about having external walkways, but integrating the vertical circulation with something that allows you to get around the building and paint these walls that are sitting high is an interesting idea, and you could think of it, because otherwise, what would you be providing? A temporary scaffolding or something like that? It feels like you are proposing something interesting. You can enrich it by showing how can you access them, how can you reach every all the surfaces that you have around your building.
Yeah, this last two comments is really interesting, because conceptually you're kind of giving a home to an art form that is nomadic kind of in nature. Like murals show up anywhere, and so by defining kind of a set residency for it and even prescribing a canvas, those are all kind of foreign to the I guess the natural form of a mural. And so you can very predictably kind of know where the murals are going to end up, because you've provided canvases, and as a result, creating kind of the scaffold by which that happens, you know, accommodating the muralist maybe not as typically as they work kind of out on ladders and hanging over strapped in, but you give them permanent ledges that really accommodate them, which is not how they typically work. But I think that's kind of the I guess the benefit of locking the placement of these is you can accommodate the artist better, and then you can also set up these, you know, the building itself becomes an apparatus to view the images kind of as the artist really intends to, or predictably, which is kind of a unique way that you're actually acknowledging and catering to the art form, probably not normally how it is functioning.
Yeah, and you actually doing two functions, and that's an amazing comment to say use the stairs instead of using the ladders to go vertical, because you're using already the stairs to go vertical. So it's a really good comment to kind of think about. And also what you also mentioned, like the thickness of the wall, can that become structural? Can that become shear walls? All these elements. That's why it's thick. You know, it's not just thick because of the painting, but it has a purpose. But I think overall, like graphically, your presentation, it's really nice. It's clean, and that's something I care every time I'm in a presentation to, like, graphically, when you see the presentation, without talking, we understand the project right away. We can know the circulation, your diagrams are involved. So as a studio, just consider that graphic is important. Like how you end up your project is really important. You can have the really good design theory, but when you present it, that's also important to communicate graphically and verbally. So I don't know if we want to end up, Yorgos and Adam and Kevin, with some general comments of the studios and your opinion.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Yeah, I think yeah, maybe we initially asked the reviewers just any kind of summation of thoughts. I know you've given lots of great feedback, so you know, no need to repeat yourself if you already have. But yeah, and then maybe even open it up to the students. Any other general questions you have before we end for the day?
Yeah, for me personally, I don't often get the chance to be in reviews such as this one. It was a really nice experience. Thank you all for presenting your work. It's interesting, as Suhash mentioned, the narrative and the way you explain and you lay out your work. You might have great work, but not being able to communicate it properly. But I think in most cases here, you started, I think the structure of the course allowed for as well. So you explained your formations, geometric composition in the beginning, and then how you take the brief and you try to accommodate it within these volumes. I think that as you move forward, you should be able to start integrating more aspects into the design and taking into consideration of more parameters to inform your design. And it's always useful to really take a good look at the brief and try to create spaces that serve the brief specifically and not generic ideas. I think in some cases that was more successful, in others a little bit less. That's my main comment. I could see that some of the compositions were really serving the people who were going to leave and the work inside, and others a bit less. But overall, it was a really, really nice job. Well done to everyone.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I was personally impressed by the technical skills of drawing, at least. I think all of the drawings were drawn very clearly. I had no question about what I was looking at with the drawings, and I think that's like a huge accomplishment, at least, because if you can't represent your ideas clearly, then it doesn't matter if you have a great idea, because no one will understand what you're trying to convey. So I think all of you can be commended on that at least. And then, yeah, I was just interested in the diversity of ways you approach this prompt, and I'm curious to see what you do next. So get some rest. Hopefully you can sleep well tonight. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much for our reviewers for joining, and just commend the group on a semester well done, given the circumstances of doing this all remotely. And as I will also echo the the compliments. The final sets of drawings were really well executed, given y'all are only third semester students. So again, well done. And maybe if y'all stick around, we'll kind of debrief as a studio. But thanks again to our two reviewers for joining us this afternoon.
Yep. Thank you, Yorgos. Thank you, Adam. Really good feedback. And I hope they take it seriously too. Do some work over the Christmas break.
Yeah. Well, thank you both. Have a nice holiday season. If you
Thank you for the invitation, and I hope this situation will be over soon. You'll be able to join the campus, because it's a highly collaborative profession, and being able to interact is really important. So you're missing a little bit of that, I suppose, working from home. So hopefully that will be over soon. Thank you all.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao.
All right. I'm
Can you
gonna go
stop the live?
Yeah, I'm gonna end the live stream. So we'll sign off for the Design 3